Welcome to the full print-on-demand course. This is something that has been in the making for a very long time, and it's the most detailed step-by-step course I have ever made on YouTube for print-on-demand. Grab a pen and maybe a notebook, maybe a cup of coffee or two, and let's get cracking on with this insane video. As you can see, this is an incredibly long and detailed video, and I've tried to give you everything that you could possibly need to get started and build your first profitable print-on-demand store. There are checkpoints down below, so don't worry, you won't lose your place. You can come back and find out exactly where you are up to. To start with, my name is Shimmy Morris, and I've been in the print-on-demand space since 2013. I've built up this YouTube channel dedicated to mentoring others building their own print-on-demand businesses. I have had a lot of success in this industry, and with my training and my communities, my students have had their own fair share of success too. I run a pretty awesome community dedicated to helping people build print-on-demand businesses, get validation on their designs, stores, and ads, and get all the support they could possibly need. Plus, you get to join a family-like community where everyone is there to help everyone. Just before we get started into this insane video, let me tell you a couple of things that you get with the paid community when you join. So if you are interested in getting the support that you need for this business, definitely check out the community. To keep this video as organized and easy to follow as possible, I've split it into 8 weeks, 2 months, 60 days. This is a very realistic time frame for building this business. Of course, you can go faster, you can go slower. Go at whatever pace that you need to. It's not a sprint, it's a marathon. Splitting it up into weeks like this just made it much easier for you to follow and gives you a good goal of where to aim to be in what period of time. Here's an overview of this entire YouTube print-on-demand course. First, we'll go over the overview of the business. Then we'll go over mindset and expectations. Then we'll discuss the product. And then we get into the weeks. So week 1 is niche research. Week 2 and 3 is design creation. Week 4 is building a brand. Week 5 is choosing a printing partner. And week 6 is setting up the Shopify store. Week 7 is setting up your first Facebook ad. And week 8 is scaling. Once we've done all of that, we can discuss what to do next. As you can see, this is an incredibly detailed course for free, so definitely watch the entire thing. This is the entire structure for this video. This is how we're going to go through every aspect. I hope this helps. As I said, this took months and months and months and months. So I really hope this helps you build your own print-on-demand business. Let's get started with the vital things that you need to know before getting to week 1. What is print-on-demand? Print-on-demand is a simple concept. It's merely just a fulfillment type, whereby when a customer makes an order, a print-on-demand company makes that item on demand. Then they ship that out to the customer. So here's an example. You create a design for a t-shirt like this. Rather than getting it printed in India or China, laying out tens of thousands of dollars for inventory, for shipping, for storage, then uploading the products to your website, hoping to sell them. What you can do is upload your designs to a print-on-demand company's website. Add the product to your own website. Then, when an order comes in, the print-on-demand company that you have picked does everything. They can print your design on a t-shirt, they can package it, and they can send it off to the customer. Just that one-off design. And this saves you a huge amount of money because at the beginning, we might not know what designs sell. So it's a little bit silly to buy a whole bunch of designs in bulk with route 1 because we don't know what's going to sell. But going down the print-on-demand route, we can test a whole bunch of different designs without having to lay out thousands and thousands of dollars. Now, you aren't a print-on-demand company. You are the brand. You partner with print-on-demand companies who print, package, and ship your items out to customers if and when they make an order. Each item is more expensive than you buying in bulk, but it mitigates nearly all the risk. What is our aim with this business? Well, we are aiming to build a brand, a popular, successful brand, utilizing the fulfillment method known as print on demand. By building a brand, we are creating real, scalable, viable businesses that we can own. We can sell it, we can keep it, we can do whatever we want. It's our business and it's totally real. What platforms can you sell your products on? Well, there's 3 types of platforms. 1, where there's an integrated marketplace and a print-on-demand company is baked in. 2, where there's an integrated marketplace, but there's no print-on-demand company baked in, like Etsy. And number 3, one without a marketplace and without a print-on-demand company baked in, like Shopify. Each option comes with its own benefits and drawbacks, as our aim here is to build a scalable, viable brand utilizing print-on-demand. We're going to be going for option 3, Shopify. This comes with the most freedom, the most potential, and it's the most serious choice for someone looking to start print-on-demand and do this properly. This is going to be our framework in a nutshell. I've tried to keep it as simple to follow as possible, as I really don't want to confuse anyone or overcomplicate this. So, who is this for? You could be a designer, maybe just someone looking for a way out of their 9 to 5, or someone that wants time or location freedom. There isn't really a set person for this business. Anyone can do it, for any reason. If you're not a designer, that's totally okay. If you've never built a website before, that also doesn't matter. That's why you're watching this step-by-step video. What I will say is, if you do want to do this, get your mindset straight. Set achievable and realistic goals. Fully commit to the business and give it all you've got. This isn't, and I reiterate, this isn't a get-rich-quick scheme. This is a real business that you can be super proud of. How much money do you need to start this business? Well, you're in luck because you don't need 10 grand for inventory, storage, shop fees, and other fees that come with building a business. Because we're utilizing print on demand, it costs but a fraction of that. We recommend people start with $1,000. That's not me saying it's going to cost you $1,000 to do this. It's me saying having that money available, should you need it, will be incredibly useful. Things like paying for platforms, paying for tools, domain names will cost less than $100 a month. The bulk of the budget will be used for advertising because we need to send our own traffic to our website to get customers. Again, I'm not suggesting that you sink $900 into Facebook ads and pray for sales. No, there is a method to all of this madness. Don't worry, we're going to cover exactly how to use as little money as possible in the most effective way. How much time will this take? Well, here's the truth. This isn't quick. This isn't passive. So if that's what you're looking for, well, I suggest heading over to the lottery and buying a few tickets. I've broken this down into weeks for you, but above each element, I will also be putting a number of hours the task should take so that you can get a good understanding of how much time you need to dedicate to this business. Simply put, the more time and the more effort you put in, the more reward this will be, the more you'll get out. It's really as simple as that. Now, if you have a full 9 to 5 and can only dedicate 2 hours to this, that's no problem. If you're going to go all in and you can dedicate, 12 hours a day into this, awesome. Both can work. They will just take different amounts of time. Again, remember, this is a marathon, not a sprint. So, well, you might be asking, what is the ideal outcome if I watch this entire video? And this is very subjective as everyone will want to earn a different amount of money. For some, it might just be an extra $3,000 a month. For others, they might want $10,000 a month or $50,000 a month. The ideal outcome is that we have a profitable brand making money every single month. Not only that, but also growing every single month with the potential to one day sell the brand. If you tell me your goal is $10,000 a month, that's amazing. Work towards that. When you hit it, and you will hit it, increase the bar a little. Aim for $15,000 or $20,000 a month. If you're happy, then just sustain the business at that $10,000 a month and be proud of what you have accomplished. At the end of the day, it's all about what you want to get out of this business. Anything is possible. It depends on your goals and the amount of time and effort that you put in. There are people making $50 a month. There are people making $50,000 a month. There is a huge range of what is possible with building a brand utilizing print on demand. As I mentioned a little earlier, mindset is everything with this business. In fact, with every business. And if you think it's irrelevant, you are setting yourself up for failure. I want to take a few minutes here to really ensure everyone has the right mindset going into this business, because I want everyone to succeed here. I want you to succeed. That's my ultimate goal with this video. And I know if you have the right mindset going into this, the chances of success go through the roof. It's important to know what you're getting yourself into here. This is not a get-rich-quick scheme. This is not easy. This is not fast. This is not passive. You won't be making money next week. This is a real business. Real businesses take time to set up and become profitable. I'm not talking years. No, I'm just saying it won't be days or weeks before you become profitable. You need to stay strong. You will have hiccups and extremely difficult times. You've got to think of your why and break through these tough times. It's always easier to give up and try something else. But if you have that mentality, chances are you'll stop the next thing you do as well. It's time to break that mentality and start afresh with this business and with this video. Make sure to have a really strong why. Why are you doing this? Why do you want to be successful in business? Is it to have time freedom? Is it to spend time with your family and friends? Is it to have location freedom, to be able to work from anywhere in the entire world? Is it to just have financial freedom, to really and truly feel free? Maybe you want to retire your parents, support your family, buy a house, whatever it is. Take a note of what it is. Stick it on your wall. Put it front and center in your life. And whenever you contemplate giving up, look at your poster. Look at your whys and let that be your reason to continue going. It's also important you set realistic goals. Ones that are achievable and ones that will motivate you at every step. Don't set a goal of making $10,000 every month. Even though that might be our ideal outcome, there's so many little things that you need to achieve before you can hit that $10,000 a month goal. Here's some example goals when starting out. Picking a niche, creating your first 5 designs, filling out your design ideation board. Don't worry, I'll explain what these things are later on. But you get my point, right? Set a goal that you're in control of. You're not in control of how much money you make. That is an external factor. You're in control of how many designs you can put out there. So ensure the goals that you set are ones that can actually be achieved by you. If you can find a mentor, that will massively help with motivation and mindset. On top of that, a mentor will also keep you accountable. I think everyone should have one. I've never in my life met a successful businessman that didn't have a mentor. I'd love to be that mentor if you wanted, and that's one of the main reasons I created the Print on Demand Hub, which is our community. It allows me to help everyone and keep everyone accountable and really ensure that you get all the support that you need. From what I've seen, most people feel discouraged at 2 points in this business. 1 is making designs, and 2 is running ads. Because we know this, we can be prepared and do our best to counter it. With designs, people think they're design wizards and won't accept if the design doesn't get a sale. I spend a huge portion of this video on design because they are the most important, the single most important element of this business. And no, don't be discouraged if you're not a designer. That's more than okay. I have taken that into account. Once you realize designs are actually really hard, even for designers, and you get over that hurdle, I guarantee you, everything else will feel like a walk in the park. Breaking through this massive area is one of the biggest achievements in this business. So let's do it. Let's get you pumped. If you think you can do this, you can. You must believe it. However cliche or cheesy this sounds, it's true. You can do this. Building a business is hard. Succeeding is hard. Making money is hard. But everyone has the ability to do it. So let's stay focused. You've got this. Feel free, by the way, to pause this video and play All I Do Is Win by DJ Khaled on full volume. It is a terrible song, but it's insanely motivating. Well, it's actually not a terrible song, but it's insanely motivating and it really can get you pumped up. So I just want you to realize, I want you to see, I want you to know that you can do this. Okay, hopefully you did that little task and you played that song on full volume and you really annoyed your neighbors. Hopefully now you are more pumped than ever before. Let's crack into this training. It's time to pick a product to sell. Luckily, I have you covered. It's simple. We're going to be selling t-shirts. Why? Well, a few reasons. T-shirts are the most popular item of clothing one buys. I'm not including underwear here. I'm just talking about outside clothing. T-shirts are also the most affordable. They're cheaper than trousers, hoodies, sweaters, coats, jackets, shirts, and most importantly, they are customizable with our designs. As you can see, got designs on the back of these t-shirts or the front. Now, on top of that, 2 billion shirts are sold a year globally. The largest shirt manufacturer is Gildan, and the graphic shirt market is expected to grow by 5.7% from 2021 to 2027. So far in 2024, the t-shirt market has amounted to 45 billion, and from 2024 to 2029, there's a projected annual growth of 3%. It's projected that there will be over 8 billion t-shirts sold annually in 2029. T-shirts aren't going anywhere. It's not oversaturated. It's not dying out. And last I checked, we're always going to need to buy t-shirts. Unless of course we turn into some nudist population. But I don't see that happening. Another huge reason for selling t-shirts is people buy a lot of them. It's not like buying 2 posters or a few mugs or maybe 1 jacket. People buy 10, 20, 30 t-shirts a year. It's pretty mad. And another reason why I like print on demand so much, because they're made on demand and not in bulk. It saves a lot of waste. Just yesterday, we got an order from one customer of 6 t-shirts. If we were selling posters or maybe hoodies, well, we are selling hoodies, but if we were selling like posters or mugs or jackets or shoes, they're not going to buy 6 in one go. That's what we love. People buy so many t-shirts in one go, and they'll come back and buy more t-shirts if they like them. Either way, have I made my point? Do you see why we sell t-shirts? Yes? Okay, but just out of curiosity, what if you do want to sell something else? Posters, mugs, pillows, signs, anything like that. Honestly, you can sell whatever you want. I am merely just teaching what I have done and what I'm currently doing as it works, and what all of our current students are doing as well. I could tell you to sell mugs, but honestly, that would be disingenuous of me because I don't sell mugs and I don't want to be that person. Down the line, as we start scaling our store and adding new products, we'll add hoodies, we'll add tank tops, we'll add other items like, sweaters and all that kind of stuff. We're keeping it super simple at the beginning and we're just selling t-shirts because we don't want to put a huge amount of effort in until we actually find a bunch of designs and a niche that we know will actually work. I'll get to what t-shirt and where we're going to source it from later on in this training. So by now, you should know exactly why you're here watching this video. Your mind should be locked in and fired up, ready to go. And if it's not, play that song again. And you should also know exactly what product we are aiming to sell. I think you might just be ready to get started with week 1. Finding a profitable niche. What do you think? Are you ready? I think you're ready. Let's do this. A niche refers to a specific market segment for your t-shirts. By choosing a niche, it allows you to target a specific individual. If you've previously sold on Amazon or Etsy, you might not think the niche is so important. And, well, you'd be right. With those platforms, it's not so important. Following top-selling trendy designs is important. But we're not selling on those platforms. We're taking this business far more seriously. With this business model, we need a singular niche. We're aiming to send traffic from Facebook to our Shopify store, and we want people to come to our website and buy multiple items. We want Facebook to learn who our audience is and optimize our ads for those people. If we have random designs, it means we have a random audience, which is a lot harder and more expensive to advertise. Picking a niche is not a lengthy process. It should take no more than 4 hours. Again, this is a simple time frame to help you plan and figure out how many days or weeks or even months this will take you. If you dedicate 30 minutes a day to this task, it should take you around a week. When picking a niche, it's important you don't get confused with niches and design styles. For example, a lot of people that came into our paid community had the mindset on going into the humor niche, or the sarcastic niche, or even the vintage niche. These aren't really niches. These are styles. Every niche you pick could have designs that are funny, sarcastic, or vintage. So don't make that mistake. Here's a list of niche examples for you. You can see the classics: dogs, cats, fishing, yoga, music, nature and outdoor, running, history, food, working out. And, well, it's a long, long list. And if you're worried about competition within a niche, don't be. We're selling on Shopify here. We're not surrounded by competition like we would be if we were selling on Etsy or Amazon. On top of that, there are more than 330 million people in America. Just to put one of the niches in perspective for you, 66% of households own a pet in America, with a dog being the most popular pet. That's over 60 million people with a dog. Are you really, really worried about competition? No, of course not. There's so many people that could be buying our designs. And this was just one example, be it a little bit extreme. But I'm telling you, you don't have to worry. When it comes to picking a niche, there are a few things to consider. 1, do you like it or at least have some sort of interest in it? 2, are there proven winners in this niche? 3, is there enough variability with the designs in this niche? 4, could this work all year round? And 5, would people wear t-shirts with this specific niche on it? So the reason you should have some interest in the niche is just to make this business more enjoyable for yourself. If you're sitting there designing hundreds and hundreds of designs in the coffee niche, but you couldn't care less about coffee, you will quickly find yourself questioning your entire existence. I'm not kidding, I've been there. So enjoying the niche is definitely a start. You also want to ensure there are proven winners, and we can easily find this out without using any tools, just using Etsy and Amazon. And I'll show you exactly how to do that later on. But just so you know, you can go to Etsy and you can search for your niche, and then you can put the word t-shirt in, so dog t-shirt, and we can see a whole bunch of designs. and we can click on a design and see if it got any reviews. A good rule of thumb is 1 review equals 100 sales. With print on demand, it's a little bit less than that, but basically, reviews equals sales. That we can guarantee. Another thing you can do is organize the search on Etsy by star seller in the filters section. And don't worry, I will show you exactly how to do that. You can then browse the star sellers, and when you're done, you can go to the URL and change star to the word best, and then you can see all the best sellers. Again, don't worry, I will show you a step-by-step on exactly how to do this. If you can find a good portion of different designs, this is a really good sign. This shows that there is a huge amount of variability within a niche. The next thing to do would be to go over and repeat this process on Amazon. Look for high reviews and bestsellers. Sometimes you'll see the same designs over and over and over again, and this isn't a good sign. This shows there isn't much variability in the niche. And when you come to design your 100 designs, you might struggle to get inspiration. We sort of answered the number 3 question with the previous task, but making sure there is enough variability within a niche is super important. When I create designs, I usually create 3 unique brand new designs for every 10 designs I make, meaning 7 designs are inspired from phrases and graphics that have proven to work on other platforms like Etsy, Amazon, Redbubble, or just, other shops. This really illustrates how important it is to be able to find lots of different designs that you can eventually screenshot and add to your research. More on that in the design part of this course. Could this niche work all year round? Usually the answer is yes, but say you went for the skiing niche, you might struggle to get sales in the summer months. Or say you went for the spring theme, you would struggle to get sales in the majority of the year. Most niches would work all year round, but it's still important to consider this as a factor. And the last point is, will people wear t-shirts in this niche? I know that sounds silly. Everyone will wear t-shirts. However, there are very few niches out there where t-shirts aren't really the thing people care about. For example, interior design could be a niche. For some, it's a hobby. For others, it's a job. But I don't think you'll see many interior design graphic t-shirts out there. This is another nuance, as most niches will work with t-shirts, but it's always important to consider everything. Hopefully by now you should have your short list of niche ideas. Another thing we can do is gather a good list of keywords to help describe that niche. And this is going to be useful later on for when we're doing design research. For example, if you're in the book niche, other keywords you could use to find designs could be reading t-shirts, book t-shirts, novel t-shirts. You get the idea. Being able to research a niche in many different ways opens you up to way more design opportunities. Again, I will show you how to do this in a minute. When picking your niche, make sure you don't get too specific or too broad. We touched on this earlier, but let's go into a little bit more detail. Here is a really good chart to help illustrate the point. You can see the scale that we've built. Tees are incredibly broad. That's basically everything. And Siamese cat tees for women is way too specific. The audience size for this is going to be tiny, and you're probably not going to find very many designs. You want to try and find that sweet spot in the middle, and in this case, it would be cat tees. It's now time to pick one of your niches, and hopefully you pick something that you enjoy, but also shows good potential. Don't pick something you enjoy that has no potential, and maybe think twice before picking a niche you hate that has high potential. You want something in the middle. The niche I've decided to pick for this training is cycling. I want to go through this entire business as I'm teaching it to you so you can see how it works and what I do firsthand, and what it will be like researching the niche, finding designs, creating them, building a store, setting up ads, all of it. For now, let me just show you how to conduct niche research and actually find that niche that you want to do and research that niche if you happen to have picked one of the niches off the list I gave earlier before. We're going to go through Etsy, we're going to go through Amazon, we're going to look at everything with the computer. I'm now going to show you how we actually conduct niche research with our computer. A little step-by-step here for you. So first we're going to go to Etsy and we're going to put in one of the niches that we've come up with, whether it's, I don't know, dogs, cats, cycling, it doesn't matter what it is. Look at your list of niches that you want to potentially go into and put it here into Etsy and just use the keyword t-shirt. So let's just say, let's just say dogs. So we'll put like a funny dogs t-shirt. I put funny in because I tend to find that funny sells really well. But don't get this confused with design research. We're just doing niche research here just to kind of get an understanding if there is enough variability and enough designs in the niche for us to actually succeed in. So there's a couple of things that you can do. We spoke about sorting by, where is it, star seller, which is, there we go, star seller. And now we can see all the ones that are star sellers. So firstly, what we're looking for here is design variability. We're looking for, okay, that's 1, that's 2, that's 3, that's 4, 5, 6. These are all different designs, 7, 8. This is amazing. This is absolutely perfect. This is great. These are some really good designs as well. And bear in mind, this is just one major keyword, funny dog t-shirt. There's probably lots of keywords that we can use, and we're going to get onto that a little bit later. Now, as well as the star sellers, we can also look at best sellers. So if you come up here into the URL at the top, you can't actually search by best seller anymore. But if you just do a little trick and you change the word star to the word best, you can see what I've done here. I'll highlight that for you there, best, and click enter. You can now actually see all the best sellers. So some of them you'll find are star sellers and best sellers, but you can see here best seller, popular now, best seller, best seller, best seller. Okay, and we've got some that didn't show up before, like this one, dog travert over here, childless dog lady for Kamala. Okay, we got a couple more, a lot going on at the moment. Got another one here, so this is like a custom one. This is a Halloween one. That's really good. So we're starting to see there's a lot of potential here. Now, again, this is just one niche. So you want to pick the niche that you're going to go into. So I think the niche we're going to go into is cycling. I like cycling. I just need to make sure I can validate it to see if it's a popular, good niche to go into. So let's change the word dogs to cycling. Okay, right, now we've got funny cycling t-shirts. These are just all the designs, but what we're going to do is we're going to add that filter. Where is it gone? Star seller. Let's show results. Okay, so we've got 1. So we're looking for variability here. So this is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. There's plenty of variability that I can see here. A lot of good designs. I love that. That is fantastic design. Okay, they see me rolling, they're hitting. Brilliant. Okay, so there's a lot of potential designs with the cycling niche. So the next thing I want to do is just look at the best sellers. Again, this isn't to be confused with design research. When it comes to the design research portion, we're going to actually be taking screenshots and doing all of that. Okay, so there aren't actually very many best sellers. This is interesting. So this is a bestseller. Your Name Racing, okay, and then wow. Let me get rid of the word funny and just have bestseller again. Okay, so there's a couple more, but not really cycling. This is interesting. This is making me a little bit nervous to go into cycling niche because I can't seem to find any best sellers. However, I can see there's a lot of star sellers and there's a lot of variability. So if I get rid of bestseller, I can see there's a lot of variability. There's a lot of different designs, which is what I'm looking for when I say variability. And there is a lot of star sellers, which is just, the star over here. Okay, this is cool. The next thing we would want to do is go and duplicate this research on Amazon. So if we go to Amazon, so you want to be on Amazon.com. So let me just go to Amazon.com. Now that we're on Amazon, we can do the same thing. We can search for cycling t-shirts. Okay, it doesn't even shop. It's all the way down there. Okay, now we've got a whole bunch of different cycling t-shirts. We've got that cranky one again. We've got this one, which we didn't see on Etsy. That's cool. We didn't see this on Etsy either. So we've got quite a few results here. Okay, now what you can do with Amazon is just sort by best sellers. This is brilliant because now, well, funnily enough, we're probably not going to find many cycling because we've got the keyword t-shirt in there. So we'll see a lot of plain t-shirts. However, we've got this one here. We might have to scroll for a little bit. An old guy on a bicycle. Okay, so 31 reviews, 100 bought in the last month. That is amazing. That is amazing. That's what we want to see. Okay, and just if you couldn't see that, you've got 100 bought in the past month. That's amazing. Awesome. Okay, keep going down. We've got biker. Really? Okay, there isn't much. Any idiot can ride a bicycle, but it takes a special kind of idiot to ride 100 miles. That's cool. 1 review, so not a crazy amount of reviews. And then, we can keep going through. So 81 reviews, psychologist, that's very, very cool. I like that a lot. 339 reviews, that's awesome. The reviews are showing us that there is actual sales. And I'll show you on Etsy as well. But typically when something has 1 review, that could equal to 100 sales. However, in print on demand, it's slightly different, but what we can guarantee is if there are reviews, there has been sales. Okay, so that's one thing that we can be sure of. Okay, so I'm seeing not as much on Amazon as I am on Etsy, but that makes sense because Amazon sells all sorts of stuff. Got another psychologist there. We've got this one over here, 65 reviews. That's awesome. Okay, and to have a look at reviews on Etsy, if we go over to Etsy, and we see, let's say, this cranky one. So you can see 4.9 stars, 4,800 reviews. Okay. So they've got a lot of reviews. However, does this item have any reviews? So there we go. Here we go. So if you scroll down, you can see reviews for this shop, 4794. That's a lot. Reviews for this item, 283. This tells me that this item has sold thousands and thousands and thousands of times for it to have 283 reviews. That is a crazy number of reviews. Forget about what they're selling it for. Forget about all of that kind of stuff. We're not selling on Etsy, so we don't have to worry about Etsy being competition. This is just good to see that this is a huge winner. This will probably do really, really well. Now, when we come to the design portion, I'll actually show you how you can see if you can sell a similar design with a Google reverse image search. And spoiler alert, so many people are selling this exact same design, so it wouldn't be any issues if you wanted to as well. So that's how you would do some niche research on Etsy and on Amazon. The next thing that we might want to do is actually come up with other keywords. For example, we've put in over here cycling t-shirt, but maybe, we've exhausted all of our options here and now we want to try bike t-shirt, or maybe we want to try pedal t-shirt, or maybe we want to try cyclist t-shirt, right? Spelled that wrong. Okay, so you see what my point is here. You want lots of different keywords to make searching for designs down the line a little bit easier. These keywords aren't necessarily that important when it comes to SEO, which is search engine optimization, and that's because we're not really focusing on SEO with our store. We're going to be running a Shopify store with Facebook ads, so we don't have to even consider SEO. A lot of people like to distract themselves with it, but really don't worry. So the benefit of having all of these different keywords is just so that when we are searching for more designs, we have more options open to us. And to find these keywords, you can go to ChatGPT and you can ask it for similar keywords in your niche. That would be great. But you can also use the keyword planner from Google. So if you create a Google Ads account, which is free, you can go to the keyword planner and click discover new keywords right here. Okay. If we click discover new keywords, we can put in cycling, and we want to get rid of United Kingdom, we want the whole world, and then we can just click get results. And now we don't have to worry about competition, top of page bid, any of this. What we're looking for is just average monthly searches. So the keyword is cycling, 100k to 1 million. Then you've got all the different keywords: electric bikes, mountain bike, so mountain cycling t-shirt, that's a good one, bike shop, bicycle, Echelon bike, best electric. Okay, so one thing that you have to be wary of here is we are trying to sell t-shirts, right? T-shirts is the product. So we have to bear in mind that when we are using keywords, we want to make sure that t-shirt is being used there. So We could put in cycle t-shirt. We can spell t-shirt in different ways, but let's just do that. Or no, I wouldn't even put I could put in cycling graphic tees as well, and let's just get some results. Okay, so cycling t-shirt 1 to 10k, that's brilliant. That's kind of like the aim we're looking for. Cycling graphic t-shirt, stretch this out a little bit, 10 to 100. Okay, so we can sort by average monthly searches. Cycling shirts men, that's a keyword we didn't consider. Bike shirts, that's a keyword. Mountain bike shirts, that's another one. Biking shirt, bike shirt, men's custom cycling shirts, mountain bike t-shirts. So what we're doing here is we're gathering a whole bunch of different keywords that we can now go and use. So if we put in custom cycling shirts, custom cycling t-shirt, or I think it just had the word shirt, it gives us some different options. Okay, so Cycle Now, Adult Later, we haven't seen that one. That's a really cool one. That's a specific actual cycling t-shirt. This is cool. You can actually customize this so it can be their name or their state or something. This is a custom one here. Best Cycling Dad, so this is custom because obviously it'll be the year that dad was born or the year they became a dad. Okay, this is awesome. So what we're seeing here is we've got tons of variability, tons of different designs. What looks like a lot of these designs would be fine to use as well. And what we're seeing is there's tons of different keywords to base our research on. So when it comes to actually picking this niche, I'm quite happy with the cycling niche. Now, I'm not suggesting you go and pick the cycling niche, but you have a whole bunch of niches that you can choose from. And this is the kind of research that you want to be doing to ensure that that niche has potential. Now, I'm not saying the niche is going to 100% succeed. No one can ever guarantee that. So just be wary of someone telling you, do this because it will 100% work. No one can say that. But what we can do is try and tip the scales in our favor by doing all of this research. So now that we've done that, you should be armed with your niche. Let's head to the next step, which is design creation. Well done for getting this far. Picking your niche was definitely a big hurdle and you got over it. I'm really, really excited to now show you designs. That is definitely the most important element, and it's vital you watch every step of it because it will really, really help determine whether or not you succeed in this business. A huge congrats if you've made it this far. We're now up to the most exciting part of this journey. This is where the business and the brand really comes alive. And I can't wait for this section. Don't get me wrong, this is also the hardest part of the journey. But if you can get through this part, you can literally do anything. There will be many low points where you just want to pull your hair out, but keep persevering. That's why I'm here. I'm here to motivate you. I'm here to ensure you've got this. So, if you feel like you're struggling, just be really proud of how far you've already come. And let's move on to designs. In terms of time frame, I've labeled this as week 2 and week 3 because it's very normal for a task like this to take 2 weeks. In terms of hours, it's impossible to say because everyone designs at different speeds and everyone will be at a different level. I would aim for 2 weeks, and that's maybe 2 to 3 hours a day at 2 weeks. So if you're putting in less time than this, it will obviously take longer. If you're putting in more time, expect it to maybe take a little bit quicker for you, but again, give yourself 2 weeks. Let's start at the very beginning of designs, determining what a good design is. This is absolutely vital. If you can't tell the difference between a good design and a bad design, we have a problem. But don't worry. We're going to dedicate a good portion of this video, this training, to understanding what makes a good design and what makes a bad design. So before we get started with the specific tasks involved in design research and design creation, let's go over the principles so we can ensure you know exactly what to look for. Now we're going to really talk about design, the principles, good designs, bad designs, what to look out for, and most importantly, how you can identify good designs versus bad designs. So I've got my iPad here. I'm going to be zooming in, out. I'm going to be drawing all about over the iPad. I'm breaking down each of these, 11, 2, 4, 5, 11 designs. There are some good ones here, there are some bad ones here. And we're going to talk about what makes them good, what makes them bad, and principles you should consider when looking for designs and creating designs for that matter. So to start with, we're going to just write down the principles that we're going to talk about in this video so that you can have them on the screen and you can see exactly what I'm referencing. So let's start by adding some text. Okay, these are the principles that we're going to be talking about in this video. Placement, size of design, graphic of design, fonts, complexity, matching fonts with the theme and the graphic, the hierarchy of design. This is a big one over here. That's a big one. And then simplify the design, and is there emotion in the design? So let's start with the first design. And this first design is actually a fantastic design. If we have a look at it, we've got a good phrase. So the phrase is ticked, "We whiskey you a Merry Christmas." That is brilliant. You know, it's very, very good. It speaks directly to people who like whiskey, and it's a good Christmas related design. Now on top of that, you've got the grunge that you can see over here following through with the grunge that you can see in the whiskey bottle. And on top of both of that, that font that they've used here matches the grunge style theme that they've got going on here. So this kind of font really matches the grunge that you've got here, the grunge here, even the grunge that the overlay that they put in the leaves and stuff. That all matches, right? Now, in terms of placement of the design, it's quite a solid rectangle. The only thing I'd say is you've got some negative space over there, but that's about it. You don't want to, you don't want to over complicate a design, and that's where we come and we have a look at simplify, right? This is really important. So if they were to add anything to this section, it would probably actually make it a little too complicated because it's already a little bit of a busy design, but it really, really works. The text is really easy to see. And if we just go through, the placement is brilliant. The size of the design is brilliant. The graphic is great. It's a whiskey and a tumbler. The fonts really go. It looks like a custom font, and it really goes with the overall vibe. Is it too complex? It's a little complex, but it's actually fine because this person is clearly a professional designer. Does the font match the theme and the graphic? 100% it does. And we're going to talk about the hierarchy in a second. Can it be simplified? Honestly, I don't think it needs to be simplified. Maybe if there wasn't any of this stuff, right? But it doesn't really need to be simplified. Like if there wasn't any of this. But honestly, that does help add to the Christmas theme. And then finally, is there emotion in it? Yeah, it's funny, right? And that's what we're going for here. Now, quickly, let me just tell you about the hierarchy of a design, because the hierarchy of a design is actually really, really important. You've got a couple things to consider when it comes to design. You've got the graphic, you've got the text, and then you've got stuff like colors and fonts. Excuse my very, very level 3 handwriting. Anyways, these are various things that you've got with a design. Now, if a design has no graphic, well, put it this way. The most important element of a design is usually the text. And when I say text, I mean to say phrase. So, at 1, we're going to put phrase. Phrase is the most important part of a design. Unless there is no text at all, phrase is always the most important part of a design. And when I say that, I mean the phrase that you're using. So like this, I'm not old, I'm a classic. You know, this is my dog walking shirt. Size matters. Phrase is really, really, really important. And to show you the flip side of that, this is one t-shirt that I've added. Thank you for supporting my huge, my small, gigantic, humongous business. This is a terrible, terrible phrase. What even is it, right? It makes no sense. So if you have text on a shirt, it is the most important thing. And that's because text can sell a shirt on its own without any graphic. And a lot of the time what you'll see is, and what you'll actually sell, are designs with no graphic at all, just with text. And they sell like absolute hotcakes. but you have to make sure the phrase is good. And what I see a lot of what people do is they make up a phrase, or they try and replicate or copy someone on Etsy that's also made up a terrible phrase. And what you want to try and do is you want to find winning phrases and designs that are good with catchy phrases like this. You know, size matters, that's great. We wish you a Merry Christmas, that's great. Dink responsibly, right? This is for pickleball. And, you know, it's a play on drink responsibly. You know, I'm not old, I'm classic. These are excellent phrases. Papa, right? That's not really a phrase, but these are excellent, excellent phrases. And it's important to know that phrase really is everything if you're going to have it. So if you have phrase, it's the number one most important thing. Now, the next important thing is the graphic, right? Now, if you have a phrase and then you add a graphic to it, you have got to make sure that the phrase matches the graphic. You don't want to have something like this, right? Where you've got a phrase and then you've got this graphic. None of this goes, right? There's so much wrong with this design. From the color of here, the green, the irrelevant lines there, this fish that looks like it's crying, the amount of, well, let me just go back and I'll show you the amount of negative space over here and here to, let's say, turn this into a rectangle. This is going to be like the belly button's about here, so this is going to be so far down. It doesn't make any sense, right? So what this person's done wrong, besides the phrase, is also the graphic. The graphic does not match the phrase. Whereas here, we've got a phrase, we wish you a Merry Christmas. So here, we've got a lovely whiskey bottle. Here, we've got a nice tumbler with whiskey in. The phrase matches the graphic perfectly. So, hierarchy. 1 phrase, 2 graphic. Now, 3 is going to be a combination of font and color. Okay, so as well as having a good phrase and matching with a good graphic, so let's say your phrase has some grunge over it, you want to make sure, like here, you want to make sure that the graphic has grunge as well. But on top of that, you also need to make sure the font matches and the color matches. I know this is quite a lot to think about, but let me give you an example. So, okay, this font, it very much matches the vibe of the design, okay? Likewise with this one. This very much matches. The word size is big, right? That was done on purpose. The grunge that you're seeing over here and on the lady is being shown through on the font, so it matches. The color, right? The design is only one color, so they didn't really have to do any matching with that. But one color designs do really, really well. What they have done is very well is they've matched the color to the t-shirt. Now I know it's the same blue, but what they've done is they've gone for that look where it's a different hue of blue, and it actually looks really, really nice. If anything, it looks a little bit better than if this was on just a black t-shirt or a white t-shirt. So, one thing important to note here is if a design doesn't have a phrase, then the graphic becomes the number one thing. Not the font or the color, the graphic. So, for example, you've got a graphic only design here. The graphic here is the most important thing. Then the color, then the font, but there's obviously no font. So, what's wrong with this graphic? Well, there's a lot wrong with this graphic, but we're going to get to that in a minute. But what I'm saying is, because this doesn't have any text here or down the side here, the graphic becomes the default most important thing to consider. Now, let's go through all of them, and I'll tell you what's actually wrong with them. Okay? So, you've got, let me just rub away this. Okay. We've done this one. This one is a perfect design. Let's give it a nice tick. Everything, it's just done everything well. The phrase, which is the most important thing here because there's a phrase on it, is perfect. The phrase matches the graphic, which you've got going on here. And then on top of that, the font matches perfectly. And because they haven't added any color, it's only gone for white. That's very easy to do. What I like to say is, if you are a really, really good designer, then, okay, maybe add some more colors, some more graphics. If you are not an amazing designer, don't add more colors and more graphics. The more you add, the more you have to match and pair, and the harder it gets. You're trying to make this a little bit easier for yourself, so keep it simple. Right, so what they've done here is they have gone for just text, so no graphic, which is okay. Text only does work. However, there's a couple things here. What is this phrase? Thank you for supporting my huge, crossed out, small, gigantic, humongous business. This isn't a thing. So phrase has already got a big X because like who's wearing that? Okay, that's the first thing. The second thing is you have to then go to font and color, right? So the font that they've used, this is very much a font that you would find in a book. You know, it's kind of like a Times New Roman kind of font. It's not a display font. It's not a font that you find on t-shirts. And I do have a whole list of fonts that you can download in our free community. So the font, again, is a big no-no, right? And then lastly, the colors. Why have they added red? Like, they've got black, and it was just black, but then some words are red. And the words are my huge, gigantic, humongous. So all the words that are like describing how big is in red, but it doesn't make sense. What would have made sense was if they had like, thank you, you know, for supporting, like curly whirly, and then like in big, you know, like my huge, right? Get rid of small. Gigantic, right? And then humongous, business. Now, this is a terrible design and it cannot be fixed, so don't even look at this. But my point is, they could have done so much more with this design. But yeah, colors also, big no-no. In terms of placement, I mean, you've got like a little rectangle here. It's not so bad. The thing that is a little bit annoying is you've got all of this, right? So if this is making up the rectangle, this is all just negative space, and that's all happening because of the words my huge and gigantic. If I get rid of my huge and gigantic, let's get rid of that and I'll show you what it could look like. Right, if you get rid of that and that, it now becomes a design that's kind of like a better rectangle, does it not? So if you put in thanks for supporting my huge, whatever, my gigantic, humongous business, that already would look a little bit better. So their placement is a little bit off as well. Okay, let's move on to this one. So now this design actually has a lot of potential. They've got really good placement here, right? It's a nice rectangle. They've lowered it. When I say placement, the placement of the design, it's a little bit too low from the top here. You can see you want it to be maybe like up here, starting over there. Now, a couple of things they've done wrong is, I don't know why they've got red. Red is, I have like a rule, and it's just something I've seen over the last 10 years, but bright red, bright yellow, bright green, any neon like kind of colors, I know this is not neon, but any close to neon colors does not look good on a t-shirt ever. Like literally ever. And this is an incredibly like bright red, like a bit like the red that I'm using here, and it just doesn't look good on a t-shirt. So that's the first thing. I don't know why they've gone for that color. Now they have no text, so the graphic is the most important thing here. Now what I find weird about this graphic is this doesn't look like it's been edited properly. So the grunge doesn't like you see this section over here and this section over here and this fade out over here. It doesn't look like it's been done properly. It looks like they tried to blend it into the t-shirt, but they haven't done a good job of that. And what I would say is, if this didn't exist, if there was no deer, you can't really see what I'm doing because of red on red, but if there was no deer and this gun was all the way down to the top to the bottom to match the stripes, that would make a lot more sense. So this design would turn into something that look like this. So you've got the stars, and then you've got all the stripes, right? And then this stripe would be the gun, and you've got the next stripe. That is what this design should look like. And if you do any research into this design and you see other people selling it, this is what you'll see. You will not see people selling this ever. You will see people selling that because that is what the design is meant to look like. So just bear that in mind when you're creating a design. With this one, what you need to look for is the color. It's the placement a little bit. You want it to be up a little bit more. And it's the over complex graphics, right? Let's just get rid of all of that so I can show you what I mean. Right, you don't need to have a deer and a gun. The gun alone says it all. You know, clearly they are into hunting. And the name of the t-shirt will probably be something like deer hunting t-shirt. So people are going to know what they're buying. Right, what have we got going on here? So this has phrase, this has a graphic, this has color, this has font, this has all of it. So this is a perfect example of what not to do. Coastal chill, fishing thrill. What, like, I mean, I have looked into the fishing niche a lot in the last couple of years, and I've never come across this saying. So I don't know where this saying has come from. Is it AI? Is it just from their mind? That's fine, whatever. One thing to note here is a lot of the time you'll want to make up phrases, and you'll think they're great phrases. When you are first starting out with your first 100 designs, find phrases that have already worked. Then what you can do is either, if that phrase is being used by lots of people, you can use it as well, or you find a phrase that has already worked and then you tweak it and you try and create similar phrases. But to completely make up a phrase is so flipping difficult. So phrase, big X. Okay, the next thing after the phrase you have to look at is the graphic. So again, they've gone for like a neon blue. This really bright blue. I feel like this is meant to be a piranha, but I don't know why they've gone for this graphic. So graphic is going to be a no. Now, in terms of placement, you've got huge spacing, right? Really, this design should be more like this. And then what they could have done is they have the fish here and they have text curved around the fish. And if you have a look at any of the later on in the video, we give you a whole bunch of templates, placement templates. This is actually one of the popular ones. So it's like a circle kind of thing, and then you've got the text, right, like that. That's what it should have looked like. Okay, so in terms of the text, very, very small text as well. So you'd want the text to be, you know, a little bit bigger, and they could have even done like text around like that to kind of make it go around the fish or something. And then lastly, you've got font and you've got color. So why are there 3 colors? 1, 2, 3. One thing I try to tell people is to stick to 2, maybe 3 colors if it could work. And if you can, go for 1. 1 color will always be king. And then if you can, you know, put 2 colors in and it makes sense and it worked and you've paired the colors well, then go for it. When you put 3 colors in, it gets a little bit harder. And then from 4 onwards, don't attempt it unless you really know what you're doing. Or unless you're creating a vintage sunset one where you have, you know the sunset where you got all of these are different colors, right? All the lines are different colors. So I don't know why they've gone for 3 colors. And on top of that, the actual graphic and text, you know, this grungy kind of graphic actually matches they match each other, right? The graphic matches the text, which is good. But one thing I'll say is the text is far too small, you know, to see it. It's going to be even smaller on the t-shirt. And I don't know why they've gone for a purple, an orange, and like a blue. This all could have been 1 color. This design could have been similar to this design, you know? They definitely could have gone for that kind of vibe. So that's a couple things to consider with this. If you see this kind of design, run. Right, we've then got this design. This design is great. So it's got, you know, obviously a phrase, which is Papa. It's got some graphics. It's got a font. It's got no color, which is fine. In terms of placement, the placement is absolutely perfect. It's just on the chest. So if you imagine a person's chest is going to be like this, right? We're being very generous here with their 6-pack, right? If their chest is going to be like this, you don't want a design. So let me draw that out for you a bit more. So if the chest is like this, right? And then you've got the abs over here. You don't want a design showing up over here because these are like the nipples and it just looks a little bit weird, right? You don't want it showing up too high on the neckline. What you do is you want to have it showing up right in the center of the chest, right? Don't use this as an example because this is placed absolutely terribly. And what they've done here is they've actually placed it perfectly in the center. Like this placement is beyond perfect. So that's a big tick. Placement's a big tick. The next is the phrase Papa. Yeah, perfect. We know that works. It gets lots of sales. Lots of people do it. Now the graphics that they've used, do they match? Yes, it's actually really cool because the graphics they're using as making up the actual font, and it's subtly hinting towards fishing. So they've really put a lot of thought into this design and made it make a lot of sense. And I like how the two P's are actually different. And then lastly, you've got the actual font. Now the font matches this perfectly. It's like a grungy kind of font. It goes with the niche. It goes with the audience, which is going to be like a dad buying this. It just works. You know, it's like the grunge works with this niche really, really well. So they've just done absolutely everything perfect here. And then they've got one color, you know, white. And that's all they need. Let's have a look at this one. So the first thing, what can you see that's wrong with this design? The first thing, the color. Now I know that wasn't in level of importance. The most important thing is phrase, but because the color is bright green, it just stands out to me. So the next thing, let's start with the most important element here, phrase. What is this phrase? Keep it coastal, keep it real. Actually, it's kind of a cool phrase. I think that could work. So I'm going to give the phrase a little tick here. I haven't seen this phrase before, but it is quite cute. In terms of the placement, well, what do you think about this placement? Bear in mind, this is the chest, right? So think about where this design is. It's kind of like floating below their chest. It looks a little bit weird, right? And they've got all this negative space up here with just a long, thin, pointy fishing rod, right? It just doesn't make any sense. So what they could have done was potentially have the text like, have the text up here. They could have even gone for a design like this, right? The graphic like that. And then they have the bottom text here. So this is saying, keep it real. This is saying, keep it coastal. And then they have some form of, not this graphic, some form of graphic there, right? Similar to this design. It could have worked. Now, what is wrong with this graphic? This graphic is, you have different types of graphics. You know, you've got your AI kind of graphics, you've got clip art graphics, you've got real life photos, and it's very hard knowing what to put on a design. So something like this is a clip art that you'd pretty much find in a PowerPoint presentation. You do not want this on a t-shirt. No one wants this on a t-shirt. Look at the difference between this graphic and this graphic, right? Two very, very different styles. This graphic is brilliant. Likewise with this. Two very different styles, but you don't want to go for like these kind of clip art style graphics on t-shirts. Clip art style graphics never look good. And on top of that, I don't know why they've gone for one color. One color. This is two colors. This is three colors. And I believe this could even be four colors. The shadow of the fish or the puddle of the fish. Way too many colors. Right? This whole thing could have been one color. Right? Maybe two colors. And it could have looked a whole lot better. I'm not even going to address the bright green because we all know how bad bright green looks. Okay. Just having a look at all the different things here. You know, we've got complexity. Is this too complex? I wouldn't say it's too complex, but there's definitely too much going on. Could it be simplified? 100%. Yes, it could be simplified. Is there any emotion in it? It's kind of funny, but like not really. The font is actually not bad. The font is okay. You know, they haven't picked a terrible font. They've just placed it terribly. So placement is terrible. Size of the design is terrible. Graphic of the design, terrible. Font is okay. Complexity. I wouldn't say it's complex. I would just say it's a mess. Does the font match the theme and the graphics? The font matches the theme, which is fishing, kind of like, because this is like a grungy kind of font, but it does not match the graphics. Could it be simplified? 100%. Is there emotion in it? Yeah, there's a little bit of emotion in it. Right, and then we've got this design. We've spoken about this design already, but it's just perfect. You know, they've got the phrase is funny, it's relatable, everyone gets it, it's a nice play on words, it's just good. It's a very, very famous phrase, and they've related it to fishing. So phrase gets a big tick. The way they've done the placement, so this is a nice perfect rectangle, but not only that, they've done a nice big word size, because obviously size is big, so that's huge, it's really good. And then matters, a little bit smaller, less important, and it doesn't bear as much significance. And then of course they've put the fish there so people realize that they're talking about fishing, but not only that, they've put a woman fishing there, right? Which is kind of like a subtle thing of like women would say size matters. Now I'm not saying they would say that, and with fishing you tend to find very, very rude designs, and this is just one of them. But just the way they've done this, the grunge in the text is perfect. The grunge matches the grunge on the woman graphic. The placement of the woman in the middle is absolutely perfect. This is perfect from placement of this from above and from the sides. Right, that's all perfect. And then the overall coloring, the font matches the graphic. It's just great. Well, this is actually one of the designs that is in our templates. And then we've got this one. This one has no graphic, well, except for this. It has no graphic, but it's just text. It's a phrase. So the most important thing about this is the phrase. This is my dog walking shirt. Brilliant phrase. Perfect, right? It just ticks all the boxes. This is a proven seller. Great. Now, in terms of their placement, they've got really, really good placement going on here. Really, really perfect. The spacing here and here and here is also perfect. And what they've done here is they've added subtle touches to this design to make it match the niche even more. So they've got this over here, they've got this over here, got this over here. And all these subtle touches are a call out to dog owners. So you've got the leash, the lead, I should say, the paw print, the tail even over here. The fonts, so they've got two fonts here, so important those two fonts match. One font, two font. Do they match? Yes. Why do they match? Various reasons why they match. The thickness of this font is the exact same thickness of this font. That's the first thing. The grunge that you see in this font is the exact same grunge that you are seeing in this font. Okay? And because of that, it makes them almost look like the same font, but obviously we know they're not. Now on top of that, the placement they've done here, so you can see the curvature around the D matches the curvature around the this. The curvature here matches my. You've got this nice line here to match the shirt. You've got the line here to oppose that line there. So they've really made sure that they have designed this well, right? The placement, everything about this is perfect. Could it be more simple? No, I don't think it needs to be more simple. Could it be more complex? Yes. So don't make it more complex. You don't want designs to be overly complex. Does this say everything it needs to say? Yes, 1000%. You know this is for dog owners. You know this is people that like walking their dog. It's just perfect. It's just perfect in every single way. And then again, they've gone for one color, which is just always easier to go for one color. Then you got this one. This is, I think, the most popular design on Amazon. It's, well, if not, it is one in the top 10 of most popular designs on Amazon. And if we look at the placement, so you got the placement here. So this is perfect. There's no negative space anywhere. The curvature comes around the curvature of the car over here. The curvature here comes around the curvature of the car over here, right? So the placement is absolutely perfect. The grunge in the text matches the grunge in the car, and based on who this design is for, right, it's going to probably be for a dad of some sort. The font that they've gone for matches perfectly with the audience, with the overall design. So they've ticked every single box there. This one is a big no-no. All they've done is they've plonked a picture on it. And what this means is, firstly, there's way too many colors. Like, there's probably millions of colors in here because it's a picture, right? Way too many colors. On top of that, you've got these harsh edges, right? Now, unless you are a company like Supreme or some other very, very popular, famous streetwear brand, putting a picture on a t-shirt never looks good. These edges are so unbelievably harsh. And on top of that, when you put a t-shirt, when you put this design on a t-shirt, because it's such a thick, rich design, it's going to feel like this plastic thickness on your chest, and it does not feel nice. Right, so in terms of that, so there's no phrase here, right? So the next most important thing is the graphic. This isn't a graphic, it's a photo, and I would never recommend putting photos on a t-shirt. It just never looks good. So if you take nothing away from this entire 6-7 hours, however long this video is, just take away that don't put a picture on a t-shirt, please. And then lastly, dink responsibly. So phrase, this is a massive tick. This is, play on drink responsibly, perfect for pickleball players. So dink, that's just what it's called, dink. Dink responsibly. The whole graphic, so the placement, right, is pretty much spot on. You've got this nice curvature. There's a little bit of negative space here, but I think that works because of the whole idea of the ball being hit and it's going over the word dink. The two fonts, you've got two very different fonts here, but they match because you've got like nice thickness here. Same with the nice thickness there. You've got the very subtle grunge matching the very, very subtle grunge, and that subtle grunge is being passed on to here and passed on over to the ball. So there's grunge over this whole design, which makes it all match. Like I said, the phrase is a big tick. The graphics match the phrase. The graphics match print on demand as a whole as well. They're not like realistic graphics. They're not clip art graphics. They just work perfectly. Could it be more simple? I don't think it needs to be. I think this is really, really, really good. And that's what I would say. And these are the designs that I've spoken about here. I've done this a lot with, these kind of designs. More designs over here. There's just, I do these design walkthroughs quite a lot. So for example, if we just take a look at this one, you've got here the phrase. This one was perfect example of phrase, graphic, and font. The phrase was perfect. Just one more chapter. That is a brilliant phrase. It does really, really well. The graphic is a big no-no, and the font and the color is a big no-no. We have a look at some examples. Just placement here is perfect. Chapter here is perfect. On top of that, you've got the perfect kind of grunge font that matches the grunge of the skeleton. The graphic, the colors, you've got one color across the whole thing, whereas here there's going to be hundreds of colors in this person, right? So that is just spot on, right? Likewise with here, you've got a lot more colors. You've got one color, two color, you've got a whole bunch of colors, but this person is clearly a professional designer. You can just tell based on the way this R looks, the way this J comes down and like fits in the little nook here of the books, right? You've got this chapter here in a different font, but the grunge makes it match the main font, and then the color here, this is the same color as the color here, so it all brings it together. So sometimes it's okay to bring in colors, bring in different fonts that really look different, if you can make sure you make them look the same. So like I said here, two very different fonts, but the person has made them look the same based on the color and the grunge that he's added to both of them. And then also just the placement of this is so flipping good. So that is what I would say when it comes to looking for designs. When you now go and look for your designs to add to your mood board, you want to find designs like this, designs like this, like this, like this, like this, like this. You do not want to go for designs like this or this or this. And to make your life a lot easier, later on I'm going to give you a whole bunch of templates, and you can use your research. You can use those templates for your research. So when you are looking for designs, you can try and emulate the designs in that infographic, because all the designs in the infographic are proven winning designs, and they are all fantastic designs. So that should hopefully help you out quite a lot. Anyways, for now, I hope this video helped you. I hope you look at this, and this is what you have to focus on. This is what's important. And then in terms of hierarchy, you've got the hierarchy here. So remember, phrase is always the most important if there's going to be text on the design, and then graphic and placement and all of that kind of stuff, and then font and color. And by the way, placement isn't really in the top 3. Placement is just always God tier. You've always got to make sure placement's good. No matter what phrase you do, or what graphic you do, or what anything you do, the placement's always got to work. So just reserve a little special thing above number 1 for placement. Placement is always going to be super important because you can see here, bad placement, good placement. Placement does a lot. Okay, so just remember this. And then if there's no phrase, if it's just a graphic only design, then the graphic becomes the next most important thing. Again, obviously after placement. Anyway, I hope that helped. If you haven't already realized, there's a lot to consider when looking at designs. Hopefully that helped with you determining what to be looking for. And I promise you, it does get easier. It might seem like a mountain of information to keep in your head whilst looking for designs, but before long, you'll be able to spot a good design in a second or two. You'll find yourself darting around the internet, pinpointing good and bad designs. Like anything, you get better the more you do it. So the more you look for designs and identify good ones, the easier and faster it will become. Okay, well, with that all done, I think we're ready to build our design mood board, our ideation board. This is where it gets fun. This is a super important step and will make your life so much easier. So please don't skip it. What is a mood board? A mood board is a collection of images. Our mood board is going to be super organized and I'm going to show you exactly how to make it. And on top of that, you can actually just download my exact template. That will hopefully save you some time. But still, I want to show you how to make it so you understand the fundamentals of the mood board. We use an app called Figma. It's free to use and they do have a paid version, but that's for more corporate use. We don't need it, so don't start paying for Figma. Now, let me go onto the computer and actually show you how to create this custom mood board. Again, you can't download the template. All the downloads for this entire video will be available to you. They'll be down below, so don't worry, but don't get distracted right now. Let's focus on our mood board and going through what makes our mood board so flipping good. I now want to take you through each section of the mood board that we have created. So I have created this template for you, and in order to install the template, once you've downloaded the FigJam file, all you need to do is go to the home page here on Figma, once you've obviously installed Figma, which is a free app that you can just download on Google. So once you've downloaded Figma, you click Create New, Import, and then, sorry, you're going to be importing a Figma file because it does Figma and FigJam. So basically, it will be a .fig file, and all the downloads will be available. So don't worry, the link's down below, and I'll show you how to get to them, later on. But all the downloads will be available for you. But all you need to do is just do that, import your .fig mood board that I've created, the template, and you will get something that looks like this. So let's just quickly walk through this. So let's start with, you've got all these different boxes, okay? And by the way, to create a box like this, you just have to go here and you've got frame, section, or slice. So this is a section, and you can just drag a new section, and then you can title this as demo, right? And the difference between a section and a frame is a frame looks more like this. So I know that they're very similar, but it's nice to, the sections are much more clearer, and you put frames in sections. Okay. So let me get rid of the demo. So we've got Etsy research. So all the screenshots. And by the way, the idea of this mood board is to take tons and tons of screenshots, hundreds and hundreds of screenshots, and add them to this Figma file to keep ourselves really, really organized. So we've got the Etsy research. All the screenshots from Etsy will go here. All the Redbubble ones will go here. Anything from Google that isn't a t-shirt will go here. So let's say you want to just come up with good design. So you search for, let's just use the cycling niche, cycling posters, or cycling mugs, or cycling birthday cards, and you find quick sayings and quips and whatever it may be from Google. Those screenshots will go here. The fonts will go here, which is auto-populated because I've added them for you. And by the way, all of these are clickable. Pop culture reference in gray area, any designs that are pop culture references or gray area, and I've spoken about this already in the video, but that's what will go here. We've then got Amazon research, so obviously anything on Amazon. Google research, so this is now t-shirts on Google. Competition website, so if we find other Shopify stores, then that can go here. The phrase genie we're going to talk about very soon, but that will go here. Your own made up phrases can go here. Personalized designs go here, so designs that are going to be personalized with people's names, maybe location or dates. And then
designs that you find with Creative Fabrica, with Vexels or Creative Market, and then you have the review and the done. And the way this works is we are going to add all of our designs to these ones. We're going to just blast it with designs, right? And that will be the first task. The second task will be deciding which of them we want to create first. So we will drag designs, and I'll show you how to do all of this, but we'll drag designs into the review. So let's say, you know, there's 4 in Etsy research that we like and 10 in Amazon. We don't copy them, like copy and paste them. We take the design, and I'll show you how to do this, but we'll drag it into this review section. Once we have 100 designs, because that's our aim here, to make 100 designs. Once we have 100 in the review section, we then start creating them. Once we've created a design, well, that can go, we'll organize that later, but what we tend to do is we create pages here. So this page would be called mood board, and then we'd have a page called final designs, and we even split up our designs into their categories. So for example, if we have personalized final designs or whatever, like we split it up. You don't have to. So then all your designs go here, your final ones, and once you've created a design, you move it from the review over to the done. There you go. Bing, bang, bosh. It's all organized, and that is how you should try and stay for the entirety of this business. The more organized you stay, the easier it will be to create more designs and stay focused with what's important.
Having a mood board with hundreds and hundreds of research designs will really help us with this business ongoing. Coming up with new design ideas can be so tough, especially as this is ongoing and we're always going to be adding new ideas. But by having an organized mood board of inspiration, we can quickly find ideas to make. And whenever we spot a good idea online, in a shop, we can quickly add a screenshot or a photo to our mood board to be reviewed later on. So let's fill up this mood board now. I recommend finding at least 200 designs, but if you can do 300 or 400, then you'll be an absolute legend. Oh, and you'll be making your life way infinitely easier.
Okay, we are now up to actually finding designs and adding them to our mood board. So let me show you exactly how to do that using Etsy, Amazon, Redbubble, and Google. And you can follow along if you want with me. The idea here is we are literally going to do our research, take the screenshots, and add them over to Figma all in real time. So if we start with cycling t-shirt, and I assume you've watched in order, so you know how to identify a good design, you know how to use your mood board, so when you're doing this portion of the work, you should know how to identify a good design. So for example, you will pick something like this, but you might not pick something like this, or something like, I don't know, let's go to page 5, right? You might not pick something along the lines of this, right? Or hopefully not this. But that's what my point here. Or yeah, okay, here's a perfect example. You hopefully, if you've watched a bit on the iPad where I've gone through the design principles, what to look for, and all that kind of stuff, hopefully when you come across a design like this, you'll immediately be like, no, don't want that design. That is a bad design. Let's move on. Okay, and that's what we're looking for here. So we're not just taking screenshots of bestsellers or star sellers. We are obviously taking screenshots of bestsellers and star sellers, but we are also taking screenshots of just designs that we think are good, that tick all the principles that we want to potentially give a try. So let's go through, starting with, I love that one. We can also open them so they can zoom a little bit more, but that's fine. This is a good one. That's good for Christmas. So I'm just taking all these screenshots. I don't like that one. Well, I like that one, but I think we can make a better design. So let me... This is cool. This is great. This is cool as well. Don't like that one. I guess it's kind of cool, though. Maybe. We'll see. It's a cool idea. This one's cool. Sometimes I wonder if my bike is thinking about me too. That's for a back design. Interesting. Okay, so we'll try and get some of the front design there as well. That's a great design. So you can see what we're doing here. We're just taking a lot of... I don't really like that, to be honest, but maybe it can be improved. We've got that one already. This one's super cool. Got that one already. This one's a cool custom one. That's a great design, but I don't know if you'll be able to use the word Strava, so we'll have to look at that a little bit later. Ride, that's a sick design. That's cool. It's hard to read though, but it's kind of cool. Psychologist, yep, it's a super popular phrase. Never underestimate, it's a really popular phrase as well. Psychopath, very popular. Retirement plan, awesome. Life is beautiful. Is a beautiful ride. That's cute. That could be cool. That's very clever. I like that as well. Hard to see though, but we can make it better. That's kind of cool. That's really cool. That's brilliant. That's funny. Okay, did that one already. Don't like that one at all. Not a fan. Cycling is my therapy. This is awesome. Don't like that. I'm not a regular grandpa. I'm a cycling grandpa. That's cool, but I would make it better. Cool. Okay. That's a sick design. That's good for Christmas. Okay. Now, that's just a small portion of what we've got here with Etsy. Now what we need to do is actually go to our Figma mood board, which is over here. We need to open up our Finder and drag all of them in. You can see we've got all of these designs here. Let's just drag them in to Etsy Research. Bam, there you go. Right, now, we've got them all here. Right, this is not very many. We're going to get a lot more. Oops, we want this to be completely full. We want this to be completely full. Now, we can make it a little bit bigger, so it's easy to read if you want. But you can see we've barely scratched the surface with Etsy. We need this to be completely full. And bear in mind, if we decide to, let's say, design this one, and this goes in the review stage, it goes down here, right? And when it's in the review stage, maybe you can make it a little bit bigger. But once it's in the review stage, it's now left here, which means when this starts depleting, we need to add more. And again, remember, this was just one keyword. So I'll put this back in for now. This was just one keyword. This was just, I think it was just cycling t-shirt or funny cycling t-shirt. What was it? Just cycling t-shirt. So there's so many more keywords that we can use here. So that's Etsy. Now let's do some on Amazon. I'm expecting you to beef out your mood board a lot more than I have shown here. I want this to be completely full. And I will beef this out, but I don't need to do the whole thing on the camera because you'll just get slightly bored watching me do that. But okay, let's go through here. We can, again, sort by bestsellers if we wanted to, but I'm actually just happy not to. I like this design. I'm happy just to kind of pick designs like this. And if you're on a Mac, I'm doing Command-Shift-4 to take these screenshots. This is a cool design. I know we've got this one already, but I actually prefer the look of this one. Life is better on a bike. That's a cool design. That's interesting. I can't really see what it says though, so let's zoom in so we can make sure we see what it says. That's really cool. I like that a lot. It's my bike, okay. That's a classic. My therapist, that's a classic. Sometimes I wonder if I'm marketing about me too. Also a classic. I know I've got this one already. I would not do that. But moving on. Psychologist, this is cool. I like the retro sunset vibe. Okay, anything else? Psychologist, noun. Bigfoot. Okay then, let's put Bigfoot in. Life behind bars, that's cool. That's a cool reflection. Like a peloton of some sort. Oh, I like that. Is my bike okay because of the skid mark? That's much cooler. That's also really cool. That's definitely like some sort of AI. Oh, that's sick. This is great. I don't think it needs this bike bit. I cycle to burn off the crazy. That's cool. Today's schedule. Amazing. That's for e-bikes. I like that. That's interesting. That's cool. Okay, that's cool as well. It's a classic style. Bikeaholic. Oh, that's cool. I like that. So you can see I'm picking the designs that I think are actually good designs. Or not necessarily good designs, but have good potential. Like, I would change this up a little bit. Like, I wouldn't use this exact design because I don't actually think it's very good, but I can see it has potential. This, on the other hand, is just a fantastic design, and we'll probably find that on Creative Fabrica later on. Cycling down like a regular but cooler. American flag, why not? Oh, shift, that is amazing. Okay, see, that's terrible design. I'm not even going to bother taking it. I don't need to take a screenshot of terrible designs. Done that one already. Okay, we can go on to the next page. Right, now let's add all of those to our mood board. So we've got the Amazon section here. Let's add, where did Amazon start? Amazon started over here. Nice, so let's just add all of this. Okay. Amazing. Right, we've got Amazon. Let's just lock the layer. If you lock the layer, it stops when you want to select all of them. You can see how the layer just moves. So if we lock this frame, just do that. And there we go. Now we can select them all and move them. Awesome. Okay, Amazon research. You can see we've got a lot more research to be doing on Amazon. The next is Redbubble. So going over to Redbubble. Now with Redbubble, you're going to find a lot more rubbish designs. Bike t-shirt. For example, I mean, probably don't even need to tell you what's a bad design and what's a good design. So instead of sorting by, because I know, let me just say, on the Etsy and the Amazon, I didn't really sort by bestsellers or star sellers or anything like that, because the majority of the designs are quite good. On Redbubble, it's known for having really terrible designs. So what I like to do when I'm doing some research on Redbubble is I will sort by trending or bestseller, and then you can start to see the quality of design picks up slightly. Well, I say that, but maybe I'm wrong. What is going on here? Okay. This cottage core designs are really good. So I need to zoom in a little bit here so I can. That's kind of cute. That's kind of cute. I don't know why, but I'm going to take a screenshot of that. That's cool. Not a fan of that. No. That's cool, but we can make it a lot better. I don't know what the placement is so far down, so I get the belly button. Okay. Okay. This is kind of cool. Done that one. That's like a Star Wars TIE fighter. Yeah, TIE fighter handlebars. I wouldn't do that. E.T. This would be the grey area pop culture reference design. If you see me collapse, please hit pause on my Garmin. Okay, thing to do in my spare time. So we're getting a lot of motorbike stuff as well. That is a great design. That would be good for motorbikes, not necessarily cycling, but that is such a funny design. That's going to say Kawasaki, if no one knows the brand name. Quick as Saki. That's very good. Okay, awesome. Right, so we haven't got that many from Redbubble. We can do maybe cycling as well. Maybe it'll come with better t-shirts. Most relevant. Let's go. We can also go trending as well to have a look. What's trending now? Bike now, adult later. That's cool. I still like best sellers because they tend to do better. This is a cool one. Okay, I'm getting a lot of the similar designs with cycling. Oh, Psychopath. I haven't done that with a definition yet. I've lost it though. There it is. Let's zoom in and take that. Add that to our mood board. And I also saw something that I liked. That's cool. That's cool. Only gains. I saw another one that I liked. That's kind of cool. Don't like the gradient though, where it doesn't print very well when you do gradients. That's kind of cool. Like bibs, but we can make something much better, just as an idea. That's kind of cool. Bike, just fix it. That's kind of cool. I don't know. That's going to be grey area. That's got to be grey area. Even though it was taken on Redbubble, we will keep. So, for example, what I'm saying is here is, even if you take a screenshot and it goes in Amazon or it goes in Etsy, some screenshots need to go in pop culture references / grey area. Some will have to go straight to personalized. So these are like the overall categories: Etsy, Redbubble, Amazon, Google. But within these, you might actually want to move them straight to pop culture, personalized, and it's pretty much just those two. Okay, let's add those Redbubble ones. So Redbubble started with that one. Gosh, I need to add a lot more designs than this. Okay, the last place that we will search for this first phase of design research is Google. So if we go over to Google and we type in cycling t-shirt, we need to go over to either images or shopping, both work. And then with Google, what tends to work well as well is doing graphic cycling t-shirt, and then you start getting more graphic style things, and then we can screenshot. So that's a cool one. That's another cool sunset. That's a cool one with a fox. The outdoors works best. Cycling. Okay. Weapon of stress reduction. That's cool. The best days are spent behind bars. So that's another bars one, but with a slightly different twist on the wording. So I'm going to take that wording as well. That's interesting. This is cool. You can have like people's different cities, and you can do like a city collection, or we can do a city collection. That's quite cool. It's just a hill. Get over it. Nice. Cycling nostalgia. Okay. Right, this is cool. That's cool as well. So another thing I forgot to mention is the Google research here is for t-shirts, but the Google search here where it says not t-shirts, you can see how it says not t-shirts, is for other things. So let me show you that. First, I'm going to just quickly add the Google ones that I've just found, just so we can keep organized. I can delete them from my desktop. Otherwise, this turns into a mess. Right, they're all there. So let me just put that here. Now, if we're going to do Google search that isn't t-shirts, we could put in funny cycling birthday cards. Now we can either go shopping or we can go images. There'll be a whole bunch. But what we can do with this information here is we can actually see if we can relate them or change them to work for t-shirts. So if we go, shopping has disappeared here. Let me just search that again. There we go, shopping. Okay, so a cyclist birthday plans. So we can just say a cyclist's plans, and then that. That's a cool one, and we can even make that a custom one with people's names if we wanted to. Legend in Lycra, we can definitely do something with that. I got out of breath, took a few tumbles, pulled a leg muscle, and that was just getting my shorts on. That could be potentially used. Again, there's going to be a lot more text on these, so we have to be careful not to find ideas that would just simply be too difficult, too much text on a t-shirt. Because bear in mind, it's not a birthday card. Ride your bike. Okay, that's cool. Right, and then we can maybe put in posters. See if there's any posters that come up that are cool. Bikeaholic, that could be cool. If it's not on Strava, it didn't happen. That's cool. Good is something you do, not something you talk about. Okay, so we can easily relate that to cycling. Okay, and then there's one more thing we can do here. Well, there's actually lots more we can do here. But there's one more thing I'm going to tell you about, which is finding designs based on another niche and seeing how you can relate it back. So if we ever like really exhausted our cycling ideas and we're like just running out, what we can do is funny running t-shirt, okay? And now if I collapse, please pause my watch, that works perfectly for cycling, right? So obviously you would just change that to a person cycling. Running socks, so running socks, cycling socks. thought it said socks. Okay, let's find out. Running is my cardio. Cycling is my cardio. Bam. There you go. Running. Now, pretty much the greatest thing in the world. Exclusively reserved for the highly intelligent and impossibly good looking. And you just make cycling over here, right? You can see how you can easily take something from the running niche and very easily relate it back to the cycling niche. If I collapse, please pause and watch. Yeah, that's a world's okayest cycler, right? If I collapse, please pause and watch. That's another one. Good things come to those who sweat. That works. I run better than our government. I cycle better than our government. Okay, so that one doesn't work so well because, you know, it's like this one is like I run the government. Like the government is run, right? So it's just a play on words there. But yeah, eat pasta, run faster. So you can do eat pasta, cycle faster. No balance, that works as well, but that's a grey area. So what we're doing here is, like I said, we are finding other niches and seeing how we can relate them back to our cycling. Again, this is just to really broaden the potential of ideas that we have. Okay, so hopefully once you've done this exercise, you'll have full Etsy research, full Amazon, full Google, full Redbubble, and full Google Not t-shirts. We want to see these completely beefed out. Don't skip this step. Don't go easy on this step. Really go hard with this step and fill out your mood board. Trust me, it's going to make your life 10 million times easier.
Okay, now we're talking. Look at how beefed out this mood board is looking. Hopefully you're learning as I'm filling out this mood board. There's a couple of areas we haven't yet looked at, so let's take a quick look at those. Then I'll share 2 free resources that we built for you that are absolutely epic.
Creating designs isn't everyone's cup of tea. So now we're going to look at how we can find ready-made designs on Creative Fabrica and Creative Market and also on Etsy. Now I've got Vexels here as well, but we're going to leave that one out for the meantime. So on Creative Fabrica, this, by the way, is just a brilliant platform to download SVG files, and it's super affordable. I mean, in the UK, it's £47 for 12 months. I know it says additional months, but that's because I've already got an account. But £47 for 12 months is probably one of the cheapest places to get graphics and fonts. And just by the way, they haven't sponsored this video or anything, but like, if you have a look, there are, how many fonts are there? There are, tens of thousands, 188,000 fonts. That's mad. That's mad. Okay, so basically a lot of stuff. So, and that's fonts, graphics, all of it. So if we put in cycling t-shirt, let's see what comes up. Okay, so we've got, and bear in mind, just because a design is on Creative Fabrica, it doesn't actually mean it's good. For example, this is not a good design. It's awful. There's so much negative space, it just isn't a very good design. This one, however, we could probably download that and use it as it is. So what we would do is we would copy link. We would go over to Creative Fabrica. We'd grab a text file, start a text, and you can see we've got the link in there. We can make it like a little bit bigger though, can't we? So let's just make it a little bit bigger. Right, now we've got that link there. We can download that whenever we need to. Another way of doing it is just to take a screenshot, but then the annoying thing with a screenshot is you've then got to go and find it when you do come to potentially buy it. Or alternatively, what you could just do if you do have a subscription is straight up download it and then just add the final downloaded file here. It's up to you how you want to play it, but for now we're just doing a little bit of research. So this is cool. Let's add this link. I would change the colors, but the link is fine. So again, copy that link, go here, add the next link. Let's just make this a bit bigger, all the way down. There you go. Now I've got tons of space. Just a guy who loves bicycles and a psychiatrist. That's just a weird design. Is my bike okay? So I would just get rid of this guy and just keep here. And a lot of the time you're downloading, a lot of the downloads you're getting are SVGs. So you can actually just quickly manipulate it however you want. There you go. Next one. That's interesting. Copy link address. And then this is a cool one potentially, but no, it's not so good, is it? Okay, it has okay ones, but a lot of them are a bit crap. We saw that one earlier, and we've got a screenshot of it already. So, anything else? That one's cool. Some of these we've actually got up here, but this obviously just saves us having to create them if we can just download them, because obviously we like to try and be as efficient with our time as possible. That's cool. You can see you can get the AI file, the SVG file, or the PNG file. So we're just going to get all of them, but we'll probably end up using the SVG file. Okay, burn fat, not fuel, happy cycling. Okay, so that is Creative Fabrica. That's how you would use it. And again, you would try lots of different keywords. You would try lots of different things. That is how you would use it. The next one is Creative Market. This is quite a bit more expensive, but you get some really cool designs. So if I put in cycling t-shirt, I find the artwork on here is a lot better. So you'll get a lot of this kind of stuff because this is not just a graphic kind of place. So you might have to search quite a little bit more to find. And if it doesn't have, it doesn't have. I mean, so be it. It doesn't always have everything. So here we go. Let's have a look at this one. Open the new tab. Okay, so we've got that first one. There's this one as well, 15 cycling. So you can see it just looks a lot better, doesn't it? Okay, anything else that we can see? Oh, 153 t-shirt bundle. I don't know if it's recycling, but we can have a look at that. That looks cool. That's obviously AI. Okay, so let's have a look. So we've got this one. I'm not saying these are all related to cycling, but they're surfing Hawaii, so you can do cycling Hawaii with a bike. And the way that this works is you've got member or regular prices. So regular prices are full price. Members usually have some sort of discount, so 25% off, up to 25% off for members. Okay, you have to obviously go for the commercial, not just the personal. I don't think you need to go for extended commercial. And then what you need to do is, well, you can add to cart. Now, a little trick here, but before I say that little trick, let me just quickly show you. These are the other ones. Very cool. Okay, and then these are the other ones. Probably nothing to do with cycling though. Okay, so there's two ways. We can obviously buy this without a membership or with a membership. Now, with a membership, this is the best way to do this. So if we click subscribe and download, you can see they've got various different prices here. They've got a firstly, you can do build monthly. And by the way, they haven't sponsored. This is just a little trick to save some money if you're going to use Creative Market. So you have a build monthly and a build annually. Never do the build annually. Even though you get slightly better percentage off the entire site, it's not worth it, and I'll tell you why. So what you're doing is you are paying for credits, and those credits are being used to buy the design. Okay, so this is going to cost you $7.92, so basically 792 credits. Okay, and the reason why I find this a bit dumb, their layout, is because when you spend $29.95, you're not getting any like extra credits. You are literally just getting 2,995 credits. Likewise, $99.95, you're getting 9,995 credits, equivalent to $99. So the best thing to do here is to go through Creative Fabrica and add everything that you want to add to your cart. So let's say we add that to the cart, we add that to the cart, and we add that to the cart. We can see that our cart is now, let's view our full cart, okay? And our cart is $48. Okay, now I try and stick to various pricing things. So here we go, subscribe and save. So if I do subscribe and save, it goes down to $42, and I'll show you why. Because my cart costs $48, meaning I would probably get this one. So I'd pay $29.95, and then the remaining I'd have to just pay extra. So I'd have to pay another, what is that, 30? I have to pay another $18 on top of this in order to afford it, okay? And then I'll get 12% off all assets. Now, the thing that I find really stupid here is because with $9.95 a month, you get 5% off. $29.95 a month, you get 12%. But $99, you get 20% off. So what I try and do is I try and fill my cart with at least $99.95, so $100 worth of stuff. That way I can subscribe to this one, get 20% off, so get the highest discount, subscribe for 1 month, so pay the $99.95, immediately download the $99.95 worth of items, obviously with the discount, and then just cancel. right? That way, I've still paid the same amount of money. I've basically paid $99.95. I've just done it through signing up to a monthly membership, right? And then as soon as I've got my downloads, I just cancel. I'm still downloading with commercial licensing and all that kind of stuff. So that's absolutely fine. And it just means I get the largest discount. So if your basket is only at $20 worth of stuff, then maybe add one more item and get 12% off. But if you think you can get your basket to $100, then that makes the most sense because you get the biggest discount. And then obviously, like I said, cancel it. Don't pay this every single month because it makes absolutely no sense to pay for just under 10,000 credits if you're not going to use them. So when I do my design research, a binge of adding new designs, I will, do the $99.95. I would buy a whole bunch of designs and then I would cancel. And that's how I would use Creative Market. Now, the last place to find another place to find ready-made designs is Etsy. So if we type in cycling t-shirt, but not just do cycling t-shirt, add in the word SVG at the end, you'll see that you're not just going to get cycling t-shirts like this. You might also get here, like this, actual downloadable SVGs. So this is going to cost $1.60 and we can download all of this. And you can see free commercial license for physical products and no credit needed. Bam. Again, over here. Etsy is a great place to find ready-made designs. Tons of designs here. Again, they're not all amazing, but they're not like bad either. A lot of them are good. For $2.30, I'm sure we can find maybe 3 or 4 decent designs here. Gosh, I don't know what it's doing there. We can find maybe 3 or 4 good designs here and use them. Again, this one as well will also be probably commercially free as well. You want to obviously check that, but usually it is. And there's so many. You got all of this, more here. So this is good. I'll get rid of that bike guy though. That's silly. So another whole bundle here. So what you're seeing here is tons of SVG ready files, and SVG files are files that you are able to manipulate, edit, change the color, change the shapes, zoom in a million times, and it never gets pixelated because an SVG file is just a series of shapes on top of each other. That's how SVG files work. So working with SVG files tends to be the best for t-shirts because you never have to worry about pixelation. Oh, I love that design. Hey, that's that design that we saw. I love this design. I love this design. Here we go. $5.60 for this t-shirt bundle. This one we would maybe I won't sell all of these, but we sell a good portion of these. 42 files, a transparent background. So these, I don't think are SVG yet. These are PNG files that you're getting, which are also okay. It just means you can't edit them as much. Watermarks will be removed. Ideal for t-shirts. Digital files are easily resizable. Terms of use. All products are licensed for commercial use. You can use on physical products as you wish. Amazing. This is not an SVG file and will not become an SVG file. Okay, so you're not, for this one, you're not buying the SVG file, so there's less that you can do with it, but you can convert a PNG to an SVG. It's just a little bit more complicated, and we'll talk about that later on. I don't want to confuse you. But that is how you can use Etsy to download or buy ready-made designs. So with all of that, we'll be able to populate Creative Market here. I guess there should also be a, we can just change this to Etsy SVG files. If you want a Vexels one, you can literally just hold down Option, copy this over, and then just make a Vexels one. Now it doesn't look nice in my box, so maybe Vexels can look like that. Don't ask me why I'm doing this. I like things to look neat, and I'm a weirdo because of that. Okay, there you go. That's not in line. That's gonna annoy my OCD. There you go. Cool. Right. That is what our mood board now looks like. We've got the SVG file section, the Creative Market section, Creative Fabrica section, the Vexel section, and hopefully now yours should be pretty beefed out. If not, you know what work you have to do.
Okay, it's looking better, right? There's one section we haven't yet filled out, and that's the AI phrases. Remember how important I said phrases are? Most made-up phrases I see are terrible. They don't make sense or resonate with the audience at all. So if you're going to go down the phrases route, you want to get it right. And this is what led me and my brother to building the Phrase Genie AI. We built this epic AI based on ChatGPT's model, and it's been taught based on hundreds of top-selling print-on-demand phrases. We're constantly teaching it more. It's flipping insane, and we've had a ton of sales from phrases it has actually given us, and the Phrase Genie has had a ton of good feedback. Many people told us to charge for it, but I wanted to keep this resource as a free resource for you. So now, let's fill out the phrase portion of this mood board with results that we can get from the Phrase Genie that my brother and I have built. Now let's add more design phrases to the Phrase Genie GPT section. Basically, my brother and I built an AI tool to help come up with t-shirt phrases. Now, whether or not you use those t-shirt phrases with graphics or as text-only designs, both can work really well. And we've actually sold a whole load of designs with phrases that we have got from our Phrase Genie GPT that we've built. The link to this PodHub Phrase Genie will be amongst all the other links that I'm referencing in this video. The free downloads, the infographics, the Phrase Genie, the Printify and Shopify, and all the various links, they will all be together in the free community, which I will show you how to access. I'll show you how to get access to all of these links and these downloads. For now, all you need to know is this is completely free. This PodHub Phrase Genie is free. You do not need a paid ChatGPT subscription to be able to access using this Phrase Genie. So all you have to do is once you've added it, once you've clicked it, you've come to this page, you then need to just put in your niche. So in our case, we're going to put in cycling. So if I put in cycling niche, what it will do is it will say searching my knowledge, and then it will build a like a chart. Here you can see exactly what it's doing. It will build a chart based on general terms, jargon, puns, idioms, related words, sarcastic, and funny. And once it's built out this whole research database, it will then be able to come up with cool ideas. Now, I just have to add here, this whole AI tool has been built from, firstly, weeks and weeks worth of work and data that's been put into it, but the data that we've gathered in order to build this specific AI bot within ChatGPT is based on literally tons and tons and tons of proven successful design phrases. So the problem with ChatGPT normally is it can sometimes give you a load of crap, like literally just rubbish. The whole point of this is that you get actually good ideas that you can use. So now you can see all of this. This is the research it's done. Would you like to receive a list of cycling related phrases? Yes. Please give me a list based on this research. Now it will start giving a list. Now sometimes it can act a little bit funny, and here you can see, so here it's going to just give 10 ideas. Here are some cycling related phrases based on the research, and it just gives 10 ideas. This isn't very much. What we want it to actually be doing is giving us ideas for each of the categories. So if I say, please give ideas for each of the categories in your research, it will actually break down the ideas by its categories. So general terms, over here, general terms, and it will give 10 ideas. And then under general terms, jargon over here, and you can see exactly what it's doing. And it's just so flipping cool. I mean, we've got jargon, puns, idioms, and it will keep going. And the idea here is to try and get a huge list of phrases, not to say they're all going to work, but once you've built out your, let me show you, once you've built out your, all of these, your Etsy research, your Redbubble research, your Amazon research, your Google research, all of that stuff, and then, added it all to review. If you want even more designs, that's where you can start using the Phrase Genie. And like I said, it really is absolutely epic. So, like for example, general terms, life is better whilst with biking. Cycling is my happy place. Cool. Jargon, cadence is key. Crank it up a notch. Riding the aero life. This is really cool. These are words that if you're not like really into cycling or an expert of the niche or something, you might not be able to you probably won't know all of these jargon words. And then you've got puns, wheelie awesome ride, break the cycle, handle it like a pro, idioms, shift gears and keep going, related words, sarcastic, funny. And then if we wanted to, we can say
give me 20 more funny, and it will just go straight into the funny, and it will give me 20 more funny. And then I can say, give me, what else did we like? Puns. Give me 5 more puns. I'll wait for this to be finished. Cool. Now give me 5 more puns, and it will just give me 5 more puns. It's really, really cool. I mean, honestly, this tool took us a while to perfect, but a lot of people in our community now use it, and they think it's amazing. It's got tons of feedback, tons of users, and you should definitely get on board using it as well. Again, it's free, so why not? Now, the next thing you want to do is you want to copy all of this over. So let's just copy all of this. Oh, not all of it, just a little bit of it, but there you go. Copy all of that. Go back over to your Figma mood board. Put text in here. Copy that, paste it, there you go, bam. And if we wanted to, we could also copy over the extra ones that I've asked for. So like, just copy that over here, and then we can do the same thing. So let me just make that a bit smaller, and then we can do the same thing over here. So just copy this one over as well. Nice, cool, right? And what we've basically done now is we have literally beefed out this thing. I mean, I want yours to be a lot bigger than this, but we've got research from all these different websites. We've got research from Creative Fabrica and Creative Market and all of that, and now we also have a huge list of potential phrases, like I said, that we can make text only designs, or we can make text and graphic designs, whatever you want. And if you specifically like one of the phrases, you can ask it. So obsessed with cycling, you can ask it for, well, maybe not so much this one, but you can ask ChatGPT what graphics could go well with this phrase, and that's how you can get some like good ideas of what graphics to pair with what phrase. But that is how you would use the ChatGPT Phrase Genie, the PodHub Phrase Genie that me and my brother created. Again, this will be free, and don't worry, at the end of this video I'll show you how to access all of these templates, these infographics, the downloads, the links, everything. So do not worry, you're going to be able to get all of this stuff. Let's move on.
Pretty insane, right? There's one frame we haven't done anything with, and it's actually where you will find a lot of your sales come from. It's called the Pop Culture References / gray area. Now, I don't want you to get confused with trademark copyright, infringement, or anything like that. We are not looking to get sued here. Or more realistically, we're not looking to get a cease and desist note to take the designs down. That's not what this section is for. This section is for ideas that are allowed to be used while still using elements of pop culture, music, movies, and such. For example, in the rowing niche, you could have a design that looks like this. I'm sexy and I row it. This is based off the song from LMFAO. This should be totally fine to use, and it ticks the funny box, it ticks the recognizable box, and it ticks the subtle reference box. It's a great design. Now, I have to add, if you're feeling a little bit nervous, then feel free to reach out to a lawyer to get more professional advice on the matter. I am no lawyer. I just do what I think is fine based on research that I have done into that design. Okay, the mood board is now looking really good. And before you think it's done, I've got bad news for you. This is something that never truly gets done. Because you'll always be making new designs, you'll also be constantly adding designs to your mood board. You'll constantly be beefing it out, making it bigger and better. And that's totally okay. The more you add, the more inspiration you had. And that's the beauty of this business. It never really ends. And it's amazing fun. You're constantly finding and creating new designs. Now, there are some areas of the mood board I've missed out, but are self-explanatory. So feel free to find designs that fit in those frames and add those screenshots. Vexels, for example, is another website like Creative Fabrica where you can find pre-made designs. But I left out doing a tutorial on it because it can be very expensive, so I didn't want to do a tutorial in this video as many people simply won't be able to afford it along with everything else. This takes us to the final stages of our mood board, the review box and the done box. What we need to do now is go over all the designs that we have added to our mood board and move 100 of them into the review box. These 100 designs now in the review box are going to be the best of the best designs that we could find and the first designs that we can create. If you're questioning what you can make based on these 100 designs, many of them will be mass-made designs. So you can simply put the screenshot into Google reverse image search, and if you find it replicated all over the place, it's probably okay to use. If you happen to find a design that isn't anywhere, it's truly unique, think twice before designing a replica. Instead, change it up and take inspiration from it. See the graphics that they use, the phrase that they use, the font that they used. But again, most of the time, the designs that you find are going to be mass made. And designs that are mass used by everyone seems fine because you might just be the 51st person making that design. That's a lot better than being the second person to make the design. If you're getting worried about competition over saturation of a design, remember, we're selling on Shopify here. Competition isn't such a worry for us. People don't see the competition's designs. They just see our designs on our website. Now, to make your life even easier, I have a second free resource for you. This is honestly a game changer. Why am I giving this away? I don't know, but it's really, really helpful and it's flipping awesome. And I just want to share it with you because I know it's going to help you so much with your designs. This is the design template. There are over 100 design templates with examples. Now, 30 of those I'm giving away for free here on this video, and you'll be able to download them. The remaining are in the community, the Print on Demand Hub. We made 100 plus templates because that's the number of designs that we recommend starting out with when building your store. With these templates, you are all set. You don't even have to think. It's all there for you. We've also made sure to include examples for every single template to really help illustrate what it could look like, because I know for a lot of people, they might not be able to see what it would look like for a design. This alone took 3 weeks to make and to research. It's so flipping awesome. Let me show you how to use this template, what you could do with it, and of course, most importantly, how you can access this template so you can download this infographic for yourself.
These design templates have been made specifically so that you can create designs even if you don't feel like you've got any design bone in your body. The thing that we did here is we gathered lots of successful designs, both our designs and other people's successful designs, and we turned them into templates. So when it comes to creating designs, you don't need to think about what looks good, where the text should go, where the graphics should go, where anything should go, because you have this. Now, I know a lot of them are blurred out. We have 100 templates, and the reason just over 100 templates, I should say. And the reason why we did over 100 templates is because we tell people to have 100 designs to kickstart their Shopify store. So we thought if we give you all 100 templates, there's really no reason why you can't be successful with your first 100 designs. However, in this free training, I'm going to be unlocking 30 templates. So 10 from the text design templates, 10 from the graphics/text templates, and 10 from the silhouettes and other styles. Access to all of these are in the Print on Demand Hub, which is our paid community. Now, I know a lot of people will look at these and just be like, what on earth is going on? What is this? I don't understand. And likewise, I mean, even that one, like, what on earth is that one? So what we've made sure to do is not just create templates, but also give you examples for each template. So again, if we go over here, you can see this one where it has the box, the black, the 2 dots. That's what it will look like, right? That's the idea. Now you could obviously input your own text in there. And also it's important to mention, not all of these will work with every single design or niche. Every single niche or phrase, I should say. But what is important to know is this one, let's say, for example, this one here. or some like my daughter, right? This layout isn't just one. You could make 5 or 6 designs with this layout, just with different text. Likewise with this or with this, you could have a whole bunch of different designs just using this layout with different text. Now, if we go to a more complicated one like this one, right? We were like, what on earth is that? Well, here's an example for you, right? This looks like a fishing t-shirt that says size matters, and you can see how the graphic is over a little bit. Now, again, like I said, this won't work for every single phrase and niche, but it would work for quite a few, and you can always adapt it slightly. So these are the templates. Now, the download will be available with all the other downloads, but in order to use this template, firstly, well, like I said, you go to Home, you click Create New, Import, and you'll be able to import the .fig file. And with that file, you can do various things. So let's say you want to recreate this one, right? So you got to click it a few times, because this whole, if you click it once, you're selecting the layer. Like this blue, you can see I've selected that. Click it, double click it again, now you selected this. Double click it again, and now you selected this, and you can see now I can move that around. So what you want to do is you want to hold Option if you're on a Mac, and you can duplicate that. And now I've got this over here. Now, the benefit of doing this, it isn't really a crazy benefit, but it just allows us to, you know, write some text. So, hello. Let me just make this a little bit bigger. Right, and I can kind of be like, right, so let me just change the color of this text to white just so I can see it. Right, so let's just imagine that this looked like this. Okay, cool. Right, and then I'll put the next text on, and then once that's all done, I'll just move this out of the way, and I'll have my nice design here. So you're literally using this like tracing paper, and you are imprinting your design onto the layout and then removing the layout, and then you can either just delete the layout or whatever. Just make sure you copy it and not drag the official thing, because once you do that, if you delete this, then it's gone. You don't want to do that. So that's why you want to copy it, and you can copy it with a Control-C and a Control-V as well, however you want. But that is how you would use these design templates, and really with these design templates, you shouldn't struggle at all when it comes to design ideation, which without a doubt is the hardest part of this business. It's harder than ads, it's harder than thumbnails, it's harder than setting up your shop. Even though it might feel like these other elements are so much harder, creating designs is the single hardest thing, and it's the most important thing, because bad designs will not sell no matter how good your store is or how good your marketing is. But good designs, really, really good designs, should sell regardless of how good your store or your marketing is. So you've really got to make sure that you're getting your designs absolutely perfect, and hopefully with this resource it should be a little bit easier for you.
When creating designs, I tend to follow a 7-to-3 rule, meaning for every 10 designs I make, 3 are totally original and 7 are based on other winners. The reason I do it this way is because it makes making a new design faster when the majority aren't unique or hand-drawn. And on top of that, what I have found was when creating those 7 designs, my mind would tend to wander and would naturally think up those extra 3 funny, witty, unique phrases or design ideas. This is how I stumbled onto the 7-3 rule that I've been sharing with others to their success too. If you just create unique ideas, this process will take you months and months. And it's very, very hard. And on top of that, none of those ideas will be validated. You'll be totally reinventing the wheel rather than doing something that has already been done and is being proven to work. A lot of the designs you might end up with could be fully made SVG files from Creative Fabrica, Etsy, or Creative Market. And this is totally fine. Some of the best selling designs are ones that we found on Creative Fabrica. And yes, so many others are selling the exact same thing, but it hasn't affected us at all. So now it's time to actually create designs, and for that I have a super awesome tutorial for you. This tutorial is taken directly from our paid community, and I really ummed and ahed with putting something like this in the video, but ultimately I think it will help you so much. So it just made sense to also put it in this video. This is a full tutorial on making designs on Affinity Designer made by my wife and business partner, Lauren. She's an absolute genius at designing and now makes a huge portion of our designs for our store that get many sales. Not only does she do that, she also creates a lot of design tutorials in our paid community. She does a lot of design orientated things in our community. So it made sense for her to make this design tutorial for you. She is the resident expert in Affinity Designer. The reason we design on Affinity Designer is because it's truly the god tier of design tools for print on demand. It's a tool that has a one-time cost that is incredibly affordable, and it's much quicker and easier to learn than Illustrator. Don't get me wrong, it still takes practice, but once you get the hang of it, it's insanely powerful and it feels like it is literally made for print-on-demand designs. So here's how to actually make designs using Affinity Designer 2. There's also an associated worksheet that you can use and download to follow along.
Today we're going to be going over some very simple features of Affinity Designer, some features or some use cases that I think are a bit more like print on demand specific, and then at the end of this we're going to be designing 4 like fully print on demand ready designs in the cycling niche. So starting with the simple features. So the way I thought this could work is I've got on the left hand side of each of my artboards a like ready-made thing, and then on the right hand side we're going to recreate that, showing you how to do it. So let's start with fill and stroke. This is probably the simplest part of Affinity Designer, but let's just grab a rectangle tool. As and when I click on things, I'll also try and remember to reference the shortcuts if there are, like the keyboard shortcuts. So it's M on the keyboard for a shortcut. So to start with, we need to just navigate up here to this like fill and stroke symbol. It's also down here, but we'll just use it up here. So let's start with setting the stroke. The stroke is the non-filled in circle, and the fill is the one that is filled in. So if you want to set it to nothing, like to transparent for both of them, it's this white circle with a line through it. So we're going to set our stroke to a black, and we'll leave our fill as transparent for now. So let's just draw a simple rectangle. So we can just drag and hold like that. If we wanted to draw a square, we would hold down shift to keep the constraints within each other, like to keep the width and the height the same. Just matching up with what we've got on the left here. If we want to change the stroke, we can use, I have fill selected, let's put that back to transparent. Click on the stroke, and we can use this color picker here to change the stroke color, or any color. In this case it's the stroke, so I'm just gonna navigate around to this red. It's quite an intuitive HSL color picker thing here. So we'll change that to red, and then let's navigate down to this circle to try a different shape out. And here we've got a circle, so you'll see it picks up the like the fill and stroke from from whatever you've done previously. So let's put no stroke on that, and we'll change the fill to a nice black. And then let's do another circle, and we'll hold down shift this time to keep it as a circle, not an oval. Let's put the fill to transparent, put the stroke, click on the stroke here and change that back to black. And if we go to the stroke panel here, we can also change the width of our stroke like so. There's also different features over here for like rectangles, things with corners. So we could change our corners to, you might not be able to see it here because the stroke is so small, but if we increase the width of our stroke, there you go. You can see now it's got different curvature on our join. And over here we have the align. So this is just setting where that stroke property is set. So that's the center. This is on the outside and this is on the inside. So let's just put that back down to 1. We've also got dotted lines here. And another feature, if we click on one that has a fill and go back to the color tab here, if this is a color picker, so if we click and hold this and drag it, let's just say down to this purple here and release, and then click on fill and then select this, it will choose it will use the color that we just picked from this heart shape over here. So that is a simple overview of fill and stroke. Moving on down to the shape section. So on Affinity, we have some inbuilt shapes, some really cool shapes that we can use in our designs. So it may look like we only have a square, a circle, and a rounded, a rectangle, a circle, and a rounded rectangle tool. But if we click on this little arrow here, it opens up this section. Let me move this out of the way. It opens up this section which has a load more different options of shapes. So we're going to start with the star tool. And let's just remove our stroke, and we've got our purple fill. So if I draw a star, it looks like that. The default is a 5-pointed star. If you hold down shift again, it keeps it like more of a regular star shape. So let's draw that, and I'm going to click off that, click V to head back to our just move tool. So I'm going to do Command J or Control J if you're on a Windows, and drag down that star just so we can mess around with this other one, because it may look like this shape here is a completely different shape, but it's actually based on a star. So there's different elements of the star that we can change. So if I double click into the star, you'll notice these red dots appear. So they do different things. So this is like the rounded inner circle value. These are also reflected up here in these percentages. If I pick that one, that's the outer circle, which kind of turns it into more of a flower kind of shape. And this one is the inner radius, so that is changing the look of the star like that. So it literally looks like a completely different shape now. We can also adjust the number of points in our shape, so I can add more, all the way up to, I think it's 48. So that now looks like a really cool flower. So let's just put that back down to 5. And that is our first shape we'll look at. The next shape we're going to look at, if I go back here, is the cloud tool. So let's just draw a random cloud. And again, you've got this value here, which can change the shape of our cloud. And if we, let's also do Command J just to get another one to mess around with it. This value, if I double click again, can go all the way. It kind of makes like a star shape again, similar to like this star. I reckon you can manipulate either of these shapes to get something very similar. Again, we can change the number of our bubbles, getting all the way up to like this many. That looks a bit crazy. Let's just put that back down to something like that. And the last shape we'll look at, but again there is way more you can play around with these, is a heart tool. So if we draw our heart, again if you hold shift, it keeps what it thinks are the constraints of a heart. I think this looks a bit fat and like not long enough. I prefer a heart looking more like that. And that's our regular heart. If we Command J, come down again, double click, we can adjust the spread of our heart, this is called. So that kind of turns it into something that looks more like a petal or leaves of a flower. I can imagine like a stem through here with loads of these going up it to make like a cool leaf design. So that is our shapes. The next tool we're going to look at is the pen tool. So the pen tool is this one here, and we can press P on our keyboard to get that. And the first thing we're going to do is a simple, well, let's actually just add a line. So to get a line, we can do one click. If you hold down shift, it will keep it like within the I think it's within the 45-degree angles. So I'm just holding shift and moving my mouse around to get all these different shapes. But let's just go for a straight line, another click, and we'll have our line. It's not going to look like a line because we don't have a stroke set yet. So let's just change that to black and regular, not dashed, solid line, and we'll just increase that to 8 just so we can see it. If we click V and we go off it again, we can move on to our next thing, press P again, P, and we can do this zigzag line. So to get these sort of sharp corners, we just want to be click, click, clicking our way. There's no holding or dragging. We're just clicking to get a cool zigzag line. Obviously it doesn't have to just be a zigzag, it can be right angle corners. You get the idea with that one. Moving on to our sort of curved line. This one we start with clicking and we go to where we want our next point to be. So let's just go for about here, and we instead of like just one click, we hold and drag to get that curve element. So we can change the way that these curves, the way that like the curve angles afterwards. So we'll just get a rough idea like that. I've released it, so now I can click to the next point, hold and drag it out again to get my next curve, and so on. Released it, click and hold, click and hold, and click and hold to get our like wavy line. The next one we're going to do is similar to this curve, except we're going to incorporate some like straight points. They're not all going to be curved. So if I go to my pen tool again, so let's start by making the first one as a curve. So I've clicked once, clicked again and held it before releasing to make my curve. So if I was to just click again, we'd end up with like another curve like that. But instead of clicking another point next to it, I'm going to click on that node that we just made, like so, and then that will give me a straight line. So again, if I click and hold, it will go back to a curvy line. If I click that like so to make it straight, so this square is like the symbol for that point is like a straight one, whereas this is a curve one. So I've just done two where I click and drag, and you'll see it's a circle. So that is the next one. So this pen tool, obviously we can just use it to draw. Sometimes we'll just draw like quick lines in our designs, or if you're really artistic and you want to draw an entire design or trace something, you can use the pen tool to sort of mask around a shape. So the next bit we want to look at is breaking up our curve. So let's say we want to put a break in our curve because we want to take one point somewhere else. So I'm just going to do Command J to duplicate that and drag it down. And if I double click, we can see our old points like that. So I'm just going to break our curve up here. So I'm going to click on this node and go up to the action tools here and find the one that says break curve like that. Click it, and there we go. We can drag one point away. And if I was to click while I'm like in all the nodes, so not like this where it's just like got the box around it, but I'm actually in the design, I can click on a point and press the P tool and it will follow along from where that point was. So we can join them up like that, or we can also, if I click out of that one and click into this one, double click, let's say I want to join these 2 points back up, I can click on both of those and press join curves and it will join those back up like that. So obviously it looks like it's gone through that other curvy line because it just finds like the quickest way back to that point. So we'll just do like a straight line. The last thing we're going to do is look at the line thickness. So let's draw another random curvy line. We'll just do a simple curve this time, just with a few points. And we're going to go to this width tool here, stroke width tool. So that's a W on the keyboard. And once we've got that selected, if I zoom in a bit, we can sort of pick points on the curve where we want to sort of make that width a different value. So like that. And then if I go here again, I can make it smaller over here. And if we want to make it wider, I'm just clicking and dragging out like so. You can get some cool designs with different like widths like that. So that is all of our pen tools. Obviously there's a million other ways you can use the pen tool, but that's just a quick overview of how I think you'd use it for your print on demand designs. So moving on to text. We all know we love using text in our print on demand designs. So let's go. So to start with, we're just going to do some simple text. Click the T or this text box over here and press on your artboard. I'm just going to decrease that font size because it is currently huge. So let's go to a 14 and we can just type this is text. Let's change this back to just a regular kind of font for now. We'll just go for Arial and we'll change it to black like that. Let's just put it in our little section here. Okay, to resize it, we can use these arrows on the side. If you hold down shift, it will like come out of its constraints, but if you want to keep it all in check, it's like this. The next thing we can do is look at adding a stroke to our text. So we'll do Command J to just duplicate that down. Let's make it bold so we have a bit more space here. If we go to our color panel here. Let's make the fill this like gray color, click on the stroke, and we can make it a red. Let's go back to our stroke panel just to make that a bit smaller so we can actually see it like that. So that's another way to use text. And then another way to use text is, this is also quite common in print on demand designs, sometimes you want to type out your text, but then you want to use the letters as if they are shapes, not necessarily text, if we want to manipulate a specific letter or things like that. So let's do Command J to duplicate this one down. Let's make it bold again just so we have a bit more space. And if we right click and go to convert to curves, that if we double click into it again, this will put each letter as like a shape rather than text. So we can't actually edit this text. So it's important, if you are using the convert to curves, that you type out the text as you want it, because once you convert it to curves, you can't actually go back and edit your text. You can only change like the shapes. So I don't know, let's say we wanted to bring out this eye over here to make it taller. We could just highlight those two nodes and drag that one out like that. Or if we wanted to I don't know, make this S weird, we can just drag out different points like that. If we wanted to make one letter a lot bigger, we're currently in the node tool, but if we go back to the move tool, we can also edit the shape like as a whole. So we can make this H taller, we can rotate the T to make it on the side, that kind of thing. It just gives you a lot more options when it comes to editing text. You obviously could draw out all of your text with the pen tool, but it's good to start off as a baseline with like a regular font or spacing correct before you go in and edit your actual text. The last thing we can also do, I'll just show you up here, we can skew our text. These two arrows here, that will just skew it on the baseline like so. Okay, moving on. Another really, really common feature within print on demand designs is using our text on a curve. So the way we can do that is, if we go to, let's just draw a circle. So we'll draw a circle, we can get rid of all of this fill and stroke. It's going to get rid of it anyway, so we'll just make it a bit smaller just for now. And while you have your circle selected, if you go to the text tool or click on T, you'll see that when you go to click on text, it looks like this until you hover over a curve that you've already made. So on our circle here, this is like our shape that we can draw our text on. So you want to hover over it until you get the T with like a wiggly line underneath its symbol. Click, that will remove the actual stroke from your curve, and it's just using it as the outline shape to write your text. So if I just go example, as you can see, like I said, it uses the last type of text that you've used. So let's just put this back to highlighter even, and put this back to just a regular black. We'll make it a little bit smaller. We'll say, let's say this is an example. So we can use these, sorry, if we double click back in, we can use these little like starting and finishing points to put our text where we want it. And I have the text set to the center, so it's automatically sort of centered it. If I go to the start, it will start it right on that green arrow. If I go to the end, it will end it on the red one. So I'm just going to put it back in the center, and if I press enter, it will take me down to the bottom. So let's do this is also an example, and then we get this second set of green and reds. Sorry, this is the one from the bottom. So if I put that also to the sort of halfway line, that will keep it centered. But it may look like, as you can see, that this top text is using the baseline, like it's on the outside of the circle, but the baseline of this bottom text is on the inside, which is why it's appearing a bit more like squished up. So if we highlight that, we can increase the baseline like so, and as you can see, it's sort of brought out those letters a bit, so you need to go in and do a bit of manipulation. So if you click on this A for the character, over here you'll have the value for like the distance between the letters, so you can bring that down. If I bring that down, you see you can kind of make it match the one on top. Obviously there's another word so it looks a bit bigger, but I reckon that's about matching. So let's close that down. So that is how you would, let's say you had like a design in the middle here and you wanted some text above it or below it. That is how you would do it, and obviously you can do this for any shape, so we could use a heart. Another quite popular one is an arch. So how would we do an arch? We would probably do you'll see this in a little moment, but if we do a rounded rectangle like that and sort of round that all the way, I'm skipping ahead of myself here a bit, but the bottom we want to change to none. So now we've got this arch shape. So if we go back to the text and click on the line, we can type this is an example again. And if we move these around, that's the dark one is the darker green, and the darker red is the one for at the top. This is obviously if you wanted it at the bottom, but we want it at the top, so we'll just use these ones. And our baseline is our tracking has followed through from this one, so we want to obviously increase that back down to 50 to make it normal. That's normal for this font, so that would be like on the arch. And again, you can resize this and it will follow through. If you resize it, sometimes it cuts it out, but you just need to click this eye here to see your text. So that would be on an arch if we had I don't know, some sort of arch design. And the last one we can do is obviously using just a regular curve. So if I go back to the pen tool, click, and let's just make a simple curve like that, T for text, and we can type on here, this is an example, like so. That one also looks a bit squished, so it's all about like making the text like look good on each occasion. There isn't really a right and a wrong answer. So this one, I think it's just the actual curve is a bit like this curve here is a bit like if we go up too quickly, the top of that P is obviously going to like rotate to be in line with that curve. So if we click on the node tool, we can adjust this. There we go. That's made it a little better. Yeah, I'd say that's all right. So that is the text on a curve. So the last sort of general area we're going to cover, which I kind of just previewed a little bit before with the arch, is rounded corners, changing the types of corners. So these shapes all started out as simple rectangles. So I'm going to click M on my keyboard and draw a regular rectangle. Let's put it to straight edges like that. And then what we can do from there is, we'll just make it a bit smaller, we can adjust our corners to change the shape of our rectangle. So we have an option here for single radius. That means when we change this to either rounded, straight, concave, or cut out, that changes all of the corners the same way. And this button here, like the slider, changes the amount, which is also reflected in this percentage here. If I was to click on this button here, I now have 4 individual sliders and 4 individual values up here. So bottom right, bottom left, top right, and top left. So we can mix and match the amount that our corners change. We can also, let's say, change top left to a rounded corner. We can change our top right, our top left to a straight corner, our bottom left to a cutout, and our bottom right to, I don't know, a concave. And that is just different types of rectangles and what you could do with the corners to change your shapes. I'd say the most common ones you would do is probably like an arch, or maybe some sort of like banner situation to put text in. Like if we change them all to like that one or something and made this a bit longer, a bit smaller, that could be like a popular kind of shape to put text in, something like that. So that is the rounded corners section. Moving on to what I like to call more pod specific features. So this is how we can use Affinity to create sort of pod specific designs. So a very popular type of design in pod is sort of this grunge effect, where we want to be erasing our grunge effect from our background so that when our design goes onto a t-shirt, the grunge is more of a cutout rather than a layer on top. So let's say we had a white t-shirt and a rectangle on top of it. Let's say a red rectangle, and we made our cutout and we changed the color of it to white because we're going to be on a white t-shirt, and we put it on top. So like on the face of it, it looks like that grunge effect is cut out because we're just seeing white. But let's say we also offer that t-shirt in a green color, and the customer goes to order it in a green color. When they receive their t-shirt, what they're left with is their green t-shirt, the rectangle on top, let's say it's red like this, and the cutout sort of grunge effect, which will still be white because we've not actually cut it out from our rectangle, we've just stuck it on top, and when we were designing it on a white background, it looked like it was cut out. So we need to make sure that it's actually cut out. So let's show you how to do that. So I'm just gonna copy and paste this this grunge effect. I think it's from Shutterstock. If you Google Shutterstock 53 grunge effects, there's a package you can download that has licensing that you can use them in your designs. So let's copy and paste this rectangle, bring it over here, and we'll just copy and paste that as well. So we've got our two elements. We've got our red design and our grunge effects. So we want to lay that on top, and I've just done Command and like the square brackets, bring it to the top. And okay, let's position it as we want it. So what we want to do is highlight both of these, Command G or Control G to put them in a group. Now on our layers panel over here, we've got our group here. So we want to click on the distress texture, and over here we have this like effect drop down. So we want to go all the way to the bottom, and Affinity Designer makes this so simple. This effect called Erase will literally cut out that design from our red square. So now if I was to, let's say, draw just another rectangle, and we're going to make it purple. Let's do regular corners. Purple, and we drag our design on top of this and bring it to the front. You'll see that those, like, you can see, especially when I like take it half on and half off, those cutouts are literally cut out. It's not a white texture on top. It's fully transparent beneath it. So whatever color our t-shirt is, let's say we have a green t-shirt, you'll see that whatever we cut out of our design, it will just be the color of the t-shirt underneath it. It will just be the actual t-shirt, not even the color. So that is the like grunge cutout section. We'll keep that there because we'll use it. So let's say we wanted to create a rainbow effect cutout, like a sunset. So we can create our rectangles like so. Click M and put this back to none. Let's go for a green, Command J, and drag that down. We'll have a red. These colors are obviously really ugly. Command J, drag down, Command J, and let's change it to a blue and a yellow. This is really nice. Oh, it's the primary colors. So let's just center all of these over here. There's also this section up here. There's a few more align features. So let's drag our grunge effect again. So copy and paste, and we'll put it on top of this one. We'll just bring that to the top. So we want to put all of this together in a group. So I'm just going to select all of that by dragging over it. Command G, open up our group, go to the distress texture, and again, go down to erase. And that has now erased across all of our rectangles. So whatever is below, whatever's in your group below your erased texture, the one that you've set the effect to erase, it will be erased from. So if I drag that on there, let's change this to black just so we can see it. We can now see that that is cut out across all 4 of our rectangles. So that is how we would use it if we were making a sunset design. Okay, next up, we might want to erase a graphic from our design. So in this case, this bike, we can do this with SVGs, PNGs, different types of graphics we can erase from our design. So copy and paste that, I'm also going to take this moment to just show you how I bring in my graphics. So I've got this folder here of graphics I've been using for this tutorial. These are all from Creative Fabrica, downloaded from there. Recommend a subscription to there, it's great. So we're gonna drag in that one onto our artboard. We need to make sure it lands on our artboard and not on like this grey section, because that will open up a new file. So we'll just drop it here. So I think this one is a PNG that I downloaded. So we'll just make that smaller, zoom in and place it on top, like so. Another cool feature is over here we've got this like navigator panel. So if you like ever lose where you are on your design, I know I'm about here, so I can just like zoom in and out from here and use the like viewfinder. So I just thought that was cool to show. So we've got this bike, we've got our background, so we want to put them in a group, because that is how we use the erase feature. So select those, Command G, open up our group, and this is our bike here, so we're just going to go down to erase, and you'll see that has erased the bike design from our rectangle. And the last one we'll show you is erasing text. So sometimes you might want to cut text out from your design. So obviously that is following the same principle. We'll just draw M for a rectangle. Let's just make it green. Put the corner back. And we want to hit T for some text. Example. I'll make it bold so it just stands out that a little bit more. So let's put that over our square like that. Highlight both of them to select it. Command G. You get the idea. We go to the thing we want to cut out. Go from normal all the way down to erase. And that is now cut out our text from our background. Again, you can see it by dragging over onto the black. So that is sort of erasing elements from our design. Really, really popular feature of Affinity when it comes to designing t-shirts for print on demand. So let's move on to another popular feature, which is cutting text out like from the design, but leaving a bit of like a bubbly border around it. I'm not really sure what to call this one, but I will show you how it's done. It uses similar like properties to this erasing elements method, but a slightly different. So what we want to do is create a rectangle. Let's just make it red and non-rounded, like so. And let's create our text. So T, this is an example. I find this works nicely with like bubbly fonts like this. So we'll use the same font. That was Gappa. Yeah. So I need to highlight the text. Oh no, there we go. So any fonts within Affinity, they pull through from your computer. So when you download a font, next time you open Affinity Designer, it will be in your font section up there. So let's make our text a little bit bigger. Let's bring that down so our text is a bit closer together. And let's position it where we want it. So we want it sort of halfway over our design to see the effects of this effect, like so. Okay, so what we need to do is we need to create a second text layer that's going to act as our border and our background. So we want to do Command J to duplicate that. And I find it easier when doing this to rename my layers. So this can be, we'll call this one stroke, and we'll call this one text. So we want to make sure our stroke layer is below our text layer for this one. So click on our stroke layer, and what we want to do to that layer is increase our stroke. So let's first add a stroke. So we can just add it as black, and we want to, actually we'll change it to white so we can see the difference. So what we want to do is increase our stroke. So like, this is kind of like a preview of what the effect will look like. So we want to do it till we like what it looks like. So let's say about there. So it's also important that we keep our two text layers at the same like positioning, because as soon as we move, let's say this text layer here, it doesn't move the stroke and then it's all out of sync. So undo that and make sure they stay in the same place. So the next thing we want to do is, it might look like it's done because it looks like the example one that I have here, but if I drag this, actually let's just draw a rectangle behind it, and we need to change the color. Let's make it blue and change it to square, and let's put that behind that, like so. It isn't actually, like, the effect's not happened yet because you can see all we've done is created like this bubbly white border around our text. So as soon as you put another color behind it, you can see that it's not actually happened. So I always recommend like testing things out by putting colored squares behind things that aren't the same color as your background, like a random color that a t-shirt would be, just to see if your effect has actually taken effect. So how we want to actually remove this from our background, it's similar to the erase feature now. So we want to create our stroke and our rounded rectangle, or just regular rectangle. So we want to select both of those and put them in a group. And this is where it's the same as the erase feature. We want to erase this part from our design. So if we go down like that, you'll now see, let's change our text here to white. Like that. You'll now see that whatever is behind here is part of that. So we can, with this group here, we don't want to put our other text into that group, but we can create another group so that we keep our text all aligned, because if we put our text into this original group, it will do weird things. So let's keep that separately. So now we've got our group here. What I also love about Affinity is you get like little previews of what's in your group. There we go. So now we can move this around and you can see that that is all part of that. And if we change this color background to a different color t-shirt, it will still be included. Like the cutout will still be there. Like, it doesn't matter what color the t-shirt is, it's cut out, it's not a white bubble anymore. And moving on to another feature, this I've called embedded SVG. So this happens a lot when using SVGs, let's say downloaded from Creative Fabrica. We want to edit those in Affinity once we drag them in. So let me just draw a rectangle to match that one on the left, like so. So for this design, we've used this like mandala that we've downloaded from Creative Fabrica. So I'm gonna drag that in. It's this one here. Let's just resize it. And as you can see on this design, these sections here are like white blobs. So again, if this was to be on a white t-shirt, like if this wasn't here, it might look like, cool, that's a great design. But as soon as someone buys that in green, or in our case this purpley color, you'll see all these white blobs on their design and it just doesn't look good. We want it to look more like this. So the way we edit SVGs that we've imported into Affinity, you might think like you can do something here with the colors, but nothing that you do here will actually change any of the design that you've dragged in. You need to double click on it, which will open it up in a new embedded file here. So it's just like a new tab. This is our main tab, this is our embedded tab. So you can see I've got some already open here, but you can close these and once you're done with them. So on our design here, any changes that we make to this design will be reflected back in our main design. So I'll show you what that means. So for our design here, we want to be getting rid of all of these white sections. So a quick way to do that for this design, obviously I could click on each one and just delete them one by one. But a quick way to do that, if we go click on one of them, go to select same fill color, that will select everything that has the same fill color as the thing you selected. So in our case, all of our white shapes, which is all of the ones we want to get rid of. So I'm just going to press backspace, now they're all selected, and you can see that they have all now disappeared. And if I go back to our main design, they have all disappeared from that as well. So that's a quick simple way to edit our SVGs. Obviously we can make other changes. Let's say we wanted this one to be white, it will get reflected, or we just didn't want that one at all, and it gets reflected. So we can edit our designs that way on Affinity, our SVG files that we get from Figma. Okay, so that is our basic sort of overview of using Affinity Designer to create t-shirts, going over a lot of the effects and different tools that Affinity has to offer. So I'm going to move on now to creating some full print-on-demand t-shirt ready designs that you can export and upload onto Printify. For example, that will be ready to use. So let's go. So I've created these all in the cycling niche because that is in the print on demand hub. That's just the niche we picked for all of our like explanation videos. We've created a full store full of designs about cycling. So here's a sneak peek of 4 of them. So all the members in the print on demand hub have access to our Shopify store. They can see what a good Shopify store setup looks like. So let's go through creating these designs, starting with this one. Okay, so for our first design, we've got this like retro sunset situation with a distressed background and a bike cut out of it. So let's go to recreate this. So the base of this design is these 5 rectangles. So we're gonna create those by pressing M and dragging out. Let's put these corner back to straight. I don't know why this keeps changing back to rounded, but that's annoying. Oh, it's because I'm on this. Right, if I clicked on that one, the regular rectangle, now it will do it. Okay, so we'll use the exact same colors and we'll use this color picker just to reiterate how we use that. So I clicked on the color picker, dragged it over to our red, and then if I just select it, it will change the fill. So I'm going to do Command J and drag that one down, Command J to get 5. We want to distribute the like the vertical spacing. So if we go to layer, array, layer alignment, distribute vertically, that will change our spacing. So we're just going to change the colors of each of these. So we'll give that one the orange, the yellow, and the green, and finally the blue. Cool. So now we want to put in our distressed texture, like grunge background. So I'm going to go to our elements here and drag that in. This is a really big file, so we'll just resize it so that it fits over our design. Like so. Might just squash it down a bit. There we go, so that's completely covering our design. So now we want to highlight everything in our design, put it in a group, and we want to erase this distressed texture like we did before. Perfect, and then we want our bike, which was this one. Let's resize that and put it where we want it, which is like here, a bit cropped off the bottom. Like so. Obviously it's not exactly the same, but it's using the same order of steps. So we've already got our group here with our distressed texture, so we can just drag that into our group, and we just need to change it to erase as well, like that. So that is our first design, a really cool design. If I was to just put a black rectangle around that and put it to the back, not zoom in, put it to the back like that, you can see it's erased out our designs and our grunge textures. No matter what color this is, it's all erased. That is design number 1. The next design that we have is this also grunge sort of sunset vibe across the like width of a shirt, and we want to have this bike sort of in the middle of our design, so like with this border around it. So this is similar to the text effect that we did up here, where we cut it out and like had this border around it. That's the same kind of theory that we're going to be using. So I'm just going to actually take a few layers from here. So we want the red, the yellow, and the orange. Copy those, and I'll just put them on here. We also want the distress texture, which has already got the erase function on it. So if we just need to put this in a group because it's currently erasing it from the background because it isn't in a group. So let's highlight everything and put that in a group, and now it's just doing it from the background. Just trying to show you different ways to like work faster as well. So now we've got this group, we want to sort of create two of them. So we'll put this one on the left and we'll call it left, and Command J to duplicate it. We'll call this one right, because we want to obviously have this section in between that is not got any part of the design. So let's, on the left, we'll go to crop, so we can crop it out to leave space for the bike, and the right we want to crop. There we go. But obviously on that side. So we can always adjust these if they're not quite the right shape or size. So let's drag in our bike. So for this we want to actually, we need to change the color of our SVG because these are black, and we also need to add the stroke to one of them. So I've created two here because we want to have two different embedded files. So we're going to drag these both in. If they have the same name, it sometimes gets a bit confused. So let's drag those both in like so. There they both are. So we're going to put them in the same place. So let's click on both of them and position it. To be honest, that's a pretty good size because we want the wheel to kind of, the gap to kind of go around the wheel, and then have the top of this bike sticking out the top. So I'm pretty happy with that. So the next thing we want to do is we need to edit these SVGs as embedded files. So I'm going to again rename these. So I'll call this one stroke, and I'll call this one bike, because the stroke we want beneath it. So if we double click here, this will open up our embedded file. So for the stroke one, we want to literally increase the weight of our stroke like so. Let's just make it white for now. If we go back to our thing, we can kind of see that that looks pretty good. And then we want our bike. I've got lost in my layers here. Where is our bike? Where are we? Let me collapse some of these down. I think it's somewhere here. There we go. Yeah, it's in this one. So in our bike, if we double click into that one, we can just highlight it and change it to white, like so. Okay, let's obviously we've got lost because we have a white background. So if we click M and draw a black background and just put that behind everything. Obviously our stroke is also white at the moment, so that is why it looks a bit crazy. But we could just make that black for now, just so we can get a better look at it. Like so. So our design is going to end up looking something like this, but at the moment our stroke of the bike at the back is black. So if we were to change the color of our shirt, it just looks like a black bubble around it. So we'll keep it blue just so we can see what we're doing. But what we need to do is put our borders. So we've got, where's left and right gone? There we go. So we've got left and right over here. So we want to be putting that in a group with our stroke. So select all of those and group them together, and we want to erase our stroke from our design like so. And now we have our bike, which we can use this group and add our bike to that group as well, by not add it but create a new group with our bike like so. So now whatever color our background is, if I click on the correct thing, this rectangle here, our bike has been cut out like that. So that is how we would create a design similar to that, or a design where you want to have a shape that cuts out of the background with a border. It would be something along those lines. The next design that we have is, I'm going to have to extend this artboard for space. We've got this cool like ride design, which is done with text in this heart shape. So instead of cutting out text into our shape, we're kind of cutting our shape around our text, if that makes sense. So to do that one, we didn't actually cover this up here, so listen up for how to do this one. So we want to start with our heart shape. So we're going to use Affinity's ready-made heart tool. Hold down Shift. Actually, I don't like the shape of the shift heart. I said that before. So I'm going to actually just make it, freestyle it to a shape that I like, which is that kind of shape. And then we want to add our text. So T, click first. T, click, and ride. This is obviously white at the moment. We want it to be much bigger. And what was the font that I used? It was a good font. We'll use Headline. No, it wasn't that one. It has a bit more of a gap between it. Is it Impact? No. It was a good font because it was quite condensed but nice and bold. Not sure which font it was that I used in the other one. Oh, we can go for recent. Let's move this out of the way. Recent fonts, it was Lowe's, that was it. So let's position our ride font over the heart, and then this is where we need to use our convert to curves feature, because we want to sort of adapt this text so that it covers more of our heart. I'm actually just going to make this red so we can see it a bit more clearly around the edges. So what we want to do is we want to sort of manipulate our font so it covers most of our heart, like so. And then we want to right click, convert to curves, and that is now, you can see each of these letters is completely separate now. So we want to, let's start with the I because that's easy. We just need to make sure that spans both sides of our heart so that when we cut it out, it will be all there. So let's do the same with our R. So we just need to make sure it, again, it's like covering the shape of this heart like so. But we want to also be able to tell it's an R. Our D, we just want to bring that up to about there and down to about there. You don't want to like drag out really far because you still need to be able to tell what the letters are. And our E, this one, if we drag it up there and drag it to there, we can't, like once this is cut out, we won't really be able to tell it's an E. It could be an E, it could be an F, because we're like cutting off the whole of this bottom leg and most of that. So it to be honest, it would look more like an F because we've only got these top two. So we need to do a little bit more manipulation there. So if we double click in here and click on these 2 points, we're just going to reduce this gap. So if I hold down Shift, it will keep that in a straight line. So I don't know, let's go for about there. And then obviously we need to decrease that. So we'll try and keep it about the same width as the top one. And then these two we'll bring to about there so that we have the same distance between the two of them. I'm obviously eyeballing this, you could like measure it if you wanted. And then the last two, we don't need to bring that up because we do want that to, come all the way down to, undo that. We do want that to come all the way down to the bottom of our rectangle and over slightly. So it looks a bit crazy right now, but once we have this all like cut out, it should look a bit more normal. So the way we do that is we've got our ride here, which is obviously all in a group, because when you convert it to curves, it puts each letter in a group to make the word. So you can see you've got each letter here. So what we want to do is you want to click on the group and sort of drag it onto the heart. You don't want to put it in the heart. You don't want to make a group with the heart. You want to put it literally on top, and you'll see it will like jump to the side, and that's how you can see it's cut out properly. So now you can see we've got the word ride. It's a bit hard to tell what it says. It's always going to be a bit difficult when you've got like a weird shape like a heart as opposed to a square. But you can get the idea, especially once we put this bike in, it sort of gives it away a bit more. So let's find that bike, which was this SVG here. That's also huge. Let's click on the mouse and just drag that down to size. So we're gonna cut out this guy like we have been doing for others. I'm just gonna double click it for now and make it white just so it's easier to see on our design. Okay, so we'll just resize this guy to where we want him. I'd say about there is good. And then what we need to do is create a group and do our classic arrays. Oh, it's got me lost again. Where am I? Here I am. Okay, so this is our first group that we have. So we want to put our bike guy in a group. So click on this to Command G, open that up, and we want to go down from normal to arrays. And again, we can check that by just throwing a rectangle behind like so, and it is working. So whatever color our t-shirt will be, like before, our guy will be cut out of it. Cool. So the last design we're gonna make is this sort of cool cog mountain. We're gonna look at gradients and really adapting our SVGs for this one, because the cog I found, I kind of wanted it went all the way to the middle, so I've like cut it off. You'll see when we create it soon. So I'm just gonna put this guy up here, I'll make it a bit smaller so we have space. So this is probably our most complicated design out of the four of them. So what we're going to do is first drag in our elements like always. So we have this mountain, again these are all from Creative Fabrica, and we have this cog. Cool. So we're just going to position them sort of where we would want them to be. We just move this out of the way a bit more. So we've got the cog, and I'm just going to command and square brackets to put it behind the mountain. Let's try and get this mountain fully on the page, make it a tiny bit smaller, and we're gonna put our cog where we want it. So it's kind of like acting like a sunset in a way. It's cool design. So we're just gonna hold down shift and position that. We want it to sort of go off like at this peak. So about there, and I guess at this like valley over here we want it to be covered up until. So I'd say about there. You got to have a little bit of vision here while it's all in the works. So what we want to do is we want to adapt the mountain is fine as it is. That's great, it's already cut out, we can see, because the like cog is like we can see it in the gaps of the mountain. So we just need to adapt our cog, and to do this we're going to double click to open it as our embedded file. And which file is it? Oh, we've moved on to, oh, it's on the left of me now. Okay. So we're also going to want to put our mountain in that embedded file. So I'm just Command C and Command V, except it opens huge again. So let's just resize it and put it in the same places, around about the same places where it was on that other design, which I think was, no, it was a bit smaller. Yeah, it was about there. So into that valley here and just meeting that valley over there. We need that just so we can reshape our cog and know that it's in the right spot. So what we want to do is double click on our cog here, and you'll be greeted with a load of nodes. So we're just going to start by deleting all the ones below the design, so like that. I'm actually going to make this cog a different color so it's easier to see. Okay, cool. So you can see now a lot more easily the bits we need to be getting rid of, and we're going to sort of shorten these inside spokes to about here to make the design a little bit more interesting as well. So we're going to double click on our cog again, And what we want to do is, like, we want to join these points together on all of our spokes. So to do that, we're going to first break our points. So we did this before in the pen section of the tutorial. So we're going to click on each of these and click break. And then you can sort of drag them away a little bit. You can see it's broken because there's no blue line. Like, the actual outline is still there, but there's no blue line in the middle of each of them. So we're going to break this one as well. I've accidentally joined that back up. There we go. So drag that one out of the way and put that one back. And then we're going to select this one, hold down shift, select this one, and click join, which will join those together and fully get this one out of the way. So for now we can just ignore that. Let's move on to this one. So click the node, select break. You'll see some like funky things happening as you do this, but just ignore them as we go, because you'll see it will get fixed as we do each one. So let's break this one. And then we want to select this node and click join. Like I said, it's gone back to normal now. The same thing will happen here. So we want to click on this one and select break and drag that one out the way. This one break, drag that one out the way, and then select that one and join them back together. And I think that's the last one we need to do because all the other ones are covered. So the next thing we want to do is we need to sort of tidy it up here where we don't want any more of the design. So we want our design to sort of follow this line here. So if we hover over the line and add a node here, like so, and then we want to click on the node that we've just added and break it, like that, drag that out the way. So that's now meeting that point there. We want to do the same here, create a node, click it, and drag that out the way. And then we can join these up together by selecting them both and pressing join. And then we just need to click to create a new node. And it doesn't really matter where these end up as long as they don't end up in any of these white gaps. So as long as it's behind the black, we won't ever see it on the design. So that's that one done. And you can see this is fully separate here. So we just need to do this side. So let's create a node. To be honest, we can use this one here. So we're just going to break that. Drag the one we don't want out the way. And the other one we'll need is, I guess it's over here. So we sort of just follow it around to the other point where it's cutting off. So break that one, like so. And now you see, upon doing that, we have, first let's just join these back up together. So select both of those and click join. Upon doing that, you'll see we've been left with like all these other bits that have separated out as fully independent shapes. So we can just click on those to delete them. And now we are only left with this cog. We just need to adapt this one to just bring it down. Sorry, click onto it. And we can just use our little tools here to make sure that none of it can be seen underneath our mountain, like so. So if we go back to our tutorial main document, you'll see we just need to maybe adjust this down just a drop, just to get that bit out the way over there. And now we've got our main cog shape. I'm also just gonna move it. Oh, I've got two of them. Oh, I know why I've got two of them. We need to get rid of that from our design. Except now I've lost our actual mountain. There we go, okay. So we're just gonna position that back into place. Position that back into place about there. And then we just have this tiny little bit here that we need to pull in a bit. So it's a bit playing around with it to get it just right. Perfect. Now we can't see any of the red over there. So the last thing we wanted to do is just for a bit more detail, I added like a circle in our design here. So to do that, we're gonna press the circle tool and we're gonna draw a little circle, hold down shift and drag that over here. And we just want to erase that. We don't even need to put it in a group for this one. We can do option to drag it to create another one. And we'll just put them centrally in each of these little shortened spokes now. Go back to our main one and there it is. So let's just make this all black again, just so it's all the same. Okay, and the last part is this like cool gradient situation going over it. Obviously you could leave it white, you could have it white on all different colored t-shirts, but I'm going to show you how to do the gradient background. So we need to create a rectangle, so click on our rectangle and just cover up our design. And to do a gradient, you can use the gradient tool here, or G, and we're just going to draw a line across our rectangle like so. And we want to use, I actually really like this gradient that I made up here, so I'm just going to copy it. So our first point will be green. There's one in the middle that's like this purpley colour. One at the end is like an orangey colour. And then in between this one, if we just click on the line, you can drag for the bluey colour. And in the middle of here, we have this, I guess, more of like a deeper orangey colour. Like so. Actually, it's more of this yellow. There we go, that's better. So now we've got our gradient. We're gonna drag this rectangle. Nope, that's our old one. We're going to, here we go, this is our, where's our group from our, where's our cog gone? Oh, it's all the way down here. Okay, let me just drag this up to, there we go. Now we've got our mountain and our gear. So I'm going to group those together. So select them both in Command G, and where's our rectangle? This is, nope, that's our old rectangle. Our new rectangle is here. It's getting confusing because I have two of every design on my layers, like on each page. Okay, so we've got our group, which is our mountain and our cog, and we've got our rectangle behind. So we're just going to drag our mountain design similar to how we did our text and the heart shape. We're going to drag it onto our rectangle with a gradient, and there we have our design. So that is this one here. Again, it looks the same as that one. That one's slightly better centered, but we can always change that by opening up our group and just, well, we can adjust our mountain, but then we will have to go into our cog and adjust that as well. But we can do that quickly. I think I went too far. It's all like playing around with it, just to see where, nope, I didn't go too far. Cool. So yeah, you get the idea of how to create a design like that. So that concludes our Affinity Designer tutorial. I hope that was helpful, showing you again just some simple features, some pod specific features, and then going through how I would create 4 fully ready print-on-demand designs that are ready to upload to our printing provider. I hope this tutorial was helpful. I hope it showed you how you can use Affinity Designer to create some awesome print-on-demand designs, and who knows, maybe I'll see you in the Print-on-Demand Hub very soon.
That was pretty epic, right? I told you she knew her stuff. And by the way, that's barely a snippet of what you get with the paid community. There are so many awesome tutorials on how to make specific designs. It's truly an insane place to be. It's incredible. Now, let me give you another golden nugget. This is a tutorial on how to use Midjourney AI to come up with designs for your t-shirts. You've got to be careful when using AI. It's so easy to just rely on the AI, even though what it produces might totally break all the rules that we have discussed earlier and might even be infringing on certain copyrights and companies. So here is how to properly use AI for print on demand. Again, it's another snippet taken from the course just to show you the value that you would be getting inside this community. Now, a lot of people are, I would say, misusing AI these days, where they create an AI image, it's absolutely terrible, they'll put it on and they'll just leave it as is, or they'll create an image and it looks amazing, but it just isn't really print on demand. So here I'm going to quickly show you how I use Midjourney to come up with ideas and how I create elements, graphical elements for my ideas. So firstly, if you've never used Midjourney, you need to sign up here. So just midjourney.com, you can click join the beta. Now, once you've signed up, you also need to go into Discord and create a Discord. So this is so far all free. Now, once it actually comes to creating a Midjourney account, you'll have to pay $10 a month. That's how you get access to various different things, which I'm going to show you in this video. So for now, I'm going to open Discord and I'm going to show you exactly what we will do. So it can be a little bit confusing, and if you're struggling with Discord, feel free to reach out. But basically what you want to do is, this is what my Discord looks like. As soon as you sign up for Midjourney and you connect it to your Discord, you want to click this plus button over here and click add a server. Click create my own for me and my friends. Let's name this Pod Hub Graphics. Okay, and then you've got all these different things you can do. So let's click add your first app. Check it out. Let's click search for Midjourney. Click Midjourney and click add app. Once we do that, we just have to tick all these things. Authorize, yep, that's all good. And then we'll be ready to go. So go to the Pod Hubs graphics. This is it. Now I use a couple of plugins. I'm not going to talk about them now. We'll talk about them at another time. The best plugin to probably use is the My Designs plugin. And when I do the My Designs tutorial, I'll show you that a bit more. But basically on the left-hand side here, you've got text channels. So you've got the general one. Now you can create new channels, or you can create these kind of like sub-channel things. I don't really know what they're called. So for example, if we create a new one and we call this channel, let's go with the cycling, because we're sticking with cycling for our niche. So let's just call this one mountain biking. Okay, so that's a channel. Then we want to create an actual category. So this is a category. So if we put in create category, we can put in biking. There you go. And let's drag this into this one. So we've got mountain biking. Let's add another one. We've got road biking. Perfect. So now we've got those two things. We need to actually use Midjourney. So to generate a prompt, you have to just start with /imagine. And then you can ask it absolutely anything. So a silhouette of a bike, of a guy on a bike going up a mountain, plain black with a white background. There you go. Let's just click enter. Let's see what that does. Now, this is not usually how I would use AI, specifically Midjourney, but I just wanted to show you what it can do. What I would actually do is I would go and start with /describe. I would then find graphics and find designs and find things that I like and let Midjourney describe them. So let's put in /describe image and let's upload an image. So I'm going to use this image, which is the schematics of like a bicycle. I thought it was quite cool. So we can see what comes up. When we are searching for this, let's have a look at the graphics it made. So a silhouette of a guy on a mountain bike, blah, blah, blah. Okay, fine. So sick. This is so cool. Okay, so look, for example, that one. There we go. Look at that. We could very easily use that.
And because I said put it on a white background, removing this background is going to be incredibly easy for us to do. Likewise with this, we can remove this background super easily. This one as well, this one as well. So here you have a bunch of really, really cool graphics that we can then go and use. So the next thing we would do is, let's say we want to pick our favorite. So for me, this one is our favorite. So it goes 1, 2, 3, 4. So if we go upscale 2, let's see what comes up. So now we've got the upscaled version. Really cool. The only thing is his helmet is not really the silhouette. But what I would then do is I would add this, and this is where the My Designs tutorial is going to come into it, but I would add this into My Designs. I would vectorize it, which means it would kind of put it into specific colors. I can expand and make it as big as possible, make it as small as possible. Don't have to worry about pixelation or anything like that. Then I will adapt it slightly and put it on a t-shirt. So I don't like this harsh edge over here and over here, but this design as a whole could be really cool. So I could put text underneath it over here, like cycling is my therapy, and then get rid of all the black over here and black over here. In fact, I could just show you. Let me just show you. Okay, so let me add this to My Designs. So this is the My Designs plugin. Okay, so you've got in My Designs, basically, you can create a bunch of folders. So I have a bunch of different folders, as you can see. So I might even have a cycling one. Yeah, I have a cycling one. So let me put it in cycling, and then I just need to click this, and let's go over to My Designs. So I'm now here in My Designs, and you can see I'm in the cycling, so home and then cycling folder, and here it is. It pops up right there really, really quickly, really easily. You can see all the previous cycling stuff I have done a while back. This is when I created a bunch of cycling graphics and sent it out in an email newsletter. So what I would then do is I would click this, I would go into all actions, I would vectorize image, yes, vectorize. I'll let it do its thing, and in the meantime, go back into Midjourney, and you can have a look at what it's done here. So this is when I asked it to describe this image. You can see how it's really gone and done that. T-shirt design, cool white bicycle with a flat handlebar, gearbox, blueprint, patch, I don't know what half the stuff is. So what you kind of want to sometimes do here is edit it and make it make sense. So like, not all of this makes total sense, but let's just put that in. So we can either copy and paste it, or we can just click 1. And if we click 1, it's going to submit a t-shirt prompt. So you can see how it just submits a prompt, and we can have a look at what it does with that. Now let's have a look if this is done. No, this is still processing. So once that is processed, what I would do is I'd put it over, take it over to Figma, and I would just start messing around with it. I would crop it. Here we go. So now it's a flat image. You can see his helmet started to work out. It looks better. Okay, so then click that, go to download as zip. Just want to download the mockup, not the main file. Download as zip. There you go. Right, that's been downloaded. Now let's add it to Figma. Let's add that design, and I'll show you what I mean. So this is the vector file, and you can kind of see how I can make this as big as possible, and it never gets pixelated. It's just a vector file. It's really, really cool. So what I want to do is I want to make it the right size, and then you can see as well, you see all the different vectors here. It's crazy, right? So I can just select the white, and the white disappears. So let's delete the white. Now we've got ourselves just a vector here. And with this one, I can change the color to red. So now I can kind of see what isn't part of the vector. So all these little bits here, which I could delete if I wanted to, but I don't have to. But anyways, let's just change it back to black. And what I would do is I would actually kind of crop it a little bit. So let's now that I'm happy with that, I'm going to make it into a flat image. Let's go to the top. Flatten. Right, now it's just an image, and now I would kind of crop it, I would mess around with it, I'd add text. So typically I don't use Figma myself so much to create designs like this. I'll start out on Figma just to mess around with the SVG file. However, Affinity Designer is a little bit better, and the reason I don't use Figma is because I'm actually not that good at Figma. Lauren is much, much better at Figma, so she'll use Figma, and that's why she's making the Figma tutorial. I really like using Photoshop, Kittle, sometimes even Canva, but not really Canva so much anymore. But weirdly, I know this is wrong, but I love using Photoshop because I've been using it for, what, more than 15 years, like a long time, like 20 years, something crazy. I've been using Photoshop since I was in primary school. So, well, it wasn't even Photoshop, it had different names, it's crazy. But, so Lauren's going to actually give the tutorial here, but let me just show you what I would mean. So, let me put in cycling is, and let me make that a little bit bigger. So imagine something like this. I would probably have the text coming up a bit better. Cycling is, and then let's put in my therapy. And then I would like kind of get rid of like this. So I'd remove that. Again, this is not how you do it. This is just me showing you what I would do. There is an official way to actually crop away an image, but I am not a Figma pro. And then I would crop away the bottom as well. So now the design's a little bit smaller. I would probably like kind of make it a little bit better, but I actually like that quite a lot. Cycling is my therapy because it also looks like it's a part of a map. I would make this crop a little bit more like that. I'd bring this over a little bit, bring it down a little bit. Cycling is my therapy. I'll bring that up a tiny little bit. And there you go. I actually like that as a design. That's really cool. You've got a lot going on here. It's nice. It's simple. I would like change his helmet to black. You can do all of this really, really quickly. And I'm going to let Lauren tell you that. But that as a design, I think is great. It's really cool. And look at that. I just used AI. I added some text. And it was that simple. Now let's go back to Midjourney to see how that one did, the schematics one. So this is the schematics. I described basically the schematics picture because I don't even know what prompt to use for that. It's so complicated. And this is the prompt it said, and here are some of the designs. These are flipping awesome. I don't know how this would work for a t-shirt, honestly. I really don't. But it's very, very cool. It's a bit, you can see it's AI's have messed it up a little bit here and there. But the bike is really, really cool. I really like the bike. So this is my favorite one with, I would get rid of all this bottom stuff. I would vectorize just this bit, and I would use just this bit with the lines and like the numbers and stuff. I think that's really cool. Likewise with this, it's really cool. So yeah, you can see the power of AI. You just need to kind of mess around with it. So now another thing I like to do with Midjourney is I'll do / imagine, and then I would ask it to create me a series of graphics that I can use. So for example, create a bunch of bike parts in a graphic, in a cute, I'll say cute graphic form on a plain white background. Let's see what it comes up with. And typically what this sometimes does is this creates a series of graphics within one image. And once I move that over to my designs and I vectorize it, I'll then have a selection that I can quickly use all at once rather than having to create individual things. Right, here you go. So if I click into this, this isn't exactly what I was going for, but let's just say that one. Oh, actually, no, that one's good. So let's say I upscale 4 so we can see it a little bit clearer. You can see how it's clearly on a white background, right? Very clearly on a white background. This is actually perfect. We've got a bike. It's a little bit weird. I don't understand why they've put certain things in certain places. But you can see all of these kind of different graphics here and all these things. We can use that in our designs, just in areas, like we can place them in areas or, you know, whatever we need. But we have a whole bunch of graphics. And all I need to do now is put this in my designs, vectorize it, remove the white, and we're good to go. So it's very, very easy to use. And that is how I would use Midjourney. In my mind, it's well worth the $10 a month. But just like from something like this, where this design could make me a whole bunch of money. Likewise with any of these designs, there's so much here that you could do. Silhouettes work really, really well. So that's how I would use Midjourney. I will create more tutorials on Midjourney like down the line. But for now, that is a very like basic understanding of how to use Midjourney.
If after all of that, all of those tutorials and step-by-steps, you're thinking, Shimmy, this is all great, but I really don't have much interest in making the designs myself, what should I do? Well, that's a good question, because as I said at the start of this training, you don't need to be a designer. That is completely okay. In fact, if you don't want to design, there are a few routes that you could take. The first route is you could partner with someone who wants to make the designs. And this will be a huge weight off of your shoulder. And on top of that, it would save you a ton of money hiring someone to make the designs. That's kind of what I have going with my wife, Lauren. I used to make all the designs myself, and I do occasionally still make quite a few, but when she decided to come into the business full-time, she slowly started taking over the design portion. And it makes sense. She has a huge design background, she has a design engineering degree, and like I said, she's a genius when it comes to designs. Another option you could do would be to hire someone on Upwork to design for you. And this can get expensive, but it will allow you to find pretty good talent that can be repeat talent, so you can keep using it. Hopefully, they can create designs for you on a regular basis. Another option you have is going to Fiverr. Fiverr is another great platform for one-off jobs. It can also be expensive, especially if you're aiming to stick to the 100 designs like I'm highly recommending. But again, with Fiverr, you could hopefully find someone that could be ongoing for you that creates all of your designs. It's important to note with Fiverr and Upwork, a lot of people these days will just use AI and give you some crappy AI generated results as your paid design. Do not let that happen. If you are paying someone for a design, make sure you're getting a good design. Also remember, as well as Fiverr and Upwork, you always have the ready-made designs that you can get from places like Creative Market or Creative Fabrica or even Vexels. These are pretty much ready to go. Sometimes you might want to change the color or manipulate something, but 9 times out of 10, they're pretty good to go. Now, I fully understand you might want to watch this entire video before taking action, and that's totally okay. But when you are ready to take action, be it finding a niche or completing this part and creating the mood board or creating your designs, it's incredibly important that you don't get distracted. Put the blinders up and focus. Focus, focus, focus. Forget mock-ups, forget ads, forget building the store and building the brand. It's vital you create absolutely cracking designs. And every single time you let your mind wander and you start worrying about Facebook ads or something else, you have to somehow claw your way back into designing. To put it really simply, and if you're a doctor or a scientist, please don't shoot me. When you are designing, you are using the right part of your brain. If we want to get technical, it would be the frontoparietal network. And when it comes to advertising and analytical work, you would be using the left-hand side of your brain. Again, I didn't want it to be too technical, but what I'm saying is when you are in that design trance, that flow state, the last thing you want to do is mess that up by focusing on another totally irrelevant task that literally takes up another portion of your brain that is not for designing. So I mean this when I say it. Really put your head down, set that timer for as long as you can, and focus on making those designs, or focus on making that mood board, or focus on finding that niche. Okay, this is really awesome. You've all come so incredibly far. If you're still watching, I can't begin to stress how proud I am and how proud you should be of yourselves. You are building a real business here. This is incredible. So well done. Give yourself a massive pat on the back, because getting to this stage, most people would have quit. So if you're still here, you are doing better than most. Now it's time to actually build mock-ups, and there are many ways to do this. There are many apps to do this, but again, I'm going to show you how I'm currently making mock-ups and what they look like, and why I've made them look like this. Now, before making the mock-ups, we need to actually determine the color of the t-shirts that we are going to sell. We currently sell 8 colors on our store: white, black, navy, royal, gray, military green, Isella, and sand. Isella and sand are 2 new colors for our shop, but people clearly like them, so we sell them. It's also important to note that not all designs work on all colors. A lot of our designs are white, so don't work on the white t-shirt. Occasionally, we'll create a black version of the design to put it on the white t-shirt. And don't worry, I will show you exactly how to do that later on. But if a design doesn't work for a color, just don't include that color. You don't need to have all 8 colors on every product. Now that we have our colors, we need to actually build our mock-ups. So let me give you a step-by-step tutorial on how to do that. Let's build a mock-up for your print-on-demand business. Now this mock-up is specifically for Shopify. This isn't a mock-up for Etsy. And the reason I say that is because it's somewhat different, just a little bit, and I want to focus mainly on Shopify in this video. So let me record my screen. The idea behind these mockups is to try and automate it as much as possible, and maybe not automate it, but systemize the process so that it's nice and quick. Because if you think about it, we have 5 mockups or 5 mockups per design, and if we have 100 designs on our website, that's 500 mockups. There needs to be a quick way to make those mockups, because otherwise that's going to become a full-time job, and we don't want that to happen. So this is how we're going to be doing it. Open up Canva. Now, if you don't have a paid Canva, I think you should be able to do this on the free one. Elements of it should be able to be done on the free one. There are some things like removing the background of certain things, which will be a little bit harder, but that's fine. We open Canva, and we are going to select the Instagram post. So this is just a square, and the Instagram post is a 1080 by 1080 pixel picture. So it's a square. It's very important. It needs to be a square. The next thing we want to do is, well, in our case, we want to add all of our designs, because there's 3 elements to a mock-up. The t-shirt, so the actual mock-up of the t-shirt, the design, and then the accessories that go along with it. So we have the brand Pedal Prints, so our accessories are going to be related to cycling. So what you want to do is you want to actually go to projects, you want to go to folders, and then you want to create a new folder. And you can see I've already done that: accessory folder, mock-up folder, design folder. So if we click create a folder, it will allow us to, let's just do test, click continue, and then open that folder, and we want to select files that go into it. So obviously we've made the folders that we need, so we don't need to create a new folder. So what we want to do is we want to start with a background. Now it's important that the background is somewhat contrasting, but also not too distracting and just easy to look at. A lot of people go with the classic wooden background. So if I go to background and I put in, here we go, recently used, like here's an example, here's another example, here's another example. I've seen people use all sorts of different backgrounds. You know, if I put paper in, that's an example people have done. So is that. There's so many different things, and a lot of it is dependent on the niche that you're in. So for example, with the pedal prints, we have like the mountain heat map kind of thing. This kind of background would be cool for like a teacher, you know, if you're in the teaching niche, that could be quite cool. Or this, if you're in the music niche, look at that, that's an epic background, you know, that's pretty cool. For now, we're going to keep things simple, and we're just going to pick wooden. So let's just go to wooden, and we're going to pick a nice wooden background. We've also got a dark one here, but we're just going to go for the light one for now. Once we have our background, that's great. The next thing we need to do is actually add some, we need to add our t-shirt, we need to add some accessories, all that kind of stuff. So if we go to projects, well, I've got mine over here saved. So I've got my folders down the left-hand side. So you can see I've got the 6 colors that I plan to sell on my website. And you can add more colors, you can change the colors, you can do whatever you want. I got those colors on Etsy, so let me show you. If we go to Etsy and we put in Gildan 64,000 mock-up, you'll see a whole bunch of different things come up, and I bought this first one. $6.59, not the end of the world. Or I could have bought this one. I think it's the same, to be honest. Yeah, it's pretty much the same. And this basically has all the colors of the Gildan 64,000. You can see here are all the different colors. And I believe they should even have the heather colors. Yeah, they've got the heather colors as well, which is very cool. And again, it's super cheap. So once I've done that, I want to add it to the picture. So very importantly, you need to make sure that the size is right. I see a lot of people put mock-ups like this, put mock-ups like this on their picture,
which isn't necessarily a bad thing, but if you think about it, we are trying to promote our design as much as possible. This is the only thing someone is going to see before buying our t-shirt. So we want it to be front and center. We want to take up as much real estate space as possible. So we don't need the bottom. That's a bit irrelevant, right? We then want to make sure this comes all the way to the top. So you can see how it's touching the top. We want to move it over so it's centered. And we could probably make it even bigger so that the arms go to the edge as well. Why not? Why not? Because if you have a look at this kind of curve, this smiley face curve that you've got going over here, the design is never going to go below this. So now we've got a nice big canvas for our design. The next thing we need to do is add our either design or our accessories. So let's go back and let's add a design. So these are the designs I uploaded. Let's just say I add this design. So very, very big. What we need to do is we need to actually change the spacing. And what's important here is you need to make sure two things. One, the placement of the mockup is just like it is when you uploaded that design to Printify. And two, you need to make sure it looks good. So for example, you don't want it to be like up here. Not only does it look silly, they're not going to receive that product. And if we have a look, it's so close to the collar, it just doesn't look right. We kind of want it to look right. And this is going to be something you kind of have to just gauge yourself depending on the design. For example, if it's this design, it's slightly different. You know, it's a bigger design. You know, you've got to really think about, okay, I need some space over here on the top. I need some space on the side, and I don't want it to be too far down the bottom. And if you have a look at that, that looks like a good size, right? You've got to really kind of play each design on its own. So let's go back and change this, right? And I'm going to show you how I quickly did that change in a second. But let's just say this is the mock-up size. I reckon that looks good, right? And it's quite zoomed in, very easy to see. It's centered. Maybe it can be a little bit higher. There you go. Bam. Nice. The next thing we need to do is add our accessories. So in our case, let's go back to folders. We have 3 accessories. Now it's very important that accessories are the least important thing here. So the most important thing is the design. Is that clear to see? Is that obvious? The next most important thing is the t-shirt. Is it obvious? Is it t-shirt? Is the color obvious? Is it big enough? And then the third and least important thing is the accessories. The accessories are just there to spice up the image. You know, you don't want them to be the focal point. So let's start with the helmet. We have a helmet here. This is an AI. These are 3 AI images, by the way. I got them on Midjourney. But again, very important with your accessories, you want to make sure they are top-down photos. You can see this is a top-down photo because the overall mock-up is a flat lay mock-up. It will look so silly if, let me go here. Let me put in helmet. Let me delete this one. It will look really, really silly if that is the mock-up you went with. That's the accessory you went with, right? Because you know you'd have it off the side a little bit. That doesn't make any sense. You've got a flat lay t-shirt and like a helmet that just doesn't fit. So it's very hard to sometimes find top down. So if I type in flat lay helmet, I might not find what I'm looking for. You can see I haven't really found what I'm looking for. There's this, which is a couple of things, and maybe I can kind of delete the background. So if I remove the background, you know, it becomes this, but then I'm like, actually, I don't want the gloves there. So I want to crop it, but it's hard to kind of crop this perfectly. You know, if I kind of crop that, then the bottle's still over there a little bit. So I'm left with this, which to me is not what I wanted, right? Which is why I used AI, because with AI, I was able just to search top-down, flat lay style of a bicycle helmet realistic picture. And it was able to find me one very quickly. So if I add this back, I'm going to remove the background, and this background remover is a pro feature in Canva. And there you go. So background has been removed. The next thing I want to do is make it a little bit smaller. I like the fact that it's red. That's another thing I asked AI to make it red so that it kind of draws your attention when someone is scrolling and scrolling and scrolling. I want the red to stand out. So there's the helmet. Now, remember, the helmet is a secondary or third dairy. It's not even a word, but it's not such an important feature. So you want to make sure it's not like this. You know, a lot of people will put a mock-up like that and be like, cool, that looks good. No, it doesn't. You want your accessories. To be honest, that doesn't look so bad, but no, you want your accessories to kind of be out the way so that they are framing the design. The design is the most important thing. So there's the helmet. Next one we've got to do is shoes. Another one that I got on Midjourney. Right. Remove the background of the shoes. Let's twist them around. Let's make them a little bit bigger. That's much too big. Let's go kind of go like that. And you kind of want it to make sense. So if a shoe's that big, a helmet's that big, that kind of makes sense. You know, you don't want the shoe to be like this because that looks silly. They're just too small. You want them to be big, but you don't want them to be big like that. You want them to kind of come off the screen. You know, and that's another, by the way, another top-down image. So let me just rotate this a little bit. There you go. Now we have our shoes. The last thing we have is a water bottle. So let's just select the water bottle. I think this actually was just a Google image, if I remember correctly. And let's just put the water bottle over there. Right. Now, if we have a look at this as an overall image, we can see the accessories have been pushed to the side and they're framing the design. Now, a lot of people like having something down here in this corner because this is where the shop button is, and it's where like the call to action usually is. I don't mind, you know, it's fine. I think if you want to do that, you can do that. But I think what's important to focus on here is the t-shirt big enough? Is the design the right size? And are the accessories pushed to the side? And are they a flat lay accessory that makes sense? Now, the next thing you have to consider is the drop shadow. So you can see I don't have any drop shadows on my mock-up. And that is, the reason for that is, imagine where light would be for this. You've got a flat lay and the light is coming straight down on it. So the shadows will be very small. If I had the flat lay and the light's coming over here, the shadows are going to be all over here, right? I want the light to be directly on top of it. So there shouldn't be very many shadows. And if you add shadows, it can kind of start to look a little bit fake. But if we want to add, you know, a few shadows, click on the accessory, click on this button, and then click shadows. And now we can have a drop shadow. You can see the drop shadow showed up there. So firstly, let's make the blur amount a little bit bigger. Angle it so it's like kind of just underneath. Distance, you can have it really far, really near. And then intensity. This is what you need to change. You want to make the intensity really low, like really, really, really low, just so that it's casting something between the t-shirt and the shoes. Right. Bear in mind, remember all of these numbers, 48, 52, 24, 20. And then you want to do the same thing. So drop shadow, and you want it to be exactly the same. So angle was there. Blur amount. I've forgotten the numbers already. I'm terrible at this. Distance not so far. Intensity a little bit more. There you go. And then the same thing for the helmet. Right. Once that's done, you're good. This is what your mock-up looks like. Now, what you need to do is you need to create this same mock-up for all 5 colors. This design needs all 5 colors. So what you'll do is you'll click this button over here, duplicate page, and you've got another one. Now, what you need to do is you need to change the color of the t-shirt. And if you have a look, if I just hover the white around, it will automatically jump on things. So if it like replaces the shoes, it replaces the design, the bottle. I want it to obviously replace the t-shirt color. So you need to find where it is. Sometimes it's at the top. There you go. And it will just replace it with white. And then again, if I want to make it black, let's put it up here. No, I know that's what it's going to change. Black. And then again with blue. There you go. And then one more time with ice grey. Right. We now have, oh, sorry, I could add one more, which would be pink. And we now created all 6 mock-ups for this design in, what, a couple of seconds? Once the original mock-up was made, once this first template was made, actually adding all the other ones took no time at all. Then the next thing you want to do is duplicate this one more time. So now you've got, you've got the accessories here, you've got the design and the color. Let's make the color go black, right? It's always nice to start with black. And now what do we need to change? We need to change the actual design. So if we go over to Pedal Print Designs and I select this one, I need to make sure I've put it over the design, not over the helmet, the shoes, the bottle or the t-shirt. No, I want it to go over the design. Bam. Centered perfectly. Good. Next thing I need to do is duplicate this page, go back to the colors and start replacing the colors, right? And you can see how quick and easy this is going to be, right? Replace the colors. And then, you know, when it comes to replacing the design again, let's put another design in. Bam. Done. And because you've centered that first design, most of them should work. 99% of the time, the design comes on absolutely fine. Sometimes you need to kind of tweak it, make it like a little bit bigger and center it and just make it perfect. But I found of all these designs that I added, I only had to do it like once or twice. Like really, 99% of the time, it was absolutely fine. And that is how you would create mockups in bulk very, very quickly using Canva. Just simply dragging and dropping. Yeah, I mean, it's that easy, right? Just please remember all the recommendations I'm making. Again, nothing is an exact science. We've had success with various different mockups, with things without accessories, with accessories, various different things. The reason I'm trying to kind of lay it out like this is so that it's easier for you to follow. But again, quick rules. Simple background that is niche specific. Sometimes wood is fine. T-shirt, the top one touching over here. This one's a little bit not touching. Then all the way to the edge. So if I just remove this for a second, you can see I just pointed, but you can see the t-shirt comes all the way to the edge. It's off there a bit. And then the design has been centered perfectly, right? And this is what you have to consider when making mockups.
An important aspect of designs is to stay organized. One day you might want to sell this business. And even if you don't, I guarantee your life will be forever better if you keep everything organized. We have Figma to stay organized in terms of what designs to make and even our final designs with our mood board and all of that. But when we export our designs from Figma and put them on our computer to upload to our printing partner and our website, or when we make our mockups, it's important to keep everything together, numbered and named and organized. So I'm going to let you into our organizational secrets and share the exact template that we use to stay on top of all of these designs, because I'm telling you, it may only be 100 now, but it will soon be 200, then 300, and before you know it, you could have 600 designs. So staying organized is key.
It's now super important that we actually keep everything really organized for ourselves, for the future, maybe when we sell the business, whatever it could be. Let's stay organized. So the best way to do that is we are on Figma here. You can see this is the Figma board of everything. So we've got all the different boxes and everything like that. And then I know mine isn't very filled out, but yours should hopefully be a lot more filled out than mine is. And then I've created this extra page called Final Designs. And basically it's just a few designs that I've made for this cycling niche. Now, in order to stay organized, that starts with your naming system. So each design, and by the way, this doesn't matter if I created the design in Affinity, if I created the design in Photoshop, if I made the design on Canva or Kittle, or I bought it outright, they always end up here in my Figma just to stay organized. They don't have to for you. As long as you stick to the same naming system, I will show you over here where all the designs should really end up. So just to go over the naming system. The naming system is very simple. So this one will be our first design. So double tap on the name. So that's just the lines over here. 1 dash grunge road bikes. And this is the name that it will be on Shopify. So on your store, make sure it's the same name. And the reason for that is down the line when we are searching for our product or trying to sync mockups and designs and all these things together, you want to make sure they're all the same name. So for example, this is the name for the design, 1 dash grunge road bikes. However, the mockups for this will say 1 dash grunge road bikes dash blue mockup. And that way we can easily, or blue t-shirt mockup, whatever. And that way we can easily find all the mockups, all the designs, everything that we need, the actual files, the actual designs, all of it. The reason why that is so good is that, in your Google Drive where you have everything organized, you can add more designs, you can delete designs, you can find designs, you can create new mockups, and everything's just easier with that kind of system. So that will be 1 grunge road bikes. This one will be called 2 dash mud, sweat, and gears. Simple, right? 3, this will be called cycling is my therapy. Easy, right? 4, this will be called Retro sunset road bike. Yeah, it doesn't really matter so much. Retro sunset psychologist. Okay, so I've named the first. Oh, that's another number by it. That needs a number. I've named the first 5. Okay. Now, when it comes to exporting, what you'll do is you'll export all of these. Now, obviously, you want to make sure that it's not got a background, so it's a transparent background, like you can see I've done here. Let me just remove those, right? And then we can click export. Now you can export in 1, 2, 3, 4, and this is just the size you're going to be exporting at. So let's just export them all at 2 and click export 5 layers, and then we'll be able to export it to our desktop. Okay, once you've exported them to your desktop, you then want to head over and use this template, this Google Sheets template that we've created for you. Again, it will be with all the other downloads available to you for free for watching this video. And this template is basically how we can just keep track of our entire business. And you can add more things here. So we have collection. So in Shopify, what collection is the design part of? You know, if we have a Father's Day collection or a road bike collection or a mountain bike collection. And at the beginning, you don't have to worry so much about collections, but down the line, collections will become a big part of your business. Has the design been uploaded to the Google Drive? Tick if it has. Are the mock-ups for the design in the Drive? Have you uploaded to Printify? Have you synced Printify to Shopify? So is it live on Shopify? And is the design in your ad library? And again, that will come much, much later. And then of course the top color. And the top color, this isn't such an important one. However, you know, on Shopify, you can have a specific color on your collection page, on your catalog page, or whatever you want to call it. And, you know, you'll have some black, some white, some green, some blue, some pink, whatever. And this is just a way that you can kind of select which one it is. And if you click that, you can add more. Right, now, this template will be available for you to download. And what you want to do is you want to add all of the designs to here, the previews, the title, the collection. And here what you can see is 1. So what we'll do is let's add the first one. I'll show you. Okay, so let's add one of these over to our spreadsheet. And there's a few ways of doing this. You've obviously saved all of these and you can just add the saved file. I actually want to add it where it's got the black background because I've realized a white design won't actually be seen on here because this is white. So what I'm going to do is to make it my life a lot easier, I'm just going to screenshot this. Right, there's a screenshot. And again, you don't have to do this. It's just obviously it keeps things neat. So in your product catalog, you'll click make sure you've got that selected. Insert image in cell. Let's find that image. And it should work, but it doesn't always. Okay, there you go. That's the design. Now, the title of this was Grunge Road Bike. So we'll put in here Grunge Road Bikes. Okay, and then you've got 1 and then dash, obviously, Grunge Road Bikes. And this would be in the, let's just call it the Road Bikes collection. And you can have a drop down of your collections if you want, rather than having to type it in every single time. And in order to do that, you just have to click all of this, unselect the word collection, click insert, and then insert drop down, and then you can just have a drop down. So road bikes, yep, so we'll just keep road bikes, and then we can have another one, mountain bikes, and then Father's Day. We can change the colors. There you go. Click done. And now this one is that, but if it was mountain bikes, we could just select that, and if it's that, we could just do that. Very, very easy, right? And that is what the spreadsheet looks like, your product catalog spreadsheet. You don't have to use it. You know, using this is not going to be the reason you fail or succeed, but staying organized will definitely make your life a lot easier, especially as you scale this business. You might only have 100 designs at the beginning, but soon you'll have 200, 300, 400, 1,000, 2,000, a lot of designs. And one day, you know, when you want to sell the business, you want to kind of sell it where it's all looking a lot more organized and a lot neater to attract more buyers. That's how you would keep everything organized.
At this point, you have a huge amount of resources, knowledge, and examples to get cracking on with your first 100 designs. So, your mission, should you choose to accept it, take action on what you've just learned. Go and create your first 100 designs, not 50 designs or 97 designs. Create 100 designs. Why 100 designs, you might be asking? Well, later on, we're going to be running Facebook ads that cycle through all of your designs. And if you have more, there's more chances of finding winners. But not only that, if you have more designs, you're allowing customers to buy different designs that they like, which increases your AOV. AOV is the average order value, which is very important in this business, as we want to have the biggest and best and highest profit margin possible. When seeking extra expert validation for your designs, you can always share them with me in the Print on Demand Hub, which is our paid community. What I do is I create detailed walkthrough videos for you, breaking down your designs and critiquing every detail to ensure you are on the right path. It's a really incredible resource that we do in the Print on Demand Hub. Definitely something worth checking out. For now, I think we're ready for the next stage of this business. Things are getting exciting now. Well, they're already exciting, but I'm honestly so thankful that you're still here watching. You are amazing. And the fact that you've got this far is a huge, huge testament to your willingness to succeed. So again, you should be so proud of that. For now, let's get on to building a brand. It's starting to feel very real now. Honestly, that's exciting. This is it. This is where we build a brand that can withstand the test of time. Why are we building a brand, and why is it so damn important? After all, no one in Print on Demand really talks about this. It's usually all about the design of the t-shirt. Go sell this trending thing. No, wait, sell this trending thing. Oh, wait, sorry, it's this trending thing. No. This isn't how you build a scalable, viable business. So this is why we're building a brand. We're building a brand because we want a real asset that we can scale as much as we like, and that we can eventually sell if we want. We're still going to use Print on Demand as the fulfillment model like we've spoken about, but the money is in the brand, not in the one-off t-shirt you throw on Etsy or Redbubble or Amazon. You'll see over the next few years, there will be a huge shift of people taking this business more seriously and building stores with brands. Get in on this early. Don't wait to do this in 6 months, a year, 2 years. Do this now. You will not regret it. With a brand, we make something recognizable for customers to recommend and even come back to and purchase again and again. Hopefully, you're seeing the value in building a brand, and we can now get to the fun bit and actually build the brand. Well, sorry. I don't want to burst your bubble, but this isn't as glamorous as you think. For now, at least. It gets a lot more fun later on. For now, we just need a simple name and a logo. Brand colors, brand fonts, brand guidelines, all of that extra fluff we can worry about down the road when we've proven our store can actually get sales and be successful. In terms of how long this should take, it should really be a few hours, no more than 3 hours to complete this part of the business. First, let's pick a brand name. Remember, we're selling clothing, mainly t-shirts at the beginning here. So if you're going to go into the fishing niche or something, bear in mind you're not selling fishing rods or fishing equipment. You're selling fishing t-shirts. We'll find a really cool name for our cycling niche. Something simple, short, and sweet. I use ChatGPT to come up with various names, and you can as well. However, bear in mind ChatGPT loves alliteration and comes up with the cheesiest crap. You've been warned. Don't use Goofy Golf Gizmos as your name or something like that, even if ChatGPT is telling you to. Try and keep the name short and simple. It will make remembering it far easier. You could use the website Namelix to come up with a name. This is how we came up with our eventual final name, and let me show you how you can do that too. We're now going to use Namelix to come up with a business name, or at least an idea of a business name. So if we put in our keywords, cycling,
and t-shirts, let's see what happens when we click generate. You can select all these styles. It's very, very cool. So name styles, we want evocative, compound words, non-English, all of it. So we're just going to click auto, which is all the styles, and click next. Randomness, yeah, medium is absolutely fine. Brand info, cycling t-shirts, a short sentence. We sell graphic t-shirts in the cycling niche. Generate. This is where it's cool. This is probably one of the best name generators, and there's so many out there. You can do like there's a Shopify one. You can even just straight ask ChatGPT, but I find this one so good. I mean, look at this. What does that say? Roadie Republic. Oh, so if that, yeah, Roadie Republic. If that just said Road Republic, that would be quite cool. Shifty spokes. That's cool. Even gives you like the graphic, like the font and the whole brand, like design, logo. Cycling Gurus, cycling shirts, crank shirts, Velo Ink, spoke shirts. That's quite cool. And we can click on domains and see what's available, but we're not going to be buying domains from Namecheap. We'll do that in a second. But it's just cool to see spokeshirts.com, spokeshirts.fashion.net. So I want to eventually find .store. But spoke shirts, I actually like that. That's my favorite. Keep going down. There's so many. And it goes on, and it will load, and it will go on, and on, and on. And this is, without a doubt, one of the best places to find penalties, to find a brand name. Okay, I like spoke shirts. And that's quite cool. I also kind of like Swifty Spokes. I like the font they've used here as well. Okay, we're going to go with spoke shirts. So click on spoke shirts, and we can see what it looks like in nice and big. We can save this. We can even purchase it. So if I click, well, we can edit it as well. We can change things. There's so much we can do here, but for now, we're happy with that. We're going to go with spoke shirt. So it says purchase, but I'm not going to purchase it because I don't need to purchase it. But yeah, we like the name Spoke Shirts. That is going to be our brand name, and that's how easy it is to find a name using Namelinks for your brand. That took me all of 3 minutes. Don't spend hours upon hours upon hours trying to find a brand name. So let me just take a screenshot of this so I can remember it. Right, you've got other options as well, it seems. I actually like the first one. And if we just go back, all the way back, and we create new names, and we put in, let's say you're in the dog niche. I'm sure we'll get better names for the dog niche. Cute canines, Furty, On the Leash, the Doggy Lab, the Pooch Print, Salty Paw. I like Salty Paw, that's good. Cheeky Dog, that's also cute. So you see what I'm saying here. It doesn't matter what you're selling, what niche you're in. This platform, this website is really, really, really good at coming up with brand names. So give it a go when you're up to, trying to come up with a brand name for your business. Hopefully now you have a name. We now need to check the availability of that name on socials and domains. We need to buy a domain name. I use GoDaddy, but I'm going to show you 2 websites that you can use. Personally, I have always used GoDaddy in my 10 years of creating websites and businesses. Now, usually I would say go for the .com domain name. But, this is a big but, I've actually been researching and comparing .com versus .store because, well, I was intrigued why someone like Mr. Beast would use .store over .com when he could literally get whatever domain name he wanted. I thought something must be convincing him. So I did a hell of a lot of research. And after doing this research, I found a few studies that had been done comparing the two. And .store always seemed to perform far better with SEO and paid traffic. It had a higher conversion rate and it had a higher trust, which actually really surprised me. Now, on top of that, there are over 1.6 million users that use .store and some really big names, not just Mr. Beast, but like Rihanna, I know, super random, Emirates Airlines, Discord. These names are all massive, massive names, and they all use .store, which really surprised me. So as a part of this incredibly long YouTube video, this event
I want to call it, I reached out to a few various people, and .store was one of those people I reached out to, as I wanted to use them for this brand new store I was making, and I wanted to know if they'd like to be involved. So this store that I'm building with you, I'm going to be using .store, and they happily agreed to be involved with this huge project, along with some other incredible sponsors, which I'll mention later. So even though you could go for either, I would suggest trying a .store because, well, from what I can see, it seems to be a little bit better for e-commerce stores. If you already own a .com, then that's great. You can also get multiple domains, .co.uk, .store, .net, .org, and have them all redirect. It really depends on how you want to play this. The idea of using .store started in our paid community when someone brought it up, and I looked into it because I didn't actually know very much about it, but I wanted to make sure I could look into it and give an adequate answer. So when I looked into it, I was like, actually, this is pretty good. So why not give it a go? Which is why I kind of want to try it out for this store. So for now, let's buy our domain and move on to the next part of branding. We're now going to buy the domain name. And like I said, we're going to try and go for a .store. I want to try this out. So there's two platforms that we can get .store from. Well, there's lots of platforms, but there's two platforms I'm going to show you. The first is the official .store website, get.store, and the other one is GoDaddy. GoDaddy is just where I've bought my domains for the last 10 years, and GoDaddy have a specific .store page, and it actually tells you a little bit about .store. 87% more traffic, 12% lower cost per conversion, 2x search visibility. This is all the stuff that I found out in my research about .store. So if we're going to try, let's try. So if we're going to try, let's go for our brand name, Spoke Shirts. See what happens. Okay, so spokeshirts.store is available. Simply put, we have to just proceed. And there is a discount, by the way. Yeah, the coupon is YouTube, so try that out. Like I said, I reached out to them, gave me a cool discount. If you want privacy protection, I think that's a couple pounds. Yeah, £6.17. Don't have to worry about that. I'll just get rid of this for now. And it goes to 76p. Now, of course, if you're in America, it will be in dollars, but it will still be hopefully under $1. Click place order. And then we have to obviously create an account. So again, I usually just do this straight through GoDaddy. So if I put in Spoke, oh, I can't even remember what the brand is. It's not a good start, is it? Spoke Shirts. Click go. Usually I just do everything in here. I can also get it through here. And I do everything through GoDaddy because I have an account there. All my domains are with GoDaddy. But for the sake of this video, I'm just going to do it through here. So let's place this order. Let's create an account. Okay, and now what I need to do is click pay. So let me just click pay. Okay. So mine says $8.99. I added the website protection, but it's up to you if you do that. You don't have to do that. And that should all go through. Nice. Order successful. You can manage your orders from the control panel. This is amazing. Okay. Domain registration for 1 year. Privacy protection. So that's what I went for. Obviously, you've got the crazy discount, $28 from this one. And now we can view that from the control panel. Amazing. .store domains. Here we go. This is my control panel. So the next thing we're going to do, well, not the next thing, but down the line, we're going to actually connect our domain to Shopify. But don't worry, I'm going to show you exactly how to do that as well. This was just how you buy your domain. And again, you can buy it directly from here, or you can just get it from GoDaddy, whichever one you want. And to be honest, you could probably get it from anywhere, but these are just the two platforms that I'm recommending, mainly because I've either used them or with this .store one, I wanted to give it a go. I wanted to try it out. Now we've got our domain name. It's time to get the email. You could use a free email service like Gmail, but honestly, it doesn't look so professional. Yes, it may save you a little bit of money, but as I've said so many times before, we're building a proper business here. It's normal to have some business expenses. Having a professional email looks much better when emailing customers and when they need to actually email you. It's a very tiny cost in the grand scheme of things. And if we set up our professional email now, it will allow us to set up our Shopify and our Printify accounts with that specific professional email rather than switch it down the line. I use Google. It's something I've always used in the past. It's something that I find really easy and user friendly to use. But on top of the professional email you also get other things like a Google Drive account with lots and lots of storage, which is perfect for us because that's where we're going to store all of our files and designs. But for now, let me show you exactly how to set up your own professional email. We now need to set up a professional email for our store. Now, again, like I said, you can use your store name, so spokeshirts@gmail.com, but we want to be more professional and go for support@spokeshirts.store, and that way it's our actual domain name. It looks more professional. Customers feel more comfortable emailing you and receiving emails from you. So that's what we're going to do. Now, you don't have to set it up through Gmail. It's just who I've used for the last 10 years. Like, I've been using them for so long, and I find it really, really straightforward to set up. So that's what I'm going to do. So all you have to do is you go to workspace.google.com, get started now, put in your business name. So we'll put in... Now, let me just quickly say, I've made this recording once, and when I went to finish the recording, it crashed. So I now need to make this whole recording again, and unfortunately, because I've already set it up with the first recording, I've already set up the Gmail, I've set up everything, I have to set it up with a brand new name just to show you how to do it. So, the Spoke Shirt. So it is spokeshirts.store, but because my computer crashed as I was saving the recording, you can see on my .store domains, I bought this one now as well, the spokeshirt.store, just so I can set up a custom Gmail just to show you how to do it. Because this is quite a complicated or confusing process, and I wanted to give you an exact step-by-step. So click Next. Your first name is Shimmy. Okay, so we want to click this middle one, set up your existing domain. Spokeshirt.store. There you go. Now, use this domain to set up the account. Yes. Okay, now we need to put in our username. So we're going to put in support. We need to put in a password. I'm not a robot, I hope. And then click agree and continue. Okay. Now, there is a couple of things that we're going to have to do, which is why I wanted to show you the exact process. Even though I've already set this up, it's a little bit annoying. But let's go for support@spokeshirt.store. Next. Password. Okay, so first we need to just put our phone number in to verify and get the code. Click verify. Nice, I understand. And here we go. Now we have our Google Workspace. We just have to pick, so £13.50. This is the business plan. Gives you 5 terabyte of cloud storage. It's fine. I don't know why it doesn't show us the other plans, but it seems that they've got 25% off at the moment. That's pretty cool. So let's just click try for 14 days. Agree and continue. Obviously, I've got to put my address in and all my information. Need to put a card in. Okay, agree and continue. Setting up billing. Okay. Right, Gemini Business add-on. No, we don't need the Gemini Business add-on, so let's just skip for now. Not necessary. We're trying to save a little bit of money here. Verify that you're in the store. Okay, now this is the bit where it's a little bit complicated, but don't worry. I'm going to walk you directly, exactly through it. So you have to verify that you own the website, and then you can start using your email. So let's click Get Started. Now, select your domain host. Ours is not on here. So we can just click My Domain uses a different host. Click Continue. And now you've got the text records, or you can use the CNAME records for verification. So in order to input this information, all you need to do is go to your main page. So on your .store domains, manage.get.store. So let's just log in. If we have a look at our orders, we'll see there's 2 here. Now, I said earlier there are 2 here because I've already set this whole thing up, but my screen wasn't recording properly, so I had to buy a new domain so I can set this up again for you as if it was for the first time. Very frustrating, but anyway. So click your domain, so the spokeshirt.store.
Scroll all the way down to DNS management. Okay, let's open up DNS management, and you can see we have all of these things here. So let's just make this a little bit smaller. Let's make this a little bit smaller so that we can see it. Okay, so domain setup. We need, let's do the CNAME record. So over here, we click CNAME, right? Add CNAME record. So you got host name, value. So you got all the things here. So let's put in the name. Let's put in the value. And then click add record. Okay, that's been added. Now we can, let's just wait for that to go away. Yeah, now we can click this button to confirm once you've updated the code on your domain website. You can see, click that, click confirm. And this can take a few minutes, but it will just kind of talk to each other and make sure it's been set up correctly. And great, your domain is now verified. Activate Gmail. Okay, so set up Gmail and receive emails. It says it takes 10 minutes, but it doesn't take 10 minutes. Let's click continue. Support at the spokeshirt.store. Yeah, proceed with activation. Okay, my domain uses a different host again. Click continue. And then you need to update your MX record. So if we go here and we go to MX record, we can add an MX record. Priority is 1. Let's just put that in. The name, just set it to default. And then point to. There you go. And click add record. Okay, once we've added that record, click tick this, click confirm. And then that should be set up as well. There you go. You're all set. Explore Google Workspace. Easy. It's not a very difficult process once you do it, but it's something that if you're not following a step by step, you might get a little bit lost. So just click I'm not sure yet. I'm not sure. Okay, nice. Now if we click these 9 dots, we can click here and we can go straight to our Gmail. Spoke Shirts Mail. You've been signed out of this account. I might have to re-sign in. Okay, and here you have it. This is your Gmail. Now, when we sign up for Shopify, for Printify, for anything really, we will be able to use this email. This is our professional email. How cool was that? Now what we need to do is actually create a Google Chrome profile, which I'm going to show you how to do. But as well as that, we also need to create our brand logo. We're almost good to go with our brand. The next thing we need is a logo. This is the fun bit, but also don't overthink this bit. We can change our logo down the line if we really want. Many companies have changed their logos many times. Apple has changed their logo 6 times. It's pretty cool. And Lego has changed their logo 16 times, albeit slightly different changes, not like big changes, but still, it just goes to show you don't have to stick with the first logo you make. For us, let's aim to keep it simple. This isn't a t-shirt design. This is just a word with a small mark if needs be. We now need to create a logo, and we can use any software or tool for this. You can use Adobe Express, you can use Canva, you can use Kittle. It doesn't really matter. I'm just going to show you how I make it in Canva, but I can and have made it in other platforms as well. The important thing to take away from this is you want to keep this simple and quick. People like to spend an abnormal amount of time working on their name, their logo, all that kind of stuff. And I'm going to show you off the cuff. I haven't got any ideas in my head. I'm just going to show you off the cuff how I would create a logo for this brand. So to start with, we're on Canva. Just click create design, and we're going to go for a width 1200 by 400, create new design, and that way it's like a long logo. Now we can also create this mark as a square, and that way we can have it on social platforms like Facebook and Instagram and whatnot. But we are doing a rectangle because that's what it's going to look like on Shopify. In the top left corner, we're going to have our logo in like a rectangle. So remember, we're called Spoke Shirts, okay? So let's have a look at some elements. So spoke, as in a bicycle spoke. There you go, bike spoke. Let's have a look. Okay, so let's have a look at all the different bicycle spokes. So you've got various different ones. That's like a cute, playful kind of spoke, but don't like it. That doesn't really look like a bicycle spoke. That's a good one, but then it kind of looks like it's for mountain biking, whereas this looks like for road biking. So it's like, which one do we use? So let's put in the words first. Spoke Let's see what that looks like. Let's make this a little bit bigger. Oops. Okay. Let's just remove those two. And again, I'm going to try and keep this nice and simple. So spoke, and then don't like that font. So let's look at some other fonts. No. That's kind of cool. That kind of goes with the rugged look of this as well. Okay, so let's just say we went for something like that. Let's make this the same shape as the O. Yep, okay, let's get rid of the O. Just put this in. There we go, something along the lines of that. Let's make it a little bit bigger. We can even make it bigger, like obviously bigger. So if I make this space a little bigger. Okay, now let's make this obviously bigger. That's also kind of cool. Okay, let's put it in the middle. Let's go to that. Let's put in the next word, which would be shirts. Is it shirts or shirt? Can't remember actually. It is... I can't even remember the name of my website. Spoke shirts. Okay. So. There you go. Simple. Simple yet effective. So, what are we thinking? Are we happy with that? And then the mark. So, this would be the logo with the name. And if we just wanted to do, let's add a page. And let's say we just wanted to have our logo with a mark. We can also just put that here. Or let's just... Sorry, let me just delete this. Let me just... There you go. Make it a little bit bigger. We could even put... So it could look like that if we just want maybe a favicon or something like that. And then if we want a logo that's like a square logo, we could put the words spoke and shirts above and below it. So let's do that. Let's curve this. And then we can have a nice square logo as well. Okay, so effects, curve. Pretty simple, right? Yeah, spoke, and then put the other word in. Shirts, and then let's fix that curve. Invert that curve. There you go. Now if we want to have... It doesn't look so good, to be honest. I would probably make the wheel a little bit bigger. And the shirts come down a little bit. There you go. So now if we wanted to have some form of a square logo that we can put on social media or anything like that, we've got this. And those are pretty much the two logos that we need. Now, you see, this really didn't take me a long time. I didn't put too much effort into it. I know that might sound bad. I'm not putting effort into my brand. But this is what I was trying to say. Your brand logo can change down the line if you need it to. It doesn't really matter, and this isn't what's going to get you sales right now. So that's why I don't want you to spend too much time on it, because you can spend, let's say, 3 days on this, right? And at the end of the 3 days, you're going to be like, I have the best logo ever, and then no sales come in. And that's because people aren't buying your people aren't buying your designs, I should say, because of your brand logo. They're buying it because of the designs that you're selling. So don't put too much effort into the brand logo. Literally, it should take you 20 minutes, 30 minutes, maybe an hour if you really want to like think about it and your mind's completely blank. I guess with me, it was quite easy because the word spoke was obviously going to end up in some form of wheel. It has an O in it, so it just kind of made sense. But if you've got a brand name that doesn't really work for a mark, then it could be harder. But this also is I guess a message for you to not overcomplicate your brand name. Don't go for a super long, crazy brand name. Just keep it really short, really sweet, really simple. And just remember that the graphic, the design that you are making is not a t-shirt design. It's not this whole flamboyant, crazy t-shirt design. It's just a word mark. It's just your name in a different font with maybe a graphic of some sort. Really, really don't overthink it. We are almost done with branding now.
Last, final thing would be to make a separate Google Chrome user. And this is just a bonus tip. You don't really need to do this, but it will make your life way easier and it will allow you to stay really, really organized, which for this business where there's so many different things you've got to think about, being organized is very, very useful. So let me quickly show you how to set up a custom Chrome profile for your new email. Within this business, there's going to be quite a few links for you to bookmark, such as your email, maybe your Shopify store, your Facebook ads account, your Printify, your profit and loss sheet, your product catalog, whatever it may be. And you'll have all of these bookmarks up here. Now, to keep this really, really organized, when you open up your Gmail for the first time, you'll see something that says continue in a new Chrome profile. Just click OK. And now what it will do is it will build a new Chrome profile for you. This Chrome profile is going to be our brand profile. And yeah, we can turn on sync so that it's across all of our stores, all of our devices. And now what we need to do is, if we ever bookmark something, so let's say we bookmark our Gmail, right? It will show up and then we can click view bookmark bar. And it will show up in our bookmark bar, right? So if I just put this over here on the main one, there you go. Now, if I open up, let's say I open up Printify, right? Just jumping ahead here for a quick second, and I want to bookmark Printify, bam, and I can put it in all bookmarks, done, or I can put it in bookmark bar, done, and there you go. And what we're going to be able to do here is we're going to be able to build all of our go-to places that we need for our business so that we can quickly navigate around and not get distracted or lost in all the other bookmarks. I don't know about you, but I have a specific Chrome profile for every project or business that I do. So I've got one for, my community. I've got one for my YouTube. I've got one for my own Shopify brand. And that way, all the bookmarked things, the saved passwords, the saved cards, all of those things are specific for that business, and they don't need to be all jumbled up together in one crazy Chrome profile. So definitely set up that Chrome profile. It's just a little trick that will help you stay organized. As you can see, it's super simple to do and 100% worth it, especially as you start saving more bookmarks and growing this business. Having everything under one roof, organized, makes it a lot easier. It's useful to know as well, when you set up a custom Google domain, the cheapest package also gives you 30 gigabytes of Google Drive storage. I mentioned this earlier, but this is where we keep all of our files, our photos, our mockups, our designs, everything really, literally everything, our profit and loss sheets, all of it. And it's really, really useful. Now, the last thing I'll say about branding, and I've said it before, but I really want to drill this in. Please don't overthink it. Don't spend weeks and weeks on this task. Keep it simple. That's all you need to do. Now, I think we're ready to move on to the next step. Let's pick a printing partner and start uploading all of our designs. This is getting exciting. Right, let's do this. As we're using print on demand as the fulfillment method, we're going to need to find a company that can print, package, and ship products to customers when they make an order. This is very, very different to buying in bulk, and it has its pros and cons. But the biggest pro is the fact that you don't have to lay out any money. You don't have to lay out thousands and thousands of dollars or pounds or whatever currency you're in. You don't need to worry about housing all of that stock and every other problem that comes with bulk ordering. Trust me, I've done this before. Our biggest order was 4,000 items in one go, and we used to order 2,000 items every single month. The logistics was a nightmare. Headache after headache, and I wouldn't recommend it. Print on demand changes that. The company that we use for our own store is Printify. Why? Honestly, I've tested over 30 print-on-demand companies, and you can see most of those tests on my YouTube channel. Printify just ticked all the boxes. It's the company I've now been using for the longest time, and it's the one that I always recommend because we use it. It's also another one of the companies that decided to sponsor this video, this event. It's actually so relieving not having to test companies every single week. It was becoming such a pain switching everything over from company to company. Now I'm happy to say we finally found one that has great prices, good shipping times, amazing customer service, and semi-decent user interface. I say semi-decent because there could be some improvements for sure, but for the most part, they're pretty good. Now, Printify is kind of like the Airbnb for printing companies. So they don't print themselves, but they work with printers who connect to Printify, and when you use Printify, you can use one of those various printers. The same way that when you use Airbnb, you're not renting accommodation from Airbnb, you're renting accommodation from an individual that has listed on Airbnb. So we are using a company that is listed on Printify. That's kind of how Printify works. So within Printify, we use SwiftPod or SwiftPod. That's the actual company that prints, packages, and ships our product. Like I said, Printify is kind of like the Airbnb for print on demand. There's lots and lots of printing companies connected that you can choose from. I'm only recommending SwiftPod because it's who we use, and I find it's the most ethical to recommend what I actually use. But there are other ones like Monster Digital that's all connected to Printify that are also pretty good. For now, let's sign up to Printify and set it all up. As they are one of the sponsors of this video, the link down below should get you 1 free month of Printify Premium. It's a win-win really. Having a company I use anyway sponsor the video and get you an even better deal.
Now we need to set up our Printify account. Very simply, just go to printify.com, click sign up, and we're going to sign up with the email that we just created, the professional email that we created. So let's use sign up. Okay, welcome to Printify. What brings you here? I'm new selling, I'm ordering products myself, I'm already online, I want to expand. That's just whatever. Doesn't matter. I'm just exploring. Okay, this is what Printify looks like. It actually looks a little bit different. They have changed things quite a bit actually. Anyways, this is what it now looks like. You've got my new store, but it's not connected to anything yet. We'll just do a quick walkthrough. So this is the dashboard. Okay, you have your catalog, which is all the products that you could sell. You've got your products that you've actually created. You've got orders that you've received from customers. Got it. Okay, you've got your wallet, which is where payments will happen. So you can either add money to this, you need to add a payment card for when orders come through. Let's say the customer buys something from you, you will pay for it on Printify, and then Printify will ship out to the customer, and the money that the customer sent you will go to you. And then you've got Printify Premium, which, by the way, there will be a coupon that you can get in the free community. You'll be able to get a month free of Premium. You've then got Insights. So this is insights into your sales and orders and stuff. You've got store settings, branding, Printify Premium, all this other stuff. Okay, so, well, what we need to think about with branding is we're going to have packing inserts. Yep, we're going to have neck labels. We don't need to worry about gift messaging at the moment. So first things first, we've got store settings, right? And this is the, well, we don't actually have anything. We don't have a store connected. So what we're going to need to do is add a new store or manage this store, right? And connect it to something. So you've got Etsy, Shopify, TikTok, all the different things, right? We're going to connect this to Shopify. We don't have a Shopify just yet. So we're going to do everything else that we need to do within Printify. And then when we are ready to set up our Shopify, we're going to set up our Shopify and connect it over here. Okay, and the way I found that is I literally just clicked here, clicked manage my stores. This is my new unnamed store, unconnected store you can see here, right? I just click connect, and then I'll click Shopify and we'll connect it. Now, another thing you can also do is click the gear icon, and this will be the store settings, which jumps us to this page. And here, we'll name it. So let's name this Spoke Shirts. Okay, let's click save. We're going to go through all the settings quickly, and then we're going to actually add our first product. So ship from address, just Printify default. Order settings. Okay, so order rerouting. Enable order routing. You don't have to enable this. This just it's not important. It just means if the product isn't available, they'll auto reroute to another supplier. But I like to manually do it so I can choose what the supplier, who the supplier is, I should say. And then you've got order approval, whether it's manual, automatically after an hour, automatically after 24 hours, or automatically set time. So there's two ways to play this. Either if you are selling personalized products that need your attention when an order comes in, you want to have it set to manual, because you don't want to automatically send out a product if you haven't had the time to check it and update the design. Now, if you don't have any personalized products and you're just selling your bog standard products, then you want to select automatically at a specific time. Now, you can select automatically 1 hour, automatically 24 hours. That's fine. The reason why I suggest automatically at a time is because it allows us to check all of our orders, and then they'll all get shipped out, because sometimes customers will put the wrong address in, sometimes they'll order the wrong thing, sometimes they'll want to change the size, and they'll email you, and once an order's started the process, it's much harder to change it. So we have ours set to 10 a.m. and the reason why we have ours set to 10 a.m. I wake up in the morning and I'm able to look much earlier than that, like 7 a.m. right? And then I've got a couple of hours to go through all the orders that came through yesterday, overnight, check any emails that may have come through if something needs amending or pausing or whatever. And then at 10 a.m. it'll be good to go. So I'm happy to submit them. So I do 10 a.m. I know someone that does at 11 p.m. So that way at the end, or the 11:59 p.m. So that way at the end of the day, they can see all the orders for that day, and then they get submitted. But the reason I did that at the beginning, but I stopped because I realized I didn't want to be looking at my laptop at 11 or 11:30 p.m. I wanted to be in bed by then. But this way, in the morning, I see all the orders from the previous day from 10 a.m. all the way through the night, and then I can submit those. Okay, so receive as soon as available. Tracking notifications, yep. Delayed orders, right, cool. Okay, let's click save. Printify Connect. Don't worry about Printify Connect at the moment. Branding. Okay, so we are going to add this, but we don't have to worry about this right now. We can add this later on down the line. It's not very expensive, as you can see. 15 cents or 10 cents if you have Printify Premium. And gift messages, don't need to worry about this either. So that's setting up your store. On Printify, that is. Very, very straightforward, very, very simple. The next thing we need to do is actually add our first product or our first design. Now, in order to do that, we need to just go to Catalog. We need to go to T-shirts, and we're going to be selling the Gildan 64,000 T-shirt. So let's go through that. Right, okay, so you've got all the different options here. So view all. Well, we can just click this here because it's already here. Okay, now the printing provider that we use is Swift POD. So let's go find Swift POD. This one. You can see that they have branded inserts available. There's also gift messaging, DTG, DTF, and neck labels. This is all everything that we want. Now you've also got Monster Digital, which is a 9.4, so it's a little bit better. Again, you use whoever you want to use. One thing I'm going to quickly do is ship from USA, because we are selling to the United States. We're not selling in the UK. Even though I'm based in the UK, we're gonna sell and ship from the US to the US. The US market is a lot bigger, it's a lot better, and it makes a lot more sense for print on demand, especially at the beginning. Down the line, when we're scaling and we're going international, then we'll worry about the UK. But to start this business, no matter what country you're in, I very much recommend that you sell in the United States. Okay. Now, what you'll see when you select USA, you'll see this Printify choice, and this is where Printify will automatically choose the printing provider for you depending on where the customer is and various other factors. I don't like doing this. I like to choose manually, and then I will go and select Swift POD, which is here. So I click Start Designing, and no, I can explore myself. Okay, cool. This is okay. There we go. This is what the uploading screen looks like. You've got a couple of things. You've got the edit. So over here you can select variants and colors. You've got preview, so you can actually see what it could look like even on a potential person. Let's go back to edit. On top of that, you can upload your design here. You can create your design directly in Printify here, which I very, very, very much do not recommend you doing. You can add text. You've got your library of all your designs. They'll populate as you add more designs. You've got graphics, templates, Shutterstock, and Fiverr. Now, you don't need to worry about any of that because we're going to be uploading our own designs. So the first thing we're going to do is we're going to actually select our colors. And the colors that we sell are white, sport gray, black, sand, military green, royal, navy, and Isella. Okay, there you go. These are all the colors that we sell on our website. Now, a couple of things to note. Not all designs will work on all colors. So we're going to upload a design now, and I'm going to show you what I mean. Okay, so we've uploaded a t-shirt design, and here it is. Now you can see this does not work on white. So what we'll probably do, or what we're definitely going to do, is we're going to unselect white. And now we can see if we go back onto edit, does it work on grey? Yep. Black? Yep. Sand? Yep. Green, blue, navy, pink. Okay, so it works on all of them. Now, one thing to note, what you could do is you can make specific designs for specific colors. So let's say we do select the white variant and it doesn't work. We can make a specific design for white. So now we could delete this. We can add a specific design that we've made specifically for white. So the same design, but we've inverted the black to white so that it works. And you can see this little blue dot over there. That shows that it has a different specific design associated to it. Okay, so that's how you would do that. Now, I'm not going to do that for this case because I haven't made a specific design. So we're just going to do this. Okay, this is what it looks like. Now, if you want to design on the back, you can. Not recommending it. But we've also got the neck label. Now, what I like to do with the neck label is I like to make the logo. We'll put our logo there, and I'll try and match it with whatever color this is. So can you see over here on sport grey it's black, but on black it's white, on sand it's black, military green it's white, royal it's white, navy it's white, and Isella it's black. So let's just say, for example, we're going to upload our logo here. So what we need to do is we need to upload. Okay, there we go. That's our logo, Spoke Shirts. Okay, now if we want to, what we would do is we'd go to black. Right, you can see how Spoke Shirt, it shows up there as well. So we would have to click Make Specific Design for Black. And now we'll delete that. And we'll add another design, which will be our logo in white. And that way we'll have our logo in white for this one. And then we'll go through and say, okay, that's fine. Oh, no, that also need to. So we'll click Make Specific Design for Military Green. Delete that. And we'll have our logo in white here. Likewise with this one, so Make Specific Design for Royal, logo in white. This one as well, Make Specific Design for Navy, logo in white. And then Isaiah, that's fine. Okay, so now we need to have white for Navy, Royal, Military Green, and Black. Right, and the reason why we want to get this perfect the first time is because if we get this perfect the first time, in the future, we're just going to be duplicating this whole product, and that way we don't need to do this whole thing over and over and over again. Okay. Right, so we've got our inner label. I know we haven't done the white one yet. Just imagine I've done the white one. It's very straightforward. All you'll be doing is uploading a new design, and it will just be the white version of your logo. Right, so we've got the front is all done. We need to make sure that this is the right sizing. There you go. You can see the red line snaps it. I like to always leave a little bit of a gap, a tiny, tiny, tiny little bit of a gap at the top, as you can see I've done here. And I think that's good to go. Now, if we want to, we can kind of see what it would look like. And to me, that looks absolutely fine. These, it never really looks that good. Even though this does actually look okay, for some reason, I feel like their mock-ups really skew things. But anyways, this is absolutely fine. The next thing we need to do is click Save Product. Okay. And this will take us to the next window. What this will do, it will take us to this page. This is, everything about your product. So your listing details, your pricing, your publishing setting, but we can't do that because we haven't connected a store yet. Okay, so once we connect a store, this stuff will show up, and we will connect a store, so don't worry. Okay, so we've got all the different colors. Right, we just need a title, so Cycling Dad but cooler. Again, you're going to know exactly what to title this because you would have created your whole product catalog and you would have saved them with their specific numbers and titles. Here you can just delete, you don't need any of that. And then you don't need to worry about personalization. You could do prices, but you don't have to worry because we're going to bulk edit all the prices later on. This is cool, you can see all of this stuff, but also not a problem. Okay, and then once that's done, save as draft. Okay. Now that that's done. Now, typically what I would suggest here is add all of your designs to Printify. But because Printify have changed a little bit and we can't actually do all the settings until we've connected a store, I'm going to actually suggest that you skip a little bit and set up your Shopify store on a very, very, very basic level, not setting up the whole store. Okay, once in Shopify, we need to just go and click basic. So this is your first month. With the link down below, you'll actually get your first 3 months for $1, or if you're in the UK, for £1. So that's a really, really, really good offer. 3 months, £1 each month. That's £3 or $3, $3, whatever. So let's just click try for free. I'm just starting. Actually, let's just skip all. Don't need any of this stuff. Where will your business be located? We'll use your location to set up your default shipping rates, recommended apps, and more. So the business will be located in the United States. Well, the business will be located in the United Kingdom, but we're going to be selling in the United States. But we will be able to change our shipping rates and all that kind of stuff. So it doesn't really matter which one we select. See, look. So we're just going to go with United Kingdom, and we'll just change our shipping rates later. If you're in the US, obviously select the US. Click next. Let's sign up with email, and now let's put in our support at spokeshirt.store, and then let's make up a password. Okay, create Shopify account. Save. Building your store. Now again, remember, we're not doing the whole store building in this video. We're just creating this so we can connect it to our Printify account. Okay, here we go. This is what Shopify looks like. We are not going to worry too much about any of this. We're just going to quickly connect this to Printify. So let's go back to Printify. Spoke Shirt over here in the top left. Manage my store. Connect to Shopify. And let's put in your store URL to connect to Printify. First, let's go to online store theme. Let's create, you're going to use the Dawn theme. Again, we're not going to edit this theme at the moment, but this is the Dawn theme that we're going to use. If we click view store, this is our Shopify store. That should work. Yep, Printify needs access, install, and there you go. It was that simple, right? And if we go to my products, we'll see we have 2 products there. Now, these haven't been synced over yet with products in Shopify. As you can see, add your products. But what we can now do is, let's go back to Printify, go to my store, okay? And now we can see Spoke Shirts has got the little Shopify logo next to it because we've connected to Shopify. And what we can do is we can actually go into this product, I'll show you. And right at the bottom, we'll now have these publishing settings. Okay, so product visibility, just leave that. Variant visibility, show all variants as available for purchase. Yep, we want to do that. And that way, if someone does buy something and it's out of stock, we can manually reroute it. And then sync product details, Shopify collection. We don't need it to go into a specific collection. And then we can click save as draft. Okay, we have our one product on Printify now. Okay, we have our Printify connected to our Shopify. So everything is pretty much set to go. The next thing we need to do is duplicate this one design and add 99 more, or even more than that. But the point is we're going to be adding a lot more designs. And the quickest way to do this, because we've done all the settings that we needed to do for this first product, it should be quite smooth and quick. So what we need to do is we need to click duplicate over here. Okay, and then once we've got that copy of Cycling Dad but cooler, let's just click this paintbrush, this edit design down here. And now we need to actually delete this. Now, bear in mind, can you see the blue dots over here, 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 and here? This is because it's a custom design. And what you need to ensure is you actually change the design for that as well. Because remember we clicked this and we made a different design for the neck label, right? The neck label on black is different to the neck label on sand or grey, and that's why it's got the blue dot. But what that does mean is when we delete this design, and let's say we upload, so let's just go to my library, I should have a few. Yep, let's say we upload this one. Let's just make it the right size. Okay, cool. You can see I've changed this one. This won't actually translate over to this because this has the blue dot. Likewise, right, it won't translate onto any of these. So make sure that you actually change the design for all of them. A little dirt, is that the one I just did? Yep. And actually what I like to do myself is I will add the neck labels at the end. I know it takes a little bit more time to go through and add all the neck labels again, but it stops this from happening because otherwise, this could be a little bit different. But now anything that doesn't have a blue dot will have the updated design. As you can see, updated design, right? Obviously everything with the blue dot doesn't. So we can just click revert, 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 and revert, and now it's got all the updated designs. And in terms of adding the neck label, once I've added the design, I would now go in and add the neck label. So if we click neck label and we click make a specific thing for the neck label, we can delete this and add it in white. But what you'll see is we go to the front side, it still shows this design. Does that make sense? Basically what we're trying to do here is we're trying to make sure the front of all the designs are the same, unless of course you want to change the front. So let's say the t-shirt is white, you might want a black design, because we don't actually have white selected, because if white selected then you can't see anything, right? So we don't have white selected because our design is white. But if we made a black design, we would click make a specific design for white over here, white, and then we would change it. But what's important to note is when you're changing the neck label, it also corresponds to the front. So you have to make sure you do the front first so you don't have to change that as well. I hope that made sense. Okay, so once we've done all of that, let's go and click save product. And all the mockups should be done. Yep, all the mockups are done. Let's change the title. So a little dirt never hurt. Cool. Now description should be gone. Yep, we've got our 2 shipping policies here. Again, don't worry about any of this because we are going to change this in Shopify. Pricing, we can select pricing we can change pricing on one of them, and then when we duplicate it, all the pricing will be the same, or we can just do it later on in Shopify. And then, yep, this is selected. Great. Cool. We're good to go. Click save as draft. Now, if we do want to change the pricing, this is what the pricing would be. So let's just go in and edit the prices. So $29.99. That means everything becomes $29.99. Now, from 2XL, we actually change it. So that would go to $30.99, $31.99, $32.99, $33.99. Oops. And then finally, $34.99. Right, you can do that. This will save you a little bit of time down the line actually amending all the prices. But these are our prices. $29.99 from extra small all the way up to extra large. And then from 2XL, because it starts getting more expensive, the base price, we up it by $1 each. And if you think these prices are too expensive, they don't work, trust me, I can guarantee you these prices are absolutely fine. We actually get a better conversion rate with these prices from when we used to sell it at $26.99. So yeah, people like spending more money, it seems. Click save as draft, and then it will show up here as unpublished. Now when we duplicate this, okay, let's click in edit design. Firstly, we're just going to get rid of this blue dot because we want to make sure the design goes through on all of them. Let's delete that and let's add the next design. There you go. Cool, so that looks good on all of them. Okay, let's click save product. And mockup should be good. Yep, now let's click and change this to O shift. Okay, forget about shipping. There we go, all the prices have stayed, everything's there. That stayed, great, save as draft. Amazing. Right, now we've got 3 products. This one's published, so what we would do is select these 2, click publish, confirm, and now it will actually publish over to Shopify. We can just exit out of this, don't need that. And if we go into Shopify, it's currently publishing, but if we just refresh this, it might not be done yet. Okay, so O shift is in the process of coming through, and then the others will come through as well. Again, don't worry about actually knowing what's going on within Shopify. There's going to be, in very, very soon in this video, I'm going to go through the entire Shopify walkthrough. I'm going to show you what everything is on Shopify, how to use it, how to set up your store, how to make sure all your settings are correct, and you'll be able to literally just copy and paste what I'm doing. There you go. We've got all 3 here. A little dirt never hurt. So this is still adding the pictures, cycling dad but caller, and then O shift. And if we click into O Shift, we'll see the title, the mockups, we'll see all the sizes. And again, don't worry, because we are going to actually be selecting all of these mockups and deleting them. So we're just gonna, click that, and all of them select, and then we're going to remove them. But we're only going to remove them once we've got our mockup ready to go and that we can upload it. And again, we're going to do this in sections. So section 1, create the 100 designs. Section 2, create the mockup. Section 3, add them all to Printify. Section 4, sync them all to Shopify. And once we're all in Shopify, then we can go through and change all the mockups and all the individual settings. Don't do one at a time. It'll end up taking you so much longer. Now, the thing with Printify Premium, do you want to use Printify Premium? Well, Printify Premium is only worthwhile if you're actually getting sales. Otherwise, it's going to just cost you more. However, there is a link where you can get your first free month, and that only works if you haven't yet got any sales. So you could sign up for Printify Premium just to kind of see what it's like and hopefully start getting some sales with it. However, down the line, whether or not you should get Printify Premium, well, it's about $30 a month or $25 a month, depending on what if you go for the yearly or the monthly. And after getting just a few sales, it actually does make it worth it. I think it's something like 12 sales actually makes it worth it because of the price difference of not using premium and using premium. And 12 sales over a month is not a lot of sales. So I usually suggest that people sign up to Printify Premium pretty quickly after setting up the whole thing, only because it does actually end up saving you quite a lot of money. Okay, that is Printify, and that's also how you connect Printify to Shopify. Let's move on. Hopefully at this point, you've added all of your products to Printify. We're getting so flipping close. It's exciting. And the next step is setting up your website. I know this might sound like a daunting task, but don't worry. I'm going to go step by step through the entire process with you, and I'll include a step-by-step checklist that you can download and follow along with as well. So I'm going to really try and make this as easy as possible for you. If you want to pick another print-on-demand company, you can. Again, I recommend Printify because it's who I use, and I'm trying to base it on the experience I've had. And I guess you could say in the last 10 years, I've experienced pretty much every single major print-on-demand company out there. So feel free to use my experience to help with your decision. For now, let's go and build us a website. Can you believe we are already here? You're actually doing amazing. It's insane. So well done for sticking it out this far. This is where we're going to elevate our brand and our entire business in a very short space of time. Building the website might seem daunting or difficult, but it's not. I've got the exact steps for you to follow here. And on top of that, I've built a step-by-step checklist that you can follow. It's the one I always follow to ensure I don't miss anything out. You'll be able to download this free resource as well as all the other resources that I've given in this video. Have a look at the description after this video so you can see how to download everything that you need for free. The first thing to address is why Shopify. There are so many cheaper website builders out there, so why am I recommending Shopify? Well, the simple answer is I use it. And as I said earlier, I'm only going to recommend what I am currently using in my business to make a successful brand utilizing print on demand. That's really the simple answer. I don't feel it's ethical for me to recommend a platform that I don't use. Now, the reason why I originally chose Shopify is because I genuinely think it's the best option. Yes, I know you have Wix, Fourth Wall, and other platforms alike. But the first time I ever set up a Shopify store was 8 years ago, and it stayed so consistent since then. The UI and the UX is so user-friendly. Their support is also absolutely incredible should you ever need it. The layout, the metrics, the running of the store, it's simply the best e-commerce platform out there. Lots of people want to use WordPress or Wix or others, and of course you can. But there's a reason top sellers have opted into using Shopify. Even proper brands like Gymshark use Shopify as their platform. So don't think of Shopify as just this expensive website builder that a few people use. It's used by serious brands. And in terms of costs, well, if you go for the monthly, it's $39 a month, or if you go for the yearly, it's $29 a month.
And just a second, if you use the link below, you get your first 3 months for $1 each, which is an absolutely insane offer. They recently changed it from 1 month for $1, but as of the 1st of November, and by the way, I can't guarantee this will still be a thing when you're watching this video, but if you sign up to Shopify with the link below, you'll get your first 3 months for $3, basically $1 per month. And in that time, we can very, very realistically find multiple winners and start getting some serious sales with our print-on-demand store. Yes, it is an affiliate link. After all, this video is totally free. Shopify haven't sponsored this video. They don't even know this video is being made. It's just the platform that I use, so it's the platform that I teach others how to use. And to be honest, personally, I don't really care about the $29 a month subscription that it does cost, because I know that's literally 2 sales, and 2 sales to cover that cost is really not a big deal in the grand scheme of things. But it's still nice to get your first free month, or your first 3 months almost free. $3, in my opinion, for 3 months is pretty much free. This whole Shopify building process should take you around 4 hours if you follow the step by step. It would take you significantly longer, weeks longer, I should say, if you weren't following a step by step. So that's good. Keep following this exact step by step.
Now let's fully set up our Shopify store. So you can see I'm on Shopify already, and this is because we already signed up for it in the Printify section so that we could connect Shopify and Printify. Now we've come back to Shopify and we actually need to select a plan. So first we're going to go to select a plan, and we have basic, Shopify, advanced and plus. We're going to go for basic. This is absolutely fine for us. So select basic, and we're going to pay monthly. So the first month here is £1. But again, if you use the link down below, Shopify don't know I'm making this video. It's not sponsored by them or anything like that, but it is an affiliate link. This video is free at the end of the day. And if you click the link down below, you'll get the first 3 months for $1. So $1 for month 1, $1 for month 2, $1 for month 3, $3 in total for 3 months. Pretty good deal in my opinion. I'm just going to put all my information in now, and then we'll get cracking on. Okay, we have now selected our plan, we've paid, we're all ready to go. This video is going to be split into a few different sections. The first section is I'm going to walk you through Shopify so you can see where everything is. Then I'm going to go through all the settings with you step by step. Then I'm going to actually create the store with you also step by step. And finally, we're going to end with adding our mockups, bulk editing our products, and all of that kind of stuff. So to start with, let's go through Shopify. On the left hand side here, you've got home, you've got orders. This is where orders will come in once you receive them from customers. This is where they'll show. Your products will all go here. So you can see from the previous video, we actually, or from the, not the previous video, this video, but from earlier on, you can see we synced over 3 products. Within products, you have collections. That's really the only thing you need to worry about. Forget everything else for the meantime. You then have customers, again, not so worried. Content, not so worried. Finance, not so worried. Analytics is obviously where you're going to see all of your reports, your data, everything. This is going to be really, really important when it comes to determining what steps to take on how to optimize your store. You then have marketing, also not something to be worried about right now. And then you have discounts. We're going to create a couple of discounts, but later on in this video. Now, on top of that, you also have your sales channels. So your sales channels is your online store, your point of sale, and your shop. For now, we're just going to worry about online store. Within online store, you've got your theme. So this is the Dawn theme. This is the theme I am recommending everyone uses. It is, I don't want to say the best, but it's the theme that we use. It's the theme that we teach everyone to use. It's free and it has everything that you need. You've got blog posts, which you can ignore. I know lots of people like to set up a blog, but you really don't need to. You then got your pages. We're going to come to this later, but this is where you'll set up your about page and your contact us page. Then you'll have your navigation, and this is what will look like in the menu, where it will say like shop now, about us, contact us, all that kind of stuff. Again, we're going to come and do this a little bit later. We then have preferences. We don't need to worry about preferences right now. Now you've also got all your apps. So we've only got Printify connected at the moment, but don't worry, we will be connecting some other apps. And then of course you've got all of your settings. So all of your settings, this is everything. Your store, your billing address, your store defaults. So your time zone, the unit systems, default weight, the currency. So we're going to actually change this currency to US dollars. Currently it's showing in Great British pounds. And then down here, you've got your plan, your billing, everything basically, everything that you need, okay? And we're going to go through all of those things. So that is the overview of Shopify. Right, that's what it looks like. And then of course you can search here for anything. Now within products, if you click into a product, you'll see this is what a product page looks like. So you'll have your title, your description, we'll put something in at the end, your media, this will be your mockups, your variants, your sizes, and then of course your specific variants as well with prices and everything. Now you can obviously change these around. So if you want your first image to be sport gray, then just drag sport gray, click save. Just remember when you do that to also make sure that sport gray is showing up first here, and that will be what shows up on your actual listing page of all of your products. Okay, next you've got tags, so it's been tagged already, that's absolutely fine. And we've got all of this stuff. Okay, so this is what it looks like. Now let's actually go back home, and the next thing we're going to do is we're going to go through all the settings. Now I'm following a exact step-by-step checklist that I've created to speed this up and ensure that I don't make any mistakes, and this is what you're going to be seeing on the screen. You are going to have full access to this as well. You'll be able to download this template. It's completely free and it will help you set up your store step by step. So let's start by go to setting. Right, the first thing we're going to do is we're actually going to manage the currencies customers see, go to markets. This will take us over to markets, and we can see how our primary market is United Kingdom. We don't want that. We want our primary market to be the United States. So let's click add a market. See, it's in international. So let's add this market. And then what we're going to do is we're going to actually remove. Let's go back. We've got United States market, and then we're going to change this from being our primary because we want United States to be our primary. More actions, make primary market, click confirm. Now our primary market is the United States, okay? And then United Kingdom, we can just remove this market. We don't need it for now. Now, when we go back to general, you'll see to manage currencies, customers go see market British pounds. We can actually change the store currency to US dollars. Click save. And now it's in US dollars. That is what we need to do for this. So I'm going to just tick this here, tick store time zone, but again, we don't need to worry about that. If we scroll down here, we can see order processing. While the customer is checking out, require confirmation step. No, after an order has been processed, don't fulfill any order lines automatically. So we can say automatically fulfill the order line items, or we can have this. Now, depending on what you have here, will be how it works on Printify. So we're going to select automatically fulfill order line items. Click save. Okay. Right, the next is brand asset, integrate brand asset. So we can manage this and it will take us to another page. And again, we're not going to worry about this right now. So let's just go back to general. We're not going to worry about that. Let's move on to the next thing. So we don't need to worry about any of this. Go over to plan. I assume you've picked your plan right now, which is the basic one. Billing, of course, will be your card selected that you've done, right? User and permissions. Don't need to worry about anything like that. Just make sure, there we go. You can see store owner is my email. Now let's go over to payments. Payments, you want to activate Shopify payments, so complete account setup. So here we want to submit details and actually activate this. So yep, well, we'll say I'm an individual for now, but if you're a registered business, then say you're a registered business. Click next. Right, you'll put your name, you'll put all your information in here. You'll click next. Let's just do that. Retail. Subcategory, would there be clothing? Clothing and accessories, bam, there you go. Click next. Okay, business individual, confirm. Personal details, lovely, confirm. Submit for verification. Now I didn't upload any extra documents, so it might not get verified, but I'm sure it's fine. Turn on two-step authentication. Let's turn this on. Okay, let's download those codes. Make sure you download those codes. It's very important in case you lose your authenticator app or you change phones or something. You need to do that. Okay, now let's add some bank details, or I can do that later actually. I'll do that later. Amazing. That would be setting up Shopify payments. You also want to you also want to set up PayPal. Once you set up PayPal and Shopify payments, you're good to go. Let's tick those two things off. Okay, and then down the bottom, payment capture method automatically at checkout. You want to make sure that's selected. And that's good. Right, let's move on to the next thing. The next thing, which is checkout. Right, make sure phone number or email is ticked. Show a link for customers to track their order. Yep, that's fine. Customer info, only require last name. Company name, don't require. Okay, marketing options, email, pre-selected. You could have pre-selected. Tipping, do not have tipping selected. This is a real brand, a real store here. There's absolutely no reason for people to tip you. Imagine buying something from Apple and just tipping them because they need more money. Silly. Allow shipping and billing to be different. Okay, validate shipping address. That's all fine. Okay, great. Click save. On to the next one. Customer accounts. So ignore customer accounts. We don't need any of that. Let's go to shipping and delivery. You don't need to worry about customer accounts. Now we can see we've got a general shipping rate, and we have a Printify print on demand, which is one profile, and it has 165 products. And it has 165 products because it has those 3 products, every color and every size. So what we actually want to do is we don't want to use the Printify shipping profile. What we want to do is we want to go back and follow along carefully here, because a lot of people can get confused here. What you actually want to do is you want to go to shipping and delivery over here, shipping at the top, general shipping rates, right? You want to click into this, okay, and you want to create a new shipping rate. So let me get rid of international, because that's ruining things. Let me get rid of the United Kingdom. Let me get rid of EU, right? We've got nothing here. There is nothing here at all. So let's add shipping zone. Let's go to United States. Sorry, let's search this here. Searching the wrong place. We're going to call this United States. Click done. Okay, now once we've done that, we need to click add rate. So we can use flat rate or carrier. So we're going to use flat rate. We're going to just call this standard shipping. This is going to be conditional pricing based on item price. So minimum price 0 all the way up to $74.99, and shipping is going to be something random. So Printify will charge you $4.75. That seems a little bit perfect, so we're just going to do $4.83. And that way when someone checks out, it feels like they're actually getting custom shipping depending on their location. Custom delivery description, shipping rate, custom, standard shipping. Okay, done. So that's the first one, standard shipping. Now let's add another shipping rate, which is going to be based on order price from $75 to no limit. And this is going to be free shipping, and we're going to custom this as well. Free shipping 75. Great. And anything over 75 will automatically be given free shipping. Awesome. Now we're going to save this. One thing you'll see is there are actually no products in this general profile. To move products to this profile, remove them from other profiles, right? Exactly what it says here. So what we need to do is we need to go back, and it feels scary to do this, but in Printify, you're going to select this and you're going to delete the products like this. Or you can just go through and delete the entire profile. If you've got lots and lots and lots of products, it'll be quicker to delete the profile. For now, we've only got 3, so let's delete, delete, and delete, and click save. Now, bear in mind, every single time you sync products over from Printify to Shopify, even if you don't sync over the shipping profiles, sometimes it still messes things up and it will create another Printify shipping profile. So just ensure when you sync new products over that you delete them from this one over here, this Printify print on demand shipping profile. So you click in and you delete them, right? There's no products here at the moment because we've just deleted them. And what happens is they'll automatically get added to this one. So there you go. You see how they've automatically been added to this one. You've got cycling, O-Shift, A Little Dirt, Never Hurt, great. You've got the shipping, orders 75 up are free, and 0 to $74.99 costs $4.83. That's your shipping profile all set up. The next thing we need to do is go to taxes and duties. Scroll down to the bottom, include sales tax. Yep, keep that ticked. Awesome. Then let's skip location, skip this, go straight to domains, and we need to actually add our domain. And again, this can be a little bit complicated, so follow along carefully here, and I'm going to show you exactly how to do this. So we've got our .store, manage.get.store. This is our admin area. So if we go to manage orders listing, we can see the spokeshirt.com or .store, I should say, sorry. So click onto that, and then we've got domain registration, all these kind of things. We need to go here to manage DNS. So again, we're going to click manage DNS, and this pops up. We're going to put this on this half of the screen. We'll put this on this half of the screen. And what we're going to do is we're going to actually connect an existing domain. So let's click connect existing domain, put the domain name in, spokeshirt.store. Let's click next. Now we're going to actually have to do some manual things. So set up a DNS record. Update your current DNS values to match the values below. So we need to set up an A record, as you can see here, and a CNAME record. So to add an A record, again, you just have to go over to this section over here, click add A record. Let's put in let's put in the destination. You can see the destination over here, 23.227.38.65. Click add record. Bam, that one's good. Then we need to go to CNAME records and click add a CNAME record. Here we go. Let's go back here and we have the name. So let's just do www. Value is going to be shops.myshopify.com. And we're going to click add record. Great, that's been added, and now we can click verify. We've added both of them to our store, and it should work. It might say SSL pending. Yeah, we go. If this is exactly what we want to see, SSL pending. This could take 24 to 48 hours to actually go through, but that is all done. Really, really straightforward to set up. If you think about it, we can now exit out of this, which, by the way, that, again, you get from your main page here. You scroll down and you click manage DNS. Okay, again, not super confusing, but it can be for the first time. Once we've done that, we can now move on. We can skip custom events, go to notifications, and we can turn things on. So like custom notifications, we can, mess around with what gets turned on when they get emails and whatnot. We're going to just leave that. Again, customer data, we're going to leave. Language, we're going to leave. Customer privacy, we're going to leave. And then policies, you can just set up policies. So like return and, let's say terms of service, you can just use a template if you really wanted to. Click publish, and it will automatically change it with your names and all that kind of stuff. So once we've done all of that, that is your store settings done. I know it may sound like it was complicated and there were lots of things to factor in, but honestly, that is pretty much it. Your return policies, again, you can insert template, or you can just do your own return policy, whatever it may be. This is exactly what our return policy looks like. So, our goal put your company name, so Spoke Shirts. Please contact us, so it'll be support@spokeshirts.store, and again, it will be that over here as well. There you go. And then we can just click publish. That's our return one, and that's pretty much it. Okay, your store is well, the settings of your store is good to go. What we're going to do next is we're going to actually go to our online store, and we're going to start designing the store. We're going to choose the colors, the look, the buttons, the layout, the banner, all of that kind of stuff. That's what we're going to go and do now. We've got Dawn as our current theme, and then just click customize. Now again, I have a step-by-step that you're going to be able to follow along with, just like I'm using over here, just to ensure that we don't miss anything out. So you've got these three sections. This is the front end, like what your store is going to look like, and you can see your various pages here. You can also change it to mobile view. You want to mainly make sure that it looks good in mobile, because the majority of your customers, over 90% of them, will come from mobile. So that's just very important. Then you've also got settings over here, and this is what we're going to go through now. And then you've got various apps. So we're just going to start with settings. We're going to start at the very, very top. And again, I've got my entire list here, which you can download as well and use. The first thing we need to do is add our logo, which is going to go over here where it says My Store. So let's just select that, open that logo, and then click Done. Done. And that's what it looks like. Now you can make it a little bit bigger if you want. Even a little bit bigger. Okay, cool. And then on mobile, let's just double check. Yep, that's what it looks like on mobile. Very, very good. Now we can add the favicon. The favicon is the little thing that is shown up at the top. So here you can see the Shopify favicon and the Printify favicon. So in order to make a favicon, we just need to go to favicon.io. So favicon.io. And then let's go PNG to ICO. I'm just going to use the wheel And let's download. There you go. Let's click done. And we have our favicon image. So now our store should show this in the top. Okay, once that's done, the next thing we do, let's just tick this both off. And let's go to colors. Okay, so colors. Let's amend scheme A. So we want the background to be FA. We want the text to be 0, 0, 0. Cool. We want the solid button background to be, let's just copy and paste this, it'll be quicker. You can copy and paste this as well. So the solid background color should be this. Oops. Yep. Okay, the solid button label should be F. That's fine. Shadow is fine. Outline button is also fine. Okay, that's all good for color scheme 1. Now let's go for color scheme 2. The color scheme 2, the background is going to be, let's just double click that. Okay. The text is going to be let's just go back. Settings, I've lost it. There you go. Text is FFFFF. And then color scheme 3. Let's just amend color scheme 3. Background is going to be F3. Yep, and text is going to be... Again, you can kind of do your own ones here. With the ones that we're doing based on our own store and various other stores, and pretty much what we teach, just because it's proven to work. We've done it, and that's why we feel comfortable teaching it. Or I feel comfortable teaching it, I should say. So that is what the colors will look like. Let's go up. Again, also, like I just said, I know I've gone for like green here, but if you want to go for a different color, then so be it. The reason why we did that is because we want green. Well, we're going to get rid of this, but then we're going to have green. It's going to stand out, and it's going to, hopefully, the idea is to try and increase the conversion on our website. So let's move that up, and then we've got typography. So let's just quickly tick everything off on our sheet. Okay, and now let's go for typography. We have headings, assistant, regular. So let's just change this to assistant bold. Let's go down to bold, select. Okay, that's assistant bold. Font scale size is going to be 105. And then body is going to be assistant regular, and then it's also going to be 105. Cool. The next is the layout. Page width is going to be 1600. Space between template sections is going to be 0. Horizontal space is going to be 24. And vertical space is going to be 32. Again, I'm just going through this exact step by step so that you can copy. Animation is going to be reveal section on scroll, and hover effect none. Buttons. Border thickness is going to be 1. Opacity is going to be 100. Border radius is, corner radius is going to be 2. Shadow opacity is going to be 15. Horizontal offset is going to be 2. Vertical offset is going to be 4, and shadow blur is going to be 5. Variant pills. Let's have a look at the variant pills. Variant pills thickness is going to be 1. Opacity is 55, 40. Shadow opacity is going to be 5. Horizontal offset is going to be 2. Vertical offset is going to be 4. Blur is going to be 5. And inputs. Border thickness is going to be 1. Opacity is going to be 55. Corner radius is going to be 40. Opacity is going to be 5. Horizontal offset is going to be 2, 4 for vertical offset, and then 5 for blur. Awesome. Postcard styling. Okay, so we're going to have this on style is going to be card. Image padding is going to be 0. Text alignment is going to be left. Color scheme is going to be 3. So let's just change this to color scheme 3. Let's just go back to the home page. If we change this color scheme to 2, you can see what happens. We want it to go down to Oh, we don't want it to be 1 either. So we want it to be 3. And that way you can see it kind of gives it a nice little darker background. Border thickness is going to be 0. Opacity is going to be 100. Let's have a look. Border opacity is going to be 100. Border corner radius is going to be 20. Shadow opacity is going to be 5. Shadow horizontal offset 0. And then vertical offset is 4. And shadow blur is 5. Nice. Collection cards. That's what's next. Let me scroll down on my long checklist. Okay, so collection cards. We're going to do style card. Image padding 0. Color scheme 3 again. We're going to thickness is going to be 0 and then 10. Corner radius is 0. This is all fine. This is all fine. Don't mess with any of that. Blog card leave as is. Container card leave as is. Media leave as is. Drop down. Let's do the drop downs. So drop down, we've got thickness 4, opacity 10, corner radius. Corner radius is 10 as well. Oops, 10. And then opacity shadow is 10. Horizontal offset is going to be 4. Vertical offset is 4. Blur is going to be 10. This might seem really, really specific, but again, I'm just copying over my exact store settings here, just because it works for me, so why can't it work for you? And not only does it work for me, but it works for so many other people. Okay, the next is drawers. So drawers, thickness is going to be 4, opacity is going to be 10, shadow opacity is going to be 10, horizontal offset is going to be 4, vertical offset is going to be 4, and shadow blur is going to be 10. Nice. Okay, the next is badges. Position is going to be top left. Corner radius is going to be 20. Color scheme is going to be 2. Nice. Now they'll show up with red. And the sold out badge color scheme will be 3. Okay, cool. Next is brand information, leave that blank. Social media, leave as blank. Search behavior, leave as blank. Currency format, leave as it is. And then let's go to carts all the way down here. And we're going to do a draw. We're going to do a collection. We haven't actually created our collection yet, but it will be all products and we'll create our collection after this. But don't worry, we will do the collection. Color scheme is going to be color scheme 1. And then that's it. Let's go and do the checkout. So if we need to go to checkout now, so click over here in the top, checkout. Oh, sorry, let's just click save. Don't forget to save your work. And now let's go to the cart page. You can see, the checkout page. And now we can see some things have changed on the checkouts. All these menus here have changed a little bit. So first, let's add our logo. You can leave this empty, but you don't have to. You can just do that. Kind of makes it look a bit more professional. Background image you can leave as is. Background size medium. Okay. Color. Let's go to color. Background color is going to be FFF. Okay, and then form fields. Let's just do background color here as well. Yep. We can make our logo a little bit bigger. 250 is nice. Okay, let's do the color. So the accent is going to be, let me just copy and paste it. It's going to be 17733B0. Yep, okay. The button is going to be 23DD1D, which should be the same green that we did before. That way you've got continuity. And then the errors will be DD1D1D. Okay, cool. Typography, just leave it as it is. Checkout layout is going to be 1 page. Use address auto completion. Awesome. Okay, this is all good. Let's make sure we click save. Amazing. Okay, cool. This is what it should look like. Now we can actually go and make our store look all nice and pretty. So let's go back out of this. Go to online store theme over here. And now we can actually start messing around with all of this stuff. There's a lot to mess around with here. So all our settings are now done. That should be completed. Again, if I went too fast or maybe you missed something, you can just watch it again. Maybe you can slow it down a little bit and watch it, but it's all there. The next thing we need to do now is actually create this. So now we're going to create the design of our store. Now, before we actually do our website over here, we've just done the settings, and now we're actually going to be able to do all the individual sections on each of the pages that we've got going on here. Before we do that, we're going to just go back. Just quickly save what I have done. Let's just go back, and we're actually going to go over to products, collections, and we're going to create our first collection. So we're going to click create collection over there, and we're going to be calling this Cycle T Sale. We're going to do manually add, automatically add products. Tags is equal to t-shirts. Okay, let's click save. And now you'll see that the products show up over there. So now we've created our first selection, and that's what you need to do as well. You need to create your first collection, sorry, not selection. We can just go back and we can see we've got Cycle T Sale, 3 products. When we sync over all 100 products from Printify over to Shopify, they will all go in this selection. And the reason why having a selection is important is because later on, when all the links need to go somewhere to a product collection page, that is where they're going to go. So let's head back over to Online Store over here on the left-hand side. Click Customize. And now let's go through and customize this, and we can refer back to our very long checklist to make sure we don't miss anything out. Starting with the announcement bar. So we go to the announcement bar, we want to make sure that this color scheme is color scheme 2, and then all of this is absolutely fine. So let's go back. We then want to change the wording to be this. So let's get the truck up, and we're going to say free shipping on orders $75 plus. Bam, that's what it should look like. The next thing you've got is your header. So I wouldn't actually mess with the header. So this is again on a mobile. You've got desktop as well. This is what it should look like. Don't go for this or anything like that. Just stick to this. It's fine. Same with the logo. You know, you can have it middle center. You could have it top center, but just keep it middle left, and that's absolutely fine. Let's go back, click save, just so we don't lose that. And now we can go down to the image banner. This is the image banner. So firstly, we need to get rid of some of this text. We don't want any of this text. So just click delete. You've got the shop now button there, but we're not going to worry about that just yet. What we do need to do is actually create a banner. And we're going to just do this very, very quickly on Canva. So let's go over to Canva, click create design. And we want this to be, how big do we want this to be? Let's have a look. It's going to be a very random number, 1808 to 672. Again, there's no exact science to this. This is just the exact size of our banner. So I'm showing you how to create it. And now the banner can have various things on it. It can have your logo. It could have mock-ups with humans, like people mock-ups. It can have just t-shirt mock-ups. It can have a catchphrase or a saying. You want your banner to be very, very simple. You don't want it to be super colorful. You don't want it to be busy. You want to keep it nice and straightforward. For example, this isn't right, but this is a very simple and straightforward banner. But we obviously don't want this banner. What we want is something with some t-shirts. So let's go and have a look and add some t-shirts. So we're going to add a couple colors. These are just mock-ups I've saved. Okay, we're going to add some designs to it. Again, you don't have to copy this exactly. You'll probably find some good examples in your research when you find like competing Shopify stores and whatnot. But let's just say ours is going to look like this. And now let's add some sort of very faint light background. So let's just do, what does that background look like? No, not that background. No. Background, let's just do texture. Maybe something like that. Okay, maybe it's still not very good of background. We can change the opacity of that background so it's like really light, really faint. Change the color of that background. Okay, that is our banner. Again, it doesn't have to be complicated. The point to take away from this is keep your banner simple, not too many colors, not too busy, just keep it nice and simple. So let's save this and upload it to our store. So click download. I mean, we don't need to do transparent background because we want the background in this, so let's just click download. Okay, back to our Shopify. We can select an image. Let's add it. Okay, and let's see what that looks like on both desktop and mobile. So click done. And then it's absolutely massive, as you can see. So if we scroll down, we want banner height to be adapt to first image. And there you go, it's nice and small. And let's have a look at everything else. Everything else looks good. Mobile layout, that's fine. And then on a mobile, that's what it would look like. Again, it's not the best banner, don't get me wrong. What we typically have is a nice picture with the Shop Now button. Or you could have, a human mock-up on the left, a human mock-up on the right, and then that's it. You also want to get rid of the Shop Now. We don't want to get rid of the Shop Now. We want to get rid of the label, right? But we still want it to be clickable. So we want this to go to collections, and then we want this to go to our Cycle T sale, and then you want to click save. There you go. You've got an image, you've got a button. That's perfect. Okay, next thing you need to do is we need to scroll down and go here to featured collection. So this featured collection, if we click into this, it's going to go to not our all collection, it's going to go to our Cycle T sale collection. Okay, and we're going to call this best sellers. So let's go best sellers. Heading size is going to be medium. Description, we can add printed and shipped in the US. I'm just going to copy and paste it from my checklist. Okay. There you go, printed and shipped from the US. Description style, body, collection. Yeah, maximum products to show 8, 4 is, and then 4 number of columns. Enable view all. Yep, that's the button at the bottom. We can't see a button because we only have 3 products in our collection at the moment, but as you have 100, the button will show up. Color scheme, let's have a look at the color scheme. We want a solid button. Yep. Product card image, we want it to be square. Again, it can be square, it can be portrait, or we can just have it adapt to the first image. All of them are going to be the same because they're going to have the same mock-up, so that's fine. Show image, second image on hover. No, untick that. And then let's have a look at what else. Show product rating. Where's show product rating? Yeah, untick that because we don't have any ratings at the moment. Show vendor. Yep, keep that unticked. Quick add button, keep unticked. Mobile layout, keep that as 2. Top padding 44, 36. Theme settings, leave as is. Okay, great. That is looking good. Let's just make sure we click save. I'm not the biggest fan of this banner, but you could probably make yours a lot better than what I've made mine. To be honest, it's actually not so bad. Okay, that is that. Now, if we go back, we've got the footer. So this is all the footer stuff. So within footer, you can turn off a couple things. So we can actually get rid of show email sign up. We can get rid of enable follow on shop. We can have to show social media icons. Enable yep, enable language selector yep, and yep, and everything else is good. Okay, cool. Now, one thing we can add is the email. So if we put in, here we go, email sign up, that's what it will look like. I think that looks a lot better than what it was beforehand. It feels a little bit more legit, and that's how we're going to keep it. That's how we have ours. Awesome. The next thing we need to do is our product page. So if we scroll up to the top here, this is our home page. Now we can click in here and go to product, and then do default product page. And this is what our product page looks like. Again, don't worry about the mock-ups, the hundreds of mock-ups I should say. These are not all going to be here, so don't worry. We're just going to have our main mock-up in each of its colors. Well, starting with, we've got our announcement bar already done, and then we need to just go through all of this. So let's just have a quick look. Starting with product information, so let's just click product information, and then all of this pops up. So color scheme 1 is fine, medium width, medium is fine, constrain media to screen height, okay, media fit original, desktop stacked, so we're going to do thumbnail carousel. Eventually they will probably just have thumbnails, yeah, we're going to have thumbnail carousel. Desktop, we got rid of our pictures on our website, and now they just link directly to this, so when you click a color, the new picture shows up. But this is fine. We started out with a thumbnail carousel and there was no problems at all. Okay, image zoom, mobile. Okay, so mobile layout. Let's go down to mobile layout. Show thumbnails. Hide other variant medias after selecting variant. Enable video looping. Top padding is 12. Bottom padding is 12. Okay, theme settings leave as is. Let me just double check everything's right. Yep. So image zoom, we're going to do click and hover. Cool. And then desktop media layout is left. Awesome. Okay, let's go back. Right. And then we've got the text. We can get rid of that printify thing, by the way. We've got, let's get rid of vendor. Don't need vendor. There you go. Click save. We don't need any text there. We've got our title, we've got our price, we've got our variant picker. So variant picker, you can either have drop down or you can have pills. We're going to just do pills. Again, we use something called Swatch King, which is a little bit prettier, but we're just going to keep this nice and simple for now. If you want to talk about what apps that you can do to optimize your website down the line, we can discuss that at a later date. Okay, quantity selectors, fine. Buy button, okay. Yeah, show dynamic, there you go. So we don't want to show dynamic checkout buttons, and that way it just has add to cart. Show receipt information, okay, this is all fine. Now we also use, well, we'll get to that in a second, but we use Kiwi sizing for the size chart, and we'll do that later on. But firstly, this is pretty much what it looks like. Description is, well, it's non-existent. And we're actually going to hide the description. And what we're actually going to do is we're going to create some new blocks, because so far this doesn't look like a very good cycling website. This doesn't look like a very good product page, and we want it to look a lot better. So we can also get rid of the share button. Right, so far that's what it looks like, and we need to add a few blocks right now. So the first thing we want to do is add a block which is going to be icon with text, and that's what it's going to look like, right? And we're going to edit this, and the first one is going to be called, the first heading is going to be 30 day, have I spelled that right? Guarantee, yep. The second is going to be fast shipping, and the third is going to be free returns. So to get the icons, we actually just need to go to FreePick and put in, 30 day, or we need to put in fast shipping or free returns, and these are the ones that we are going to select. So these are the three icons that we downloaded from FreePick. So that's going to be the 30 day one, and then you'll see updates, yep. And then the second image is the fast shipping, so that's this one. Awesome. And then the third one is going to be the free returns, which is this one. Epic. Okay, this is what it's going to look like. Right, let's go back. We've now done that. The next thing we need to do is add another block, and this is going to be a collapsible row. And we're going to add a few collapsible rows. We're going to add 4 collapsible rows. Okay, let's do this. We've got this first one is going to be called, again, I've got all my step-by-step over here because I don't want to miss anything out. So this is going to be description. It's going to be a t-shirt. And then the content, well, the content, I've got the content, the templates for the content in this step-by-step, which you can click and just copy and paste. So don't worry about that. You'll get the content later on. So let's add another collapsible row, and this one's going to be called washing instructions. Okay, and then let's go to washing. Okay, the next one is going to be shipping and returns. Collapsible row, shipping and returns. We only need 3, not 4. Let's click on that. Shipping and returns. Okay, let's go back. There we go, we've got these 3 things. Let's make sure we click save. And then down below, related products, we want to click this and say customers also bought, and that's going to be over here. And everything else is absolutely fine. Amazing. Let's click save. Okay, that is what the page looks like. The next thing we have to do is the collections page. So we've now done the home page, the product page, and now we need to go to collection, default collection page. So with the collection page, we've got the banner ready to go. We've got the cycle T sale, all that kind of stuff. So what we want to add though is we want to make sure that the product grid, we've got 16, by 4. Image ratio, again, just adapt to the first image or do a square. Show second image on hold. No, this is all done. Enable sorting. Mobile layout, 2 columns, 36 by 36. Mobile looks like that. That's all perfect. Okay, that's good. That's what it should look like. Make sure your settings look just like this. Let's go back. And then we've got the footer, which we've done the footer already. And then we've got the cart page. So let's go here now. Let's go to cart page. We've got that's all there. That's all fine. Okay, we can leave all of that. And then good. Right, amazing. This is now what your website will look like. I know it looks very, very empty, and we're going to change the name of catalog, by the way. But I know it looks very empty. There's no products on here yet, which is very normal. But this is what it looks like. Don't worry, it's simple, but simple sells, and that's what we need. This isn't me making this up and making you the guinea pig here to test to see if it works. This is exactly what our store looked like, albeit we had our own products and we had our own niche and that kind of stuff. But this is what our store looked like. These are the exact steps I followed when creating my first store, and it's the exact steps that everyone in our paid community follows. People that have got their first sales or second sales, people that have made thousands of dollars every single month, they have all followed this exact step. So even though it looks simple, don't think, oh, this looks rubbish. No one's going to buy from this store. Trust me, people do buy from this store. Now we can just click save. We can go back, and then we can focus on the next thing. We are so nearly done with our website. We just have to do a couple more things and we'll be good to go. So let's go over here. This is our online store themes page. So let's go to pages. We need to create 2 more pages. So add a page. We want about us. And in here, you obviously want to write about yourself. You can use ChatGPT or something else, but this is where you are going to write a little bit about yourself, not too much. Then we want a contact us. So let's go to add page. Let's do contact us. And over here, online store, we can change it from the default page to the contact page, and then it will do everything for you, or have the email box and all of that kind of stuff done. Okay. That's the pages done. Awesome. The next thing we need to do is actually go to navigation. So in navigation, we need to look at the footer and the main menu. Okay, so the main menu, we have home, catalog, contact. Let's just add about us, and then we can go to pages over here, and we can choose our about us page, the contact us. Click add over here in the bottom right corner. Contact, let's just delete that. We're going to add a contact us page, and this is going to be one of the contact us page that we made. And the catalog page, we're just going to call it shop. And this is going to not go to all products, but it's going to go to our collections, Cycle T sale. Click apply, save menu, and that's good to go. Then let's go back and we can go into the footer. I don't know what this is, so I'm going to get rid of that. Don't have that on mine. I'm also going to get rid of search, and we're going to just add about us. That's fine. And let's go to pages. Add, and we'll add a contact us as well. And then we could have a return policy. And we can put the refund policy in there. There you go. Cool. Save menu. Great. Now that's done. The next thing we need to do is go into preferences. And homepage title is going to be our brand name. Spoke shirts. We don't really need a description, but it's up to you, you know, selling t-shirts and whatnot. We then need to remove the password. So let's get rid of the password, restrict access, right, password, okay, and then we would have to complete a test order just to make sure everything goes through. But that's pretty much it. Your store is this close to being ready. The next thing we need to do is just set up some discounts. So you know how we did a $75 off, you know how we did free shipping if you spend $75? So as well as having that auto baked in if someone adds more than $75 to their cart, we can also have a discount. So you can do free shipping. You click that there. Automatic discount, 75 free ship. Let's get rid of the spaces. Selected countries, or just the United States. And then exclude shipping rate to a certain amount. Minimum purchase amount is $75, or just say, $75 or $74.99. Minimum quantity of items, no product discounts, combinations. It could work with product discounts if you want it to, and then there's no end date, and save that discount. Sweet. Okay, that's how you would set up a free shipping discount. Now you can set up other discounts as well. If you go to create discount, you could do buy X get Y, amount of order, amount of product. So if you do something like this works well. You can do this automatic or a code, so you can say 2 for 1. So if you get 1 of anything in, or actually specific products, browse. Well, let's do specific collections. So if you get anything from, you know, this collection, customer gets, so quantity, if they get 2, quantity gets 1 from this collection as well, for free, right? So if you buy 2 items from this collection, you can get 1 item for free. So buy 2, get 1 free. Works for all customers. Does it work with shipping discounts? Let's say yes, it does. And then we can save that. Now, I'm not suggesting you make this, but I'm just showing you how you would make other discounts as well. So now we have a 2 for 1 and a free ship discount. The next thing we want to do is install an app called Hexstum Bulk Editor. So if we search over here at the top, Hexstum, we can search in the App Store for Hexstum Bulk Editor. And this does cost. They do have a free plan, but we're going to pay for it. And that's because of the amount of things that we want to do. And when I say we, I mean us, you. I do pay for this with my one. So you want to go to Hexstum Bulk Product Edit over here. You want to install this. And this will allow you to bulk edit elements of your website. So let's install this. So this is what the Hexstum Bulk Edit app looks like. You can click this pin and this will pin it to the navigation. I would do that. It's very, very useful. Now with this, you get, with the free version, I should say, you are allowed to do 10 tasks at a time. With the paid version, you can do as many as you want. So with this account, because I've only got a few products, I'm just going to stick to the free one. But on my main Shopify store, I very much pay for it because we do tasks in the hundreds and hundreds. And the kind of things we do is bulk edit sale, bulk edit prices, bulk edit descriptions, all of that kind of stuff. So let me show you how to do this. So let's say we want to bulk edit the description, because at the moment there's no description. And I know we hid the description from Shopify on the front of our website. You know how we remove the description? Well, we still want to put a description in there. So if we go here to the left hand side, we click description, we can choose the collection. So the collection is products must match the following conditions. Sync collections first so that they show up. There you go. Product is, there you go, Cycle T sale. You can preview the product, so 3 should show up. There you go. And then choose an option. Add to the text at the beginning of the description, replace the entire description. And we're just going to put this description in. Again, it's going to be hidden. There you go. And then we have to click Start Bulk Edit Now. And then it's queued. That's how easy it was. And then we edit all the products on our website. Now, again, we only have 3, but imagine you have like 300. It makes a big difference. Now, let's say you add new products down the line and you want to, you don't want to bulk edit everything on your website. You just want to bulk edit certain things. So let's just show you how to do that. So again, collection is Cycle T sale. Okay. And now what we're going to do is we're going to add a filter condition to, we'll say, published time is after, and then we can put a date in. So let's say after the 21st, and then preview matching products. Now again, it's going to show all 3, but let's say you upload all your products on the 15th of October, and then you add 20 more products on the 21st of October, and you only want to bulk edit those. This is how you would do that. Right, now let me show you how to add, or how to bulk add a sale. So if we go over here and we go to pricing, let me just remove this. So we're now, collection is, okay, cool. So collection is Cycle T sale, preview matching products. So there you go. We've got all of the products. It's a lot of products. And what we want to do is we want to add a sale, or like a reduced, a from price, I should say. Then you've got this optional step, so select what variants to edit. So let's say you don't want to edit all of these variants, you can change it over here, but we're not going to worry about that. We want to just go straight here and do change compared price at 2. So then compare price from, let's say, $37.99, and then we can bulk edit. Now, what will happen is it will show $37.99 crossed out, and then the actual price of the item. So it shows a sale. What you might want to do is, because you have different prices, so we have prices from $29.99, $30.99, $31.99, and so on. What we might want to do is only select certain variants. So for example, the price is equals $29.99, right? So now we're only editing these ones. We can make that compared to price $33.99, and then we would start that bulk edit. And then what we would do is we would do that again and make another compared at price for all the ones that are $30.99, and then all the ones that are $31.99. And again, once you do it once, that's it. You can very easily duplicate this once it's done. So over here, this one's done, so we can recreate it very quickly. Let's say you add a whole bunch of new products and you want to recreate it, you can do that. And all you need to do, like I said, if you add a whole bunch of new products, is you can just select the latest products that you've updated, or you've added. That is how you would use the bulk editor. Now, I know for you, if you've got 100 products, it's going to cost, it's like $9 or $10 a month. Trust me, it is well worth that money. The amount of time it saves you, it has saved me not just hours, it's probably saved me weeks and weeks and weeks of work. Just because if I wasn't using this, it would be so much manual, monotonous work of just like repeating the most boring task over and over and over again, like updating this, whereas this just allows you to do it in a matter of seconds. So definitely a worthwhile app to install in your Shopify store. Now what we need to do is actually add some mockups, and let me show you how to do that. So if we go into our products and we click O Shift, which is this product, we now need to add some mockups. So what we need to do is locate those mockups on our computer or our drive and add them here. So the first thing we need to do is actually click this over here and then click this, and it will select all of them, and then we can click remove. And when you remove it, they'll also go from here. It's very important that we do this step properly. So once they're removed, we'll add our mockups that we created. There's quite a lot that I've added. So let me remove them all. And now what we need to do is actually just drag or upload our mockups into here. So here are some mockups. There you go. I've got 4. I haven't uploaded all of them, but I'm just going to show you what to do here. So we've got black, we've got military green, we've got our grey, and our royal. Okay. Now what we need to do is we've got the mockups here, but you can see there's no images here, which means when someone actually goes, let me just zoom out. When someone actually goes to our store, I'll show you actually. So if we view this, right, and if someone clicks Royal, Sport Grey, Black, nothing actually happens. And we need to make sure something happens. So we need to go back and we need to link up colors with images. So navy, we haven't added our navy mockup, but let's just say Royal, we click that and then we click Royal. And then Sport Grey, we click that. This isn't the right grey, but whatever. We click that and we're good. Black, we click that, we go black. And then military green, bam. Look at that. Now we haven't added Isaiah or sand, but that's okay for now. And then what you need to make sure you do is whatever the first picture is. So again, you can choose by dragging very simply, right? So if you want your first picture to be this color, you have to go here, you have to click in here, and you have to make sure that you put that first. So you can put that first. And that way, when someone actually clicks into your product, and I'll show you what I mean, they see that color first. So let's click save. Once that's saved, I'll show you what that looks like. Okay, now if we refresh, if you click Royal, you see Royal. If you click Sport Grey, you see Sport Grey. And on our website, you can see that one is showing up first. And when you click it, that's the first one that shows up. However, if it was set up like Sport Grey being first, but we don't change Sport Grey over here, this is what happens. So let's go back. So when you click it, let me just make sure it's saved. Yep, it's saved. Okay, so when you click it, you can see Sport Grey is the first one that shows up. Now that might not seem like a big deal, but when someone is browsing your store and they're like, oh, I like this in blue, I want this in blue, let's click it, and they get thrown a grey, it might throw them off and it could actually affect your conversion rate. So just make sure that you get this right. It's a very, very easy thing to get right, not a big deal. And that is how you would add mockups and then link those mockups with the various sizes. Obviously, just make sure you add the navy one, the azalea, and the sand, and all the colors for that matter. Add all of the mockups that are associated with that specific product. And there you have it. That is how you set up Shopify. Was that so bad? No, I think that was actually pretty good, right? So you are like almost at the end now. You just need to create ads and actually start driving some traffic to your website and start getting some sales. With a platform like Shopify, you might feel like you want to do so much more than I've explained in this video. Don't get tempted, especially at the beginning. This is a tried and tested formula. It works. Remember, at the beginning, we're just doing a lot of testing. We can't guarantee that our store will be successful, not until sales actually come in. So before you get your first sale, why would you want to spend more time than necessary on your store? I've seen people over-engineer their stores, spend absolutely ages on them, only to have to start over again because their store hasn't worked. Don't be that person. Just follow this simple step-by-step. It's all you need at the beginning. Now that we have our store set up and we have our 100 designs synced on the store, we've made a test purchase, we're really ready to start getting some sales. This bit can feel very nerve-wracking, scary even, but don't worry, I've got you. You've come this far. There's literally nothing you can't achieve at this point. Honestly, you should be so incredibly proud of how far you've come. Most people would have given up a long time ago. So, just be proud of how far you've come. Right, the next steps, Facebook ads. Let's set up our first ads and find our first winning designs. Welcome to Facebook ads. This is starting to feel very real, and this is where you're going to be parting with some money. So it's vital you don't just make guesses and throw money at the wall hoping something works. I will lay it out as simply as I can in this Facebook ad portion of this video. Why are we using Facebook ads over something else? I like teaching what I'm doing, what's currently working, and most of my traffic attention is currently on Facebook ads. That's not to say other platforms won't work, but it's what I've decided to focus on. What I would suggest for you, whatever platform you end up choosing, focus on it. Give it your all. Don't try and do lots of different things all at once. Get
really, really, really good at one platform. In our case, it's Facebook ads. Once it's working on autopilot, add in other platforms like Google or maybe even TikTok. But for now, focusing is vital. What should you expect? We're going to spend $25 a day over a 4-day period. So the first weekend test is going to cost us $100. Not a crazy amount of money. And with that, we'll get a good amount of data to decide what to do next. This ad test will run from Thursday to Sunday. So make sure the ads are paused on Monday so we can evaluate them and decide how to proceed. We'll be able to run quite a few tests and hopefully identify a good amount of winners before spending our initial budget, which we kind of said was about $900 to $1,000. We're spending responsibly here. Many people come to me explaining how they hate Facebook so much and that they've spent thousands and thousands and got absolutely nothing. This is why we do small tests and we pause. Always pause and evaluate. As I said earlier, we're going to keep this really simple. There's no need to make Facebook ads complicated at the start. Our aim is to run an Advantage Plus catalog ad to our entire store, identify winners, and create more designs like those winners, and slowly scale. At that point, we can start creating individual manual ads and testing designs, mock-ups, the whole 9 yards. But for now, let's just keep it simple. I'm now going to walk you through the entire process from setting up your business manager, adding your meta pixel, creating your first ad, and navigating the ads manager. If it feels like I'm missing parts out, it's because you don't need to worry yourself with it all at the beginning. This is just the first stage. I'm trying to make this as easy to follow for the largest audience, and going into insane detail on Facebook ads is just going to confuse most, and it's totally not important at these early stages. We now need to set up a Facebook ads account or Facebook business manager, and this is going to feel and look a little bit scary, but I'm going to take you through every step exactly as I can, and I'm going to show you everything you need to see. Not everything on Facebook, because there is so much on Facebook that you just don't need to worry about, especially right now at the beginning. So I'm just going to show you what you need to see. The first thing you need to do is go to business.facebook.com to actually create a business portfolio. And I've already created mine. In fact, I created mine a long time ago. So there's certain things that I just can't repeat. Basically, you don't want to mess around with Facebook too much, creating duplicate things, because Facebook will happily suspend people if anything seems out the ordinary. So I don't want to risk my account, but I'm going to show you how you can do it. So this is exactly how you would set up a business portfolio. Go to business.facebook.com in a desktop browser, click create an account, log into your personal Facebook account. So that's absolutely fine to use your personal account. And if you don't have one, just create one. Then click create account, enter your business details, so your store name, whatever it could be. So for us, it could be Spoke Shirts. The business portfolio name should match the public name of your business or organization, since it will be visible across Meta. Your name, your business email, click submit, or create your business profile. Once you've done that, okay, and I know it sounds scary because I'm not actually doing it, but I've already done this. It's a really, really, really straightforward thing. Like I said, just start with business.facebook.com. And if you want to be able to read this, you can go here, facebook.com/business/help/17100773792036657. You can go to this page if you want to read it a little bit more. But once you've done this, you've done these 6 steps here, you will be greeted with this page. This is what it looks like. A little bit empty at the start. Click go to settings. So let's do a quick walkthrough. So first we have users, and this is people. So this is Lauren, because I'm doing this under Lauren's Facebook manager account. Long story short, but my Facebook account got banned a very, 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 very long time ago. I have created a new one, but I don't want to mess with it and risk anything. So I'm creating this under Lauren's account. So
That's people. Then you've got your account, you've got pages, and this will be your Facebook page that you create. Your ad account, we are going to create an ad account as well that will be associated with this business portfolio. We then have business, we don't need to worry about any of that. We then have data sources, and this is pixels. This is where we are going to actually, and it's going to be in data sets now. You can see demo account pixel has a new location. The location is in data sets. And what the pixel does is the pixel, we will add it in Shopify and we'll have it in Facebook, and it will allow the two to talk to each other. So when we get orders, it will actually show up on our Facebook ads, and we'll be able to see our ROAS, which is our return on ad spend. And we'll be able to see all of our metrics, our add to carts, our purchases, the customer journey, what page they visited. We can create retargeting ads. The pixel is so flipping important. So we are going to set that up. You've then got custom conversions, shared audiences. Cool. Right. You don't need to worry about any of this. Then got billing and payments. So this is obviously where we're going to add our card. And in all fairness, this is what we're going to focus on in this portion of the video. I know, right? Not that complicated. If you actually click here and you see all tools, this looks hella confusing, right? We are not going to worry about all of this at the moment. Like I said, we are going to worry about pages, ad accounts, and then data sets. That is what we're going to be doing now. So to start with, let's create a page. So if we go to pages and then let's click add, we can add an existing Facebook page, request shared access to a Facebook page, or create a new one. So in our case, let's click create a new one. We're going to call this Spoke Shirts, clothing brand. Next, the demo account business portfolio will be linked to Spoke Shirts. I agree. Create page, and then done. Okay. Right, people with full control. So you can see Lauren Morris has been assigned to this Facebook page. One person is assigned. So make sure that you have someone assigned to that page. Okay, that's the first thing you need to do. Try and copy exactly what I'm doing. It will make your life a lot easier. You go to Instagram and let's create an Instagram. Okay, so all you have to do is click claim Instagram account, put your information in, and you'll be able to claim the account. For some reason, it's not working for me. I think it's because I already have an Instagram account logged in. But you'll put your username in. So the username will be the name of your business. So in our case, Spoke Shirts. Now, if Spoke Shirts wasn't available, we would do spokeshirts.store or Spoke Shirts shop or Spoke Shirts t-shirts, something like that. It's not the end of the world if your Instagram name isn't the same. Cool. So we now have a page. We have, well, I hope at this point you have an Instagram. We'll then need to set up a pixel. Now, before we set up a pixel, what we're going to do is we're going to go back to pages. So you can see pages over here. This is our page. We're going to click view on Facebook, and this is what our page looks like. Okay, there's no images, nothing. So what you need to actually go and do is add a cover picture, add a profile picture, and again, you can do this with your logo. Hopefully you would have created a logo by now if you've got Shopify, so you'll be able to put your logo in here. This cover picture can be the same cover as you have on your Shopify store if you wanted to, or you could create something else. And then importantly, before you can add anything, you can see how we are viewing this as Lauren. You can see switch to Spoke Shirts page to start managing it. So you can see Lauren is still up here. So basically the way it works is there's the Facebook profile, it's mainly Lauren's personal profile, and then she has this business portfolio connected to it. So you just have to make sure that you click switch now, and you can see this gets switched over. Bam, there you go. Not now. And now we can see the S there to show that it's actually the Spoke Shirts managing it. So now we've got this over here. We can change the photo, we can change the cover, and on top of that we can mess around with here. So you can see all of these different things. So we can click manage sections, and we can get rid of anything we don't need. We don't need any of this. Save. Okay, now we just have a couple. Right, now the first thing to do, like I said, is add a profile picture, add your cover. You can add your first post if you wanted to. It can just be a post of one of your designs or something like that. Don't worry so much about posting, because at the end of the day, we're going to be running traffic to this page. So it doesn't matter if it has 0 followers or 0 posts. You can create new posts, you know, every day or every couple of days if you want to. We don't, and it doesn't really make much of a difference. You can then add your bio, and you should be able to, well, at this point, your Instagram should be connected. But you could also click edit. customize your intro, and you can put your website over here. Okay, cool. Right, let's move on. Going back to the Meta Business Suite. Okay, so we have pages. Let's now create an ad account, and then we're going to go and create a pixel. So if we click add account, let's click add, and now we need to create a new ad account. We're not claiming an existing one or requesting to share an account. We are creating a new ad account. So click that, account name. So we'll call this demo account. Time zone, select your time zone. London, there you go. Now currency. This is up to you. We have ours set to dollars. Even though I'm in the UK, it's just something I've always done for the last 10 years is have my ads account in dollars. Probably a little bit silly. So if you're in the UK, just set it to Great British Pounds. If you're in America, set it to USD. So just set it to wherever you are. And let me see if I can find it. Okay, let's click next. Usage. This ad account will be used for my business. This ad account will be connected to our demo account portfolio. You can see it underneath it. I agree. Create ad account. Awesome. We now have our page, hopefully our Instagram, and now we had our ad account. The next thing we need to do is click add payment info. So let's add payment info. You can see, by the way, this really isn't as complicated as many people make it seem, right? If you just do the things you need to focus on and you follow the steps, it's actually not so bad. Okay, so select location, United Kingdom, British pound. That's my time zone. Click next. And now we need to actually add a card. A little trick here. Make sure you add a card that A, has money on it, and B, if you can, add a credit card. The reason for this is if Facebook bill you and you have no money on your account and it rejects it, so it declines the payment, that is a huge red flag for Facebook, and you run the risk of Facebook getting spooked and suspending your account. So we always connect a credit card to our Facebook account, and that way we know what our credit card limit is, and we know we are not going anywhere near it. So if you're able to connect a credit card, if you have a credit card, that will be really good. And on top of that, also it allows you to run ads throughout the month, and then at the end of the month pay off the credit card, pay those ads, or depending on what your billing cycle is here with Facebook, they will charge your card as you hit your thresholds. Your thresholds, by the way, get bigger and bigger over time. So it starts at like $25, and then it can go all the way up to like 900, 1,000. Okay, so we need to add our card. Let's click next. Okay, we've now added our card. This is great. We now have our demo account, and we need to assign someone to our demo account. So let's just click assign, click Lauren, manage campaigns, manage ad account, assign. Awesome. Okay, so we now have our page, we have our Instagram, we have our ads account, we've connected a card. Let's just go and add our pixel, and then we'll be this close to setting up our first ad. Okay, so I'm going to show you as well later on what the actual ads look like, what the ad account looks like. You don't have to worry about it right now. Let's go into data sets and click plus over here. And now we need a name. So we're going to say Spoke Shirts Pixel. Click create. Now let's just assign people again. So click assign. Lauren, manage event datasets. Click assign. Okay. Now what we need to do is we need to go over to Shopify and add it from here. So let's go to Facebook. We'll see Facebook and Instagram. Let's click this. Let's install. And okay, click install. Now in the UK, setting up a Facebook shop isn't so easy. In fact, it might not even be possible. We haven't been able to do it. But in the US, you can set up a Facebook shop. But for now, I'm going to show you how to just connect the pixel. And once you've connected the pixel, you should be good to go to start creating your first ads. Okay, so click on this, Facebook. Great. And now you can see everything here. Shop and ads, or ads only. Again, we don't really have access to shop, but you would click get started, click connect account, Okay, amazing. You can see Facebook account has been connected, right, to Lauren. And now the business assets. So we're going to connect Spoke Shirts. Click connect. Data sharing. Okay, so this pops up. This is fine. Spoke Shirt Pixel. Let's connect this. Click agree. Submit for review. Bam. Just like that. So it is going to take a little bit of time, but what you've done now is you've now connected Facebook to Shopify. So now when someone buys, when someone adds to the cart, when someone does anything on your Shopify store, Facebook will be tracking that person's movement, and you'll be able to create ads and react based on all of that data. Now, whilst we're waiting, what you can do is you can actually go and install the Facebook Meta Helper Chrome extension, and you can see I've done so here. So you can see Meta Pixel Helper, and what that's going to allow me to do is just to double check and make sure that the pixel actually came through on our store. So we can see everything's been approved. The shop on Facebook is in review. Okay, that can take a while. Don't let that stop you creating ads, by the way. I know a lot of people in our community stop at this point and wait for this to come out of review, but it can take 30 days. So really just ignore that for the time being. Let's go to... Click it again. We can see Meta Pixel. This is the pixel. How cool, right? I love things that just work. I really, really do. So there you go. You've installed your Meta Pixel. You've done what seems to be the hard task. We have our Meta Pixel on Shopify, and now when we come back here, we would have, like I said, we've got our people. So that's Lauren. We've got our page, which is Spoke Shirts. We have our ads account, which is our demo account. We've got, well, we don't have our Instagram account, but hopefully you have set up your Instagram account. Then we have our pixel right here. Once that's all done, we actually need to go into our Spoke Shirt pixel. So your pixel, you need to go to connected assets, click connect assets, click here, click demo account, click add. And now this will actually get added so that when we are later on creating ads, we'll be able to select our pixel. The next thing I'm going to do is I'm going to quickly show you the ads account and show you what it looks like. So if we click here, you can see you've got all of this different stuff here. If we click all tools, we can go straight there into ads manager, and this will take us to this scary looking thing. So this can be very overwhelming. Don't let it be overwhelming though. I'm going to walk you through it. We're going to create our first ad together, and we're going to get all set up. This is the ads manager. Let's have a walkthrough of this just so you know what everything does. So up here, this is your account. You can obviously select from other accounts, but we're using this demo account. You've got this, which just refreshes everything. And then when you create ads, you can click review and publish up here to review and publish those changes or those new ads that you've made. Let's now have a look. So we've got search and filter. We've then got our date range. So when you are looking at your ads, you're analyzing them, you'll probably select Thursday to Sunday and click update, because we're going to be running our ads between Thursday and Sunday, especially at the beginning anyways, once we're doing tests, because that's just the best time to get sales, and it gives us the most amount of data to actually analyze and find potential winners. But on a day-to-day basis, we can view it in the today, we could view yesterday, last 7 days, last 14 days, last 30 days. Honestly, viewing like the last month, the last 2 months, not really used that much, because you want to see what's working in the here and now. So viewing the last 7 to 14 days is about right. And then you've got your campaigns, you've got your ad set, and you've got your ads. Now, the way I like to describe this is actually the same way Chris describes this, which is very, very clever, which is this: the campaigns is like your tree, the ad sets are like the branches, and the ads are like the leaves on those branches. So at the campaign level, let's just create a campaign so you can see. We'll just do this for now. So at the campaign level, just to quickly go over it again, this is where you're going to choose your type. So sales, right? This is your campaign objective. And if you've got Advantage Plus on, you'll be able to choose your budget for the campaign. Then at the ad set level, This is where you're going to choose your performance goal. So you can see currently it says maximum number of link clicks. We actually want to change this to maximum number of conversions. We then want to make sure purchase is selected. We can show more options, and okay, we can see all of that. Cool. We then got promoted products. So this is going to be all of our products. So currently we have 3 on our website. Our budget, well, we've set our budget to £25 at the campaign level. And then we've got our schedule. So we'd obviously just schedule this for, let's just say, you've then got audience type at the ad set level. So this is where you'd select your audience. Location, you can see it's auto defaulted to the United Kingdom because that's where I'm based, but I'd want to change this to the United States because that's where I'm going to be selling. Now, some people will select the world and just deselect certain countries, but in this case, we are just going to select the United States. Then you've got placements. This is all done. That's fine. Great. And then finally, you have your ad, right? So like I said, you've got your campaign, ad sets, and your ads. Within your ads, this is where you actually create the ad. This is the entire creative. So you'd show single image, a carousel, collection. You'd be able to show all of it. This is what you're building. You're building out to this ad. And we are going to build this out together, so don't worry. But this is what you are doing at the ad level, right? You're selecting all of these things. And here as well, you'd be selecting down here, website events. There you can see the pixel has been selected there because we connected all of that up. And in a minute, we're going to actually create our first ad, and I'm going to go through all of these with you. But just so you know, again, this is where you're selecting the campaign, is where you're selecting the objective and the budget. The ad set is where you're selecting the performance, what you want it to do, the conversion goal, and as well as that, you're selecting when it starts, and you're also selecting the audience. And then at the ad level, you're creating the entire ad, to create the image, the title, the description, all of that kind of stuff. Awesome. So that is, in a nutshell, what this looks like. You've then got a couple more things. So let's just quickly go through this. So you've got here, this is obviously the big create button. This allows you to duplicate ads. This allows you to edit ads. But again, you've got all of them here, edit, duplicate, all that kind of stuff. This will allow you to delete ads. I don't recommend deleting any ads. There's just no need to, unless an ad gets disapproved, in which case we might want to delete it just so that's not on our account. We don't want to spook Facebook at all. You can then also preview an ad by clicking the preview button, and it will show you a preview. You can actually see what it will look like. It will cycle through our designs. And you can see that one we actually made the mock-up, which is why it's showing up like this, which is good. Hopefully you'll have 100 products all with good mock-ups like this, and it will cycle through them. You don't need to worry about this. You got more here. Again, don't need to worry about this. You got your columns. So currently the columns are set for performance, but we're actually going to create custom columns, and we'll set that up a little bit later. You then also got your reports, you've got breakdown, all of that. So within breakdown, you might want to do via product ID. You can also do via country, but because we're just in the United States, don't have to worry so much about that. And then you can also do by day, and this will allow you to see how the ad has performed day by day. The reason why product ID is good for Advantage Plus campaigns is because you are advertising your entire collection. So being able to break it down by product ID will allow you to see which designs are getting the cheapest clicks, sales, and everything else that we need to really focus on. All right, and by organizing it by product ID, it allows you to do that. Okay, awesome. Now that we've done that, we're going to set up our first ad, which is just going to be a warming up ad for our account, just so that Facebook know that we are a real person. Sometimes you get bots or scammers or whatever trying to set up Facebook accounts and run ads. We need Facebook to know that we are legitimate, we are white hat, we are not scammers, and we are real people just trying to run a business. So we run a very low budget warming up ad so Facebook can bill us a few times just so they know that we are a real human. We don't want to throw in, you know, ads spending hundreds and hundreds of dollars, because that will really spook Facebook. But with our warming up ad, it does what it says on the tin. You know, it just warms up our accounts. I would just like to add, in our paid community, the Print on Demand Hub, we go into serious detail with our advanced Facebook course, where we talk about everything. And we also have Chris Heckman. Don't know if you've heard of Chris Heckman, but he's a pretty big YouTuber, and he shares all of his secrets and knowledge around Facebook advertising. So if you are looking for some serious advanced Facebook advertising secrets and strategies, that is where you're going to find them. For now, in this video, my sole aim is to get you up and running with a store and get you up and running with your first ads, getting you your first sales, and finding some winners. And I'm trying to do that without overcomplicating the entire process and just giving you far too much information at this point. Once you've gotten to the point where you have quite a few winners and you're making, you know, a good amount of money every single month from the ads that we set up together on this video, that is when you should start looking at scaling and learning more advanced Facebook strategies to really take your business to the next level. So just note that what you are learning here is what you need to get started with your print-on-demand brand, your Shopify store, your t-shirt brand. Right, we're now going to set up our first ad, our warming up ad. And again, this is just to tell Facebook that we're real people, because we don't want to spook them into suspending us or banning us. And just by the way, important to note, getting banned on Facebook is not like getting banned on Etsy or Amazon or Redbubble or any of the other platforms. Your brand is your Shopify store. Your whole money maker is your brand. So if Facebook suspends your account, that's just your traffic source. You can do other traffic sources to get sales. And on top of that, whilst your account is in that process and it's being reviewed, firstly, you can very much get it back. Secondly, you can create a new ads account if that does happen. But the important thing here at the end of the day is that you have your brand, your Shopify store, and that's why we've gone down the Shopify store route. But yeah, don't freak out or worry about it. It's just to let Facebook know that we're real and we want to get billed like a couple of times, once or twice or something like that. So what we want to do is we want to first click create over here. Make sure you're in the campaigns level when you click create. We want to create an engagement ad. This is just the safest ad to do. Click continue, manually set up the engagement ad. Okay, great. So we've got campaign objective. So let's have a look. Campaign objective is engagement. Yep. Campaign spending limit, Advantage Plus. Cool. All right. So we could do Advantage Plus budget, and we're just going to do a budget of £5. Again, we're just looking to get billed once or twice. We really don't want to spend very much or really any money. We just want to get billed once or twice. Okay, once we've done that, we can just change the name to PPE. I just call it warming ad, whatever. It's fine. This one can be called warming ad set, conversion location. On your ad, we want to go for post engagement. We want to go for maximize engagement with post. That's fine. Okay, budget. Yeah, that's set at £5. That's fine. Audience control. So the location we want to change to the United States. Yours will automatically be set to the United States unless you are, of course, not in the United States. So we are in the UK. So we need to change ours. Delete the United Kingdom from it. So it's just the United States. Right, and then awesome. Okay, next we need to go to the next level. So this is now the warming ad image. All right, the Facebook page it's connected to is Spoke Shirt. Use existing post. No, we want to create the ad. Set up creative. Image ad. Text is going to be cycling t-shirt. There could be a button like learn more or something. Doesn't have to be a button. Just use one of your images, one of your mock-ups. Click next. This is all fine. Optimize, just make sure all of this is off. So this one, turn off. Click done. Okay, great. So this is so far what it looks like. That's our ad. Again, it really doesn't matter because the only point of this ad is just to, like I said, warm up our account. So learn more. Destination is going to go to spokeshirts.store. Track website events. We've got our Spoke Shirts pixel. Okay, once that's all done, let's just do a quick run through. Yep, that looks good. And then click publish. And you can get rid of these recommendations. There we go, publishing 3 of 3. Awesome. Let's exit out and we can see it's in processing right now. It shouldn't take very long because it's not a very crazy ad and it's a very tiny little budget and it's just a page post engagement ad. And then we've got our ad set and our campaign, which is our warming ad. And there you go. Congrats. You just created your first Facebook ad. Didn't seem that scary, right? Now, obviously, this is far from what we actually need to do. So if we click through, it says no ads at the moment, but don't worry, it's just because ads are inactive because they are still processing. Give it a little bit of time. If we refresh it, yeah, it just takes a little bit of time, and then you're good. Once you've done that, and once you've been billed a few times, come back. After you've been automatically billed, don't spend hundreds and hundreds of dollars here. We're looking literally, don't spend more than $25 here. Not even, right? We're talking $15 maybe max, $20 max. Okay, so don't spend a crazy amount of money here, please. And then come back after a few days once you've been billed a couple of times. And what we're going to do is we're going to actually create our first actual real ad that is going to hopefully give us some information to then move forward and find some winners, get some sales, and scale up this business. We're now ready to set up our first ever proper sales ad where we're trying to get data and sales. Now, this is assuming you've already had your warming up ad run for a few days, you've been billed a few times, and you are fully ready to go. You can see now our warming up ad is actually now active. And the next thing we're going to be doing is creating an Advantage Plus catalog ad. There's a few different names for this, but we're just going to call it an Advantage Plus catalog ad. And this is where Facebook literally do everything. It cycles through all the products in your store. It advertises all of them, and it gives you data on all of them. It will show you which ones have the best cost per click, which ones have potentially sales, and all of that. And with that data, you are able to then create more specific testing ads or take it even a step further. But what we want to do first is to ensure that our catalog has properly been cataloged by Facebook, so it knows what products are there. Just go into your Shopify. You can see I'm home in my my Shopify store, and go over to Facebook and Instagram. And here on the right hand side, it will show you in the overview product status. 3 products have been approved. Now that means all 3 products have been approved and are in our catalog. So if we go to products, these are the 3 products, and you can see sales channels, online store, Facebook and Instagram. And if you wanted to, you could click on one. Let's say it wasn't, for example, you could click on it, click the 3 dots, click include in sales channels, and make sure that you've ticked Facebook and Instagram. So just for example, let's say for some reason something hasn't synced over. This is how you can manually do it. And on the flip side, let's say you have some products or some designs that have some swear words on them, they're rude. Maybe you don't want to test the waters with Facebook. That is where you can unselect it so that it doesn't show up in your catalog ad. Now, once you've done that, let's head over to Facebook. Once we're in Facebook, we can go over here to All Tools, Business Settings. And then once we're in Business Settings, we can go to Data Sources, Catalog, and we can make sure that our catalog is showing up here. So there you go. Shopify Product Catalog. You can make sure it's the same number. So that's one number, ends in 041. And we can see it's the same one, the same ID. That way we can just like double and triple check that everything is talking to each other. Now let's actually go and set up our first ad. And you'll be surprised, it's a lot more straightforward than you're probably anticipating here. So go to Ads Manager, and what you want to do is you want to make sure you're in the campaign level over here. Click Create. You want to create a sales ad. Click Continue. Advantage Plus. Yep, let's Facebook do everything for us. Click Continue. And now you can either rename this or just leave it as it is. We want to make sure our conversion location is website, maximum number of conversions. If you have shop, it would be website and shop. We don't have access to that. Maximize number of conversions. Yep. Conversion event, purchase. Yep. Make sure our pixel's selected. Brilliant. Okay. Let's scroll down. Included locations. We are going to change our location to United States. Okay. Let's scroll down. Our budget. Now, this is what we need to talk about. So our budget. What should our budget be? Should it be $50, $100, and I know we're in pounds here, and I'm saying dollars. Just assume everything is in dollars, just to make this easier, because I feel like the majority of you are going to be in America. But if you are in pounds, it's fine. If I'm talking about $25, just assume I'm also talking about £25. Now, the thing with this budget is we don't want to spend a crazy amount of money. We're just trying to get some data across our whole store. And what I like to say is just do £25 a day. If you can't afford that, obviously, then do less, do 10 or 15 pounds. But I feel like you're not getting as much data, or maybe enough data with that amount of money. You could also do 50 a day. I wouldn't do more than 50 a day, especially at the beginning, because it's just not necessary. And I think 25 a day is a good amount, because we're going to be running this ad from Thursday to Sunday, so 4 days, meaning we'll spend $100 or £100 over the weekend. And I think that's a good amount of money. It's a nice round number, but it's a good amount of money to have spent in order to get some data back. So let's change this to 25. Or let's say we're going to start this on Thursday. Now, again, we're in UK time. If we're selling in America, we've got to bear in mind that Thursday, if we set this up at 12:01 a.m., it's actually not Thursday yet in America. So this would still be Wednesday night in America. So just bear that in mind when you're setting up your ad. If you set this for 7 a.m., then it's pretty much America. Then it's Thursday in America. Okay, we could set an end date, but we don't have to, because we're going to manage this ad. We're going to keep track of it, and we're going to look at it. And okay, once we've done that, let's go to next, and it takes us straight to this page. This is where we're going to set everything up. So our Facebook page is Spoke Shirts. Create an ad. We're going to not have a manual upload. We're going to have Advantage Plus catalog ad. And this is where it will automatically use all the data and the images and everything. So you can see that is a t-shirt on our store we uploaded together. Now we want to have a carousel, and that way it will actually scroll through our ads. So there you go. You can see that one, and then that one, and that one. And this is going to go through all the colors, all the and all the designs, everything. It's going to test all the designs on our store. Once we've done that, right, we've got Carousel, we've got Advantage Plus. Again, I'm not going to fully run this one, and when I show you the data and we're going to look at how to analyze the data, I'm going to base it off of my brand that's actually running ads and spending money every single day. This one, this is for demo purposes. I'm showing you how to set this up, because you can see here I haven't actually updated all the mockups. You do want to make sure all of your mockups are done first. Okay, once you've done that, you've got ad sources, Shopify product catalog. Yep, that's fine. All products. So, yep, 3 items, 165 variants. You can see if you hover over it, it will start showing you. Okay, ad creative, multiple products. You can click optimize media selection. There you go. You've got a single image or slideshow. Product name in the headline, primary text. Okay, so primary text, we're going to change the primary text. Let's go down. Okay, so we're going to just use, again, I have templates. You are able to access all of these templates. When you access all the other information from this video, the links, the infographics, the everything really, the downloads, you'll be able to download this stuff as well. So for now, let me just put in, so we're going to call this new cycling collection, and let's put the emoji in again. Up to 30% off. Shop now. We'll say up to 30% off. While supplies last. And it sounds a little bit naughty because you're saying while supplies last, and it's print on demand, so technically supplies shouldn't run out. But the print on demand companies can go out of stock of t-shirt colors as well, so it is a possibility. And then we can do shop now, and then obviously you want to just put your domain in. So when we put the link in here, we want this link spokeshirts.store/sale to redirect to our collection page. So if you head over to Shopify, so this is the Shopify page, and we go over to sales channels or online store, navigation, view URL redirects. We need to create our first redirect. So what we're going to do is we're going to click create URL redirect. We're going to do /sale, and we're going to paste our collection page. This is the Cycle T. So rather than have this long, ugly link in our Facebook ad, we're just going to have this. So click save redirect. Nice. And now if I go to Spokeshirt /sale, it will take me to the Cycle T sale. So make sure you have that set up so that way this works. Otherwise it would be this long, ugly link, and no one wants that. Right, now we can create other creative text to cycle through, but we're going to just leave that for now. We're going to just work on this one. Call to action is shop now. Highlight your promo codes. No. Enhancements, okay. Website URL. Shirts, okay. Again, we're going to just do sale. And then tracking the pixel. Okay, let's quickly run through the whole thing and just make sure it's set up properly. So let's go back here. We've got our website. Again, it would say website and shop if we had that option available to us. Maximum number of conversions, the pixel that we've created, the conversion event is purchase. Audience locations, United States. Budget is $25 a day. We're running this from Thursday. And let's go to the next one. And then we've got our ad name, our Facebook page, Spoke Shirts, Advantage Plus catalog ad. We can see all the t-shirts there. Carousel, so it can cycle between them. Shopify product catalog. Yep, that's our catalog, our all products. So it's our 3 products. Hopefully yours will say 100. Dynamic media enabled, multiple products, single image, headline. Yeah, it's just a product name. This is the primary text. Call to action is shop now. Advantage Plus, yeah, that's all fine. Website's fine. Tracking is fine. Amazing. Awesome, right? Now just click publish. That would be your, not your first, your second ad, because we created a warming up ad, but that would be your first real ad that's going to hopefully bring in some data and allow us to find some winners for our store. That's how simple it can actually be. You don't need to create super complicated ads when starting out. Of course, down the line, it's going to get more complicated, which is why we have many more advanced videos on this, and I will make YouTube videos at some point on it. But for this whole course, I wanted to get you from finding a niche, creating 100 designs, building a store, setting up Printify, and setting up your first ads and getting your first sales. You can run this for a while before you need to worry about what's to come next, because right now we are in the let's find winners phase of events where we have our blinders up, we are laser focused on finding winners, adding new designs, having them automatically updated and added to our catalog, and then our catalog ad is running, the new designs are being pumped in, we are constantly testing those new designs, and we are finding winners. What comes next? Well, I'm going to explain that to you in a second, but for now, just be really proud of where you've come from to where you are now. It's really, truly incredible. What we're going to do now is we're going to actually go to our main ads account and we're going to analyze some of our ads. I'm going to show you what metrics we look at. I'm going to show you what a test over the weekend looks like when you spend $100 or £100 or whatever country you're in. And that way you're going to see how you can analyze the data and what you should do with that information. Now that we've set up our Advantage Plus campaign, let's just assume it was Thursday and now we've jumped to Monday. Whoa, it's been a couple days, right? Now what we need to do, I don't know what that was. Now what we need to do is actually analyze that data that we got over the last 4 days. Now, because I haven't set up a proper store, it was just a demo store and a demo account, I'm going to use a different store that has actual data and actual numbers. So this is what it would look like. Okay, excuse things if they're blurred out. It's just because there are certain names. I don't want things to be out there. Okay, so we've got, first thing you need to do is select your date range. So we're going to do Thursday to Sunday, right? Because that was the test. 1, 2, 3, 4 days. Update. And then we can see amount spent, $97.17. We've had 2 purchases, 1.84 ROAS, 61 link clicks, $1.59 per link click. So what we're going to do is we're going to click on this and look at the ad set. Okay, so we can see we had $25 spent a day. We're going to click on it again. We're going to go to the ads. Right, this is the page that we need to go to. Okay, there's a lot of information on here, starting with the columns that you have here. So we have amount spent, budget, purchases, purchase ROAS, link clicks, CPC, CTR, CPM, adds to cart, unique adds to cart, checkout, and frequency. You want to set up custom columns, because what it's going to look like for you is it's probably going to look like the performance in clicks. So it just looks a little bit different, whereas we want to go for the one that we've made here, which is Shopify store columns. And you can very easily just click this, scroll to the bottom, customize columns, and now you can select specific columns. So you're going to be selecting delivery, actions, amount spent, budget. Basically, I'll scroll down here and you can just copy. And you can select whichever ones, like select that one, whatever. Just make sure that you are selecting all of these ones. And then once you've done that, you can click save as column preset, put a name in, click apply. And what that will do is it will show up as a preset here. Okay, so once we've got that, we've got all of our columns. The next thing we need to do, because this is an Advantage Plus campaign and it's cycling through our entire website, what we need to do is actually break this down so we can see how much were the link clicks per individual product type, because this doesn't actually give us any information. Just looking at it like this doesn't give us much. We want to see which designs had the lowest clicks, which designs had sales, which designs we need to emulate, make more of, which designs we can actually move over into a testing campaign and have more focused budget on it. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to breakdown, and we're going to break down by product ID. And then down the side here, I know this is blurred out because these are our product names and we just don't share this publicly for many, many reasons. The main one being the last time we did that, our entire store, all our ads got ripped off. It completely ruined our business, and there's just nothing that makes it worthwhile to do that again. So I'm never going to make that mistake. But yeah, it's just, you'll see they're blurred out here. But you can see all the different product numbers. You can see they're all different numbers. So this is one t-shirt, another t-shirt, another t-shirt, and they're all different t-shirts. We can see the various amounts spent. Now there's not much data here. So what we can do is we can sort by link clicks. So let's go link clicks. Right, there you go. So that one's got 8 link clicks, 4 link clicks. What we're going to actually sort by is cost per link click. So we want to see lowest first. Okay, so obviously there's not going to be anything there. Let's just go through. We have a lot of products on our website, and $100 is not much for us for Facebook to get through all of them. Let's just do it that way. It'll be quicker. Okay, so we can see we've had the ones that are 0.01 cents are not something to like really focus on because it doesn't really happen. But we can see 14 cents, 21 cents, only 1 link click though. So here we've got 4 link clicks at 44 cents. That's a good sign. Okay, so I would look at that. I would go and find that t-shirt and I'd be like, okay, that's a good one. Save that for later because that's a good sign. That means people are liking it and it's getting cheap clicks. 64 cents is pretty good. Basically, we're looking for up to 75 cents, maybe $1 depending on how well it's converting and how good your ROAS is. But we can see here that we've got a bunch. So 4 for $1.18, okay. 4 for $1.07, okay. This one's a good one. 8 clicks for 91 cents. So to me, that would stand out and be like, okay, that looks like a potential winner. Now, one thing that is very strange, and I have yet to figure this out, and I've been doing this for a while now, is it shows 2 purchases, but for some reason, even if I sort by purchases, it doesn't show which ones were purchased. I don't know what it is. It doesn't make any sense. I can scroll through all of them. It doesn't show which ones were purchased. I don't know why. We can scroll through though and see the adds to carts. So let's just go there. Again, it does the same thing, right? It doesn't show you which ones were added to the cart. I don't know why it does that. It's very, very annoying. It must be a glitch or something. But either way, what we're going to do with this information is, so we've got 8, 2, 4. There's another one with 2, but that's very low. And then 2 4s. So what I would probably do is I'd probably run this for a little bit longer. The cost per click is a little bit high, so you could try some different mock-ups. So what would happen next after I've seen all of this data is, firstly, I would see all the t-shirts that did okay. Secondly, I would then create more designs like those t-shirts that did okay and add them to my store, which means they'll automatically get added to this catalog, and run it for a couple more weekends. And that way I've got even more data, because the idea here is I'm trying to get as much data as possible. Once I've done all of that, there's a couple more things to consider. For example, if you've got a very high cost per click, that could be because of the design or the mock-up. So what I might want to do next is create a mock-up testing ad, where it's an ad with all the best performing designs, and I'll test 5 or 6 different mock-ups. And that way I'm able to really pinpoint which mock-up is going to get me the best results in terms of a cost per click. Once I've done that, I've got a good mock-up. Hopefully I've got some good designs at that point. I can then create a testing ad and send specific amounts of budget to those individual designs. Still going to the collection page, but more money going to those individual designs, rather than have it go through the Advantage Plus, where, as you can see, a lot of the designs just don't get any spend, unfortunately, because there isn't enough money being pumped in to this Advantage Plus ad to really cycle through our entire store. So that is how I would look at this data. Again, after the first weekend, I would have a look. I'd see, okay, this one is good, so I know I'm going to run that again, and I would move that over to a testing campaign. I would see, okay, that is this t-shirt, right, great, it's this coffee t-shirt, whatever, and with that t-shirt, I'm now going to make more similar t-shirts to it, upload it to my store, because chances are they'll also do quite well. And then once you've got quite a few doing well in your Advantage Plus, you can move them over to your other campaigns and actually direct more traffic, more ad budget to them. It can take a little while to find some winners, which is why we really suggest having 100 designs on your store. Give yourself a really, really good chance of finding those winners. And once you've found those winners, you're off to the races, right? You just have to scale from there. What we're looking for in all these results are outliers, in the sense of what designs, in terms of what color and style of that design, is doing well, is getting low cost per click. We're not really interested if we get sales at the beginning, because we're not expecting to get sales at the beginning. If we get sales at the beginning, that's great, but this is very, very early stages for us, and quite frankly, getting low cost per click is also quite good at the very early stages, because Facebook is still learning who our audience is, and it's still optimizing to give us the best possible ad, to deliver the best possible ads. So when you're looking at your data, don't be so hard on yourself if you haven't got any outliers or any winners. Again, what we're trying to look for are designs that stand apart from the other designs that are doing well. So if you have one design and it's got a low cost per click, look at it compared to the other designs and see, okay, fine, those designs did really badly, this design did really well, I'm now going to blast 50 more designs just like this one that did really well. And over time, you'll slowly start to add more and more winning designs to your store, because at the end of the day, what we're looking for is one major winner. I like to say you are one design away from, and then from anything, from changing your life, from a successful store, from all of it. So I like to say you're one design away from being able to fully transform your entire collection and create a whole load of winners. Now, if you say to me, well, Shimmy, it's now Monday, I've analyzed everything and I have no good designs, nothing is working in my Advantage Plus. I hate to say this, but what I'm going to say is create even more designs. Not necessarily that your last designs were a write-off or they just aren't going to work, but if that's the case and you're running an Advantage Plus catalog ad, add more designs to it. Keep adding more designs. The name of this game is design. Designs are the product. The product is the most important part. A good product will sell even with bad marketing. A bad product will not sell no matter how good the marketing is. So keep adding more designs to your store. Don't think, oh, I've made 100 now, it's over, I'm done, I can retire, I'm just going to make money off of those 100. Not at all. You're going to make 50 more, 100 more, 200 more, 300 more. You're going to keep creating designs. Try and even create 5 to 10 or maybe 3 to 7 designs a day, just so that you can get in the swing of creating designs. And with your data, if you do have any data with good clicks and all of that kind of stuff, create designs that are similar to it. And on the flip side, if you have designs that are getting $2 or $3 cost per click, then don't recreate similar designs to that, because clearly those designs aren't working. Now, this is with an Advantage Plus. If you are running testing ads where you have the campaign, you'd have, an ad set with maybe 10 ads in it, that's very, very different to what we're doing here. Very different. And that's why we're not really focusing on that kind of testing at the moment. That kind of testing will come very soon. And that's why I really, really recommend joining the Print on Demand Hub and getting the full access to the advanced Facebook training course. But for now, what you have here with the Advantage Plus and being able to analyze that data, that is all you really need in order to make this business work for you and in order for you to find some winners. So that is what I would suggest doing. Let's move on.
How was that for you? Not so bad, right? Honestly, most of the trading I see is so overwhelming. And in all fairness, that might have been overwhelming as well, but well, I'm really hoping I explained it well for you. There's of course way more to ads. In fact, I hate to break it to you, there's more to almost all of this. Optimizing, scaling, and different types of ads. There's a lot. But what did you expect? A walk in the park? No, we're building a real business here. This isn't easy. We've just built a real brand, a real business. We have 100 products, a website, and maybe even sales at this point. This isn't meant to be easy. If it was, everyone and their grandma would be doing it. I'm going to give you a quick overview of our strategy after setting up those ads I just showed you, but I don't want you to make it complicated for yourself. Typically, after running our Advantage Plus catalog ads and identifying some winners, we'll create manual ads with 4 to 5 mockups. This is to find a winning mockup that we'll eventually use on our website. With those ads, we'll use the best performing designs and send people to our collection page on our Shopify store. Our most popular ad by far tends to have some sort of grid like this. They work so well for us, and we find that customers actually buy more than one design from ads like this, which massively helps our AOV, which in turn helps our ROAS. AOV is average order value, and ROAS is return on ad spend. Basically, for every dollar we spend, what are we getting out? Are we getting $2 out, $3 out, $4 out, whatever it is? It gets a little more complicated after this with ads, but again, I'm not looking to put you off here. After all, you've gotten this far, and the last thing I would want to do is scare you away. So for now, I want you to do everything up until I started talking about creating manual ads. That's more than enough for you to find winners and determine if your store overall is going to actually work. I want to now tell you what a realistic future for your store looks like through scaling and taking the next steps. But I want you to treat this next section of this course as motivation of what's to come. I don't want you to jump the gun with this stuff. Go in order and focus on each step as it comes. So for now, let's talk about scaling. And this is where you'll really see the potential of your new brand. So far, you've come pretty far, but maybe you're not really seeing the power of building a brand utilizing print on demand just yet. Well, put it this way, I'm hoping you are. But if you're not, I want to discuss with you scaling. And this is where this business takes off like a rocket ship. After running those Advantage Plus catalog ads that we spoke about a little earlier and determining some winners based on the results, then you would move on to the next step. If, however, you haven't found any winners, for example, the cost per clicks are just a little bit too high and there's no good indication to what design could actually be a winner, the best thing to do would be to test more different designs. And I might sound like a broken record here, and I say this all the time, but new designs is the key to finding winners. But let's say all of this is going well. The next step would be setting up static ads, testing the best performing designs and sending traffic directly to the collection pages. This is where we can test different mockups and different creatives. It's important to note that we're still only targeting the United States. We do a few types of creatives: static images with large mockup, grid images with 6 designs and smaller mockups that looks like this. And then you can also do slideshow ads and video ads. Video ads can be really, really cool, but a little more confusing, so don't worry about them just yet.
And once you've found your winners, you'll also start spending more money, as more money equals more traffic to your store, and more traffic equals more sales, especially if that traffic has proven to convert already. Now, I'd like to address something quite important moving forward. In this video, I've said a lot, explained and showed a lot. This information is coming from my business, what works for me. Does that mean it's guaranteed to work for you? No. There are so many different strategies and avenues that you can go down to make this work. So I don't want you to look at this video and think, if I just mindlessly copy and paste everything Shimmy has said, I will be successful. No. Big no. That is not my intention with this video. It's vital that at every stage you learn the principles so you're able to fully think for yourself. And this will help with troubleshooting down the line. Just like when we went over the design stage, I didn't just say make this and don't make this. Instead, I actually explained the principles so that hopefully you can start looking at designs yourself and deciding and determining for yourself if you think it's good or has potential, or if you think it's bad, maybe you don't want to add it to your mood board or something. I also want you to approach ads with that same attitude. The way we've set up ads with an Advantage plus catalog ad is not the be all and end all of Facebook ads. If anything, it's kind of like the cheat code. Right? It's kind of like the cheat code to avoid all the hard levels in a video game. Now, don't get cheat code mixed up with magic formula or silver bullet, however you want to call it. Setting up an Advantage Plus campaign does not guarantee your success. And this is just one of many ads you should be testing and learning about. I recommend catalog ads in this video because, quite simply, it's the most simple way to get feedback from all of your products on your website. It's by no means the only way. Creating a static ad testing all of your 100 plus products would take you a very, very, very long time and could be a lot more expensive, which is why we aren't doing it that way to begin with. I don't want to overcomplicate this process for you right at the beginning. Now, that's not to say I don't want you testing and learning and trying out different things. That's what I love about our community. We can learn from each other as well as from me and the other coaches. Trust me, when you are trying something out on your own versus 300 people or 300 plus people trying it out, which scenario do you think is going to come out on top? The 300 people will find the best practices probably 300 times faster because it's 300 more minds focusing on it. Now, when it does come to ads, this is what matters the most. You can clearly see the design is the most important element, and there's no surprise there. It's the thing people will be buying. The next most important element is the creative, which is the visual element of the ad, the mock-up. And the reason why this is so high is because people need to see what they are buying. The same concept goes for any online store. When we sold on Amazon many, many years ago, the biggest moving factor of our sales was how good our product images were. Because if you think about it, in an online store, customers can't feel, they can't touch, they can't truly see what they're getting. So they just put all their trust into those images, or those mock-ups in this case. And that's why the mock-up is so unbelievably important. The placement of the design on the mock-up, the color of the mock-up, all the elements really. The mock-up is a very, very important factor when it comes to ads. And then you have the other aspects in an ad as well, which shouldn't be ignored, but also shouldn't be overly focused on. I, of course, want you to understand the ad copy, the targeting, the offer, and it would even be wise to test this out a little and try mixing things up. But what you shouldn't do is focus all of your attention on those areas because they will move the needle the least. I wouldn't want you to spend hours and hours and hours perfecting your copy, making it the best copy an ad has ever seen if your design and your mock-up is terrible.
right? Does that make sense? You want to focus your time on what will have the biggest impact, but still be present to the other important factors. At the end of the day, I want you to be able to do this on your own. I want you to fully understand what it is you're doing and not just take blind instructions, right? At that point, once you fully know what you're doing and the Facebook Ads Manager becomes a fun playground for you, that's when you know you've won. You've done it. Try and enjoy Facebook ads. Don't look at it as the bane of your life or a nightmare you're dreading in this business. It can be really enjoyable once you get the hang of it. Testing different things out, seeing what works best for your store, finding winners, all of it. It's great. I'm telling you, it's really enjoyable. And I say all of this and still firmly stand by not spending an absolute fortune. Just because I'm telling you to have a little fun with it and really learn Facebook ads, I'm not suggesting that you spend thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars testing different things and all of that. I taught the Advantage Plus method in this video mainly to counter that. Spending $100 over the weekend is a good amount of money to get some data back. And if you spend a little more or a little less, that's fine. Just remember, spend within your means. I don't know how much money you have, so I can't possibly tell you what to be spending. Just make sure whatever you are spending, you are doing it responsibly. And by that, I mean you are learning and you are taking action on what you're learning. And of course, you're enjoying the process. If you just blindly implement what I'm saying, as soon as something goes wrong, you'll have no idea how to troubleshoot it, what to do next, and everything will just crumble and fall apart. I want you to look at your ads as if it was your phone. You know, and what I mean by that is when you first switched from your old Nokia brick phone to an iPhone or a Samsung, sure, it was complicated, right? So many menus, so many apps, so many possibilities. The same goes for Facebook. The Advantage Plus that we have already set up is your Nokia. I know it's a little bit more complicated, but it's your Nokia brick. But you need to be prepared to get the iPhone. You need to fully understand Facebook, and that will take time, just like it did with your phone. You're probably great now on your phone, right? You know how to whiz around and do menus and all that kind of stuff. It's been years, though, since you switched. It didn't just happen overnight. Hell, sometimes I look at my phone and I still don't understand where things are or what's going on. So don't expect to become a Facebook expert overnight. I'm still learning. Everyone is still learning and testing. And that's absolutely fine. There is no completion date to Facebook ads. No one size fits all. Testing is super important. And all we are trying to do is give a framework that should get you started. So, let's go back for a second to our Facebook ads account so I can show you what would be next on the computer. Now I just want to quickly show you what I was talking about when I said that you have your Advantage Plus catalog ad and then your static ad, and this is your testing, and then eventually you graduate them to your, we're calling it lifetime campaign or scaling campaign. It doesn't really matter what you call it. So you can see here, we've got our, this is in our demo account again, right? We've got our Advantage Plus shopping campaign. So this is in the campaign section. Now, there's two ways of doing this. We can make a campaign and call it testing, and then within that campaign, we have ad sets, and one of the ad sets can be our catalog ad. One of the ad sets can be various testing ads, and then inside the actual ads, obviously the Advantage Plus one would look like this, but the other ad sets that are static image ads could have various different tests in them, different creatives and whatnot. But for now, we're going to try and keep this a little bit simple for you, and this is how we're going to do it. So we've got our Advantage Plus ad here. So I'm going to just change the name here to one testing Advantage Plus catalog. Oh, that's not how you spell catalog. How on earth? There you go. Sorry, my brain just had a fart. Testing one Advantage Plus catalog ad. Okay. Right, that should change. The next thing we're going to do is, like in the previous video where I showed you about finding winners based on the cost per click and just seeing what the biggest movers are in the ad. It might not give us tons of
data that we could potentially use, but hopefully it gives us a little bit of data so that we can graduate the testing Advantage Plus into our testing static ads. So we'd create a new campaign, sales campaign again, and we're going to do manual sales campaign, and the campaign is going to be called to testing static ads. Okay, the auction type is going to be campaign objective is going to be sales. Advantage Plus catalog ads we want to turn off. Advantage campaign budget, we can turn this on if you wanted to, or if you don't want to have Advantage campaign budget, you'll be able to set the budget at the ad set level. So we're going to just leave this off for now. A/B testing, no, it's fine. Okay, right, that's the campaign level. Let's move on to the ad set level. So the ad set level is going to be, and now this is where we're going to test various things. So we're going to test design 1. Okay, and then I'll explain why in a second. But let's just say we set the ad set name to testing design 1. We want this to be website and shop, but just website because we don't have that. Maximum number of conversions, the spoke shirt pixel, conversion event, we want purchase. Okay, don't need to worry about setting up a conversion or cost per result. Let's go to dynamic creative or automatically create combinations of media. No, let's leave that. The budget, this is where we can set the budget at the ad set level, and this will be a budget that goes specifically to this ad set. So if we have one ad in this ad set and our budget is £20, that entire £20 is going to go to that one design. That's quite a lot of money going to one design. So let's just set this at the beginning, because again, we're not looking to spend a fortune here. Let's just set this to 10. And again, I'll explain why in a minute, because this is not going to have one ad in it. It'll have a few. But set this to £10. So now we've got our campaign, we've got our ad set, we've got our budget, we need our location. So we need to change our location. So currently ours is United Kingdom, because that's where we're based. But we want to sell in the United States. So let's select United States, remove United Kingdom, Advantage Plus audience, placements. Okay, so keep placements like that, and then click next. Now up to our actual ad. So there's two ways that you can do this. When you find a winner in your Advantage Plus campaign and you want to graduate that winner to a testing static ad like we're creating now, you could either just test that exact design and leave it at that and make the whole ad about that design, or you can go a little bit further and you can create different types of ads, you can create different mock-ups. So what would happen is we have our campaign level, we then have our ad set level, which is this level, right? And we've got our budget here. And then inside our ad set, we are going to test various ad types, okay? And what I mean by that is like ad creatives. So let's say you're in the dog niche, or no, in the cycling niche. Let's go with the cycling niche. Let's say out of our cycling t-shirts, the one that says "Oh Shift" does the best in our catalog ad. And again, remember, we've only got 3 in our store, but you'd have over 100. But let's say the one that says "Oh Shift" does well. That is going to be the ad in our testing design 1, right? So testing design 1, this is going to say, you know, maybe "Oh Shift," right? This is going to be for this design, okay? And within this design, we are going to be able to create various ads. One of the ads we'll say is maybe mockup 1, and then we can create, well, I'll show you that in a second, but basically what we're going to do is mockup 1, you create the ad, manual upload, format single image or video, yeah, that's fine. You don't want a carousel collection, set up ad creative, an image ad, and let's say the mockup that we're testing is going to be, well, we've got our catalog here, but let's put in the URL. So we want to then go to image ad, go to text, the primary text. So this is going to be the thing that shows up at the top, and we can even test different text out, but for now, we're just going to use the same text that we used in our Advantage Plus, which is going to be something like that. We could use this, but we're not going to for the meantime. For the headline, we can do something like cycle t-shirt sale, and then scroll down, description. We could do various things. So we could do like printed and shipped in the US, right? Call to action is going to be shop now. right? Let's click next. We need to add media. So at the moment, we're going to just add this as our media because I don't have any other media uploaded. But this is where you would try a new mockup, right? You have various mockups. So click that. That's all fine. We don't want it turned on for... We don't want catalog at the moment. We don't want music on. Right, which one? Done. Cool. Now that is our static image ad. Okay, if we scroll down, we want to make sure everything's okay. Yeah, shop now. Manually add code. No, that's all fine. The website URL. So we're going to have it go to Spoke shirts .store / sale. Okay. And event details. We don't have an Instagram account. Fine. Website. Okay, it's tracking events. Brilliant. This would be one. Okay. Now, this is one mockup. And bear in mind, like I said, we're going to create a few different ads, all with the same. I know this. I've called this O Shift, but this isn't the O Shift t-shirt. Whatever. Just imagine it is, or we can just go here and change it to. Let's just say this is the cycling dad one. Okay, just to stay nice and organized. That's one mockup. Now what I can do is I can do this. I can duplicate, or let's do a quick duplicate. And now I've got one mockup 1 copy. And we're going to title this mockup 2. And what I'm going to do is I'm now going to go here down to the add creative, edit media, and go to add media here. And I'm going to choose a different mockup, right? And what this will look like maybe is 3 or 4 mockups, completely different mockups, so that you can see which ones convert the best. That's one way of doing this. Another thing that you could do is you can come down here, and instead of having a single image or well, in this case, having a single static image, we can have one of the ads. So let's create another quick duplicate, and this one's going to be called video ad. And then what we're going to do is single image or video, we'll make sure in the media to put a video there. And then likewise, we'll make another one, and it could be a carousel, right? Or a collection, or you can have another image, which is a grid ad, which is the main image, and then the grid ad is where you've got one picture, which has one big design, and then like, what is it? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 little designs around it. Right, and that would all be under this one. And the reason why, and then obviously you click publish. And then the reason why you have it set up like this is because we found a potential winner, not a winner, but a potential winner that was getting good cost per click and was performing well. And we found that in the Advantage Plus level. And then we move it over to its own testing campaign where we can start testing mockups, video ads, carousel ads, all that kind of stuff. And this all like just extra emphasizes what I'm saying about you want to test, you want to try different things, you want to see what's going to work, you want to really familiarize yourself with Facebook ads as a whole. Treat this like a playground, treat this like your phone, right? Like I was saying, treat this like your phone where you're learning all the menus and all the apps and how to navigate around your phone, right? Treat it like that. You're just learning how to navigate through all of this, and you're creating new ads, you're running new tests. You're not spending a crazy amount of money, but you're running different tests and you're getting different results, and you're able to build your business and learn how to use Facebook ads at the same time. Now, with these static ads, what you'll actually find is when you come to, let's just publish this. It's just publishing one of 3 ads. I just exit out. So now I've got in my campaign, I've got my testing static ads, and then testing Advantage Plus ads. So in my static ads, when I click through, this is the ad set. So I can actually click this. So let's say mockup 1, and I can preview, and it will show me the design, the ad. And I can go here, and I can actually, once it's live, I'll be able to see this on Facebook. I'll be able to see what it looks like, and I'll be able to see all the likes, the comments, the shares. And on top of that, you can also go to your Meta Business Suite. So in here, you'll be able to go to all tools, and you can scroll down to engaged audience, and you can click inbox, and this will be your inbox. And this is basically your page, by the way. This is your Facebook page, and you'll be able to see all your content, your planner, everything. And in your inbox, you'll be able to see all messages, Facebook comments, Instagram comments, and that's when you can respond to people and engage and actually see, basically which ad is performing well. Not just which ad is getting you good clicks, good sales, but which ad is actually getting good comments, lots of likes, lots of shares, and actually doing well. Then in your testing, you'll have your testing design 1. Imagine there's also testing design 2, testing design 3, testing design 4. Basically, everything that is doing well, you're going to put in this testing ad. And once you find winners, like real winners in your testing ad, that's when you could graduate them. Again, if they are doing really well, I mean like really good ROAS, a 2.5 to 3 ROAS, low cost per click, so 50 cents to 75 cents. They're getting you sales, they're getting you good click-through rate, everything. They're just doing well. That's when you'll want to put them into your lifetime campaign, right? Your scaling campaign, whatever you want to call it. And that will go into that campaign, right? And that will be your campaign. And in that campaign, you'll also have your retargeting ad and all that kind of stuff. And retargeting ad, you would go to audiences, you would set up you'll see over here, you can set up your custom audiences. You can even set up lookalike audiences, but I wouldn't worry about that at the moment. But basically, you'll set up all your audiences, and in your lifetime campaign, you'll have your retargeting audience, and you'll have your winning ads, and you'll be good to go. Well, I wouldn't say you'll be good to go, but like at that point, obviously you'll be adding more products, you'll be testing more, you'll be hopefully finding more winners. But at that point, once you've got those real winners, and you might only have 1, 2, or 3 of them, but once you have those real winners, you can base your store, you can learn from what those winners are, the designs, the colors, the fonts that you're using, the styling that you're using, the messaging, the humor, whatever it is, and you can emulate that across your collection, and you can make more designs like it, and hopefully by doing that, you'll find more winners, and you'll increase your average order value and get more sales doing it. So that is kind of like a bird's eye view of what this will look like for you. I hope that helped with the ads. I hope that gave you a little bit more clarity when it comes to creating ads. So, in a nutshell, we create our Advantage Plus campaign to get started. We run it over a weekend or over a few weekends to get a really good amount of data. We then graduate certain designs to their own static testing ad. And we run those ads and see what the results are. We are looking for a few things like good post engagement, a positive ROAS, which is return on ad spend, and a low CPC, cost per click. Between 50 and 75 cents is pretty much spot on. Now, once really having winners, we move them over to our, let's call it, lifetime campaign. And over time, your lifetime campaign should fill out with ads that are driving nearly all the sales to your store. We're not looking to have 20 winning ads in your lifetime campaign. We need 1 to 3 winning ads that can pretty much drive the majority of sales for your store. 1 to 3 ads means 1 to 3 winning designs that are giving you the best return on your ad spend. That doesn't mean all the other designs on your website aren't going to get sales. It just means those 1 to 3 designs are performing the best on Facebook ads. Now, always remember this chart and where to put most of your focus. You might hate hearing it, but creating more designs is creating more opportunities to find winners and to learn what works. It's actually a crazy concept because you could be running your store for quite a few months, and then on, like, let's say month 5, you find a seriously huge winning design. And based on that design, you completely change up your collection of designs because you want to emulate that huge winner and end with a successful store. That's the ideal outcome. And all of those early months of creating designs and long nights and creating ads, that might have felt like a waste of time, but it wasn't. It's all part of the testing and the growing element of this business. Okay, so we've done all of that. We've learned so much now. We've gotten to a point where we really feel ready to start our business. What's next? Well, what I've taught you so far should be able to take you to a pretty significant amount of monthly income. For this next part, don't think, oh, I must start doing all of this extra stuff Shimmy is talking about to really increase the income of the store. No, not at all. I'm going to talk to you now about scaling past ads. Of course, ads are still the biggest mover of that needle. Always remember that. Ads don't just stop. Once you've found winners and they've been put in your, we called it our lifetime campaign, those will be the ads driving pretty much most of the sales your store is getting. But past those early stage ads. What do you do next? Let's say you've reached 5K a month or 10K a month and it's time to take it up a notch. Well, that's what this part of the video is for. We have various things to consider now. We will want to create retargeting ads on Facebook. Retargeting ads are ads that only show to people that have interacted with your website in one way or another. And this can be determined by your pixel that we have already set up. You could have a retargeting ad to all your website visitors. You could have a retargeting ad to anyone that added something to the cart but maybe didn't check out. You could also have a retargeting ad to those that actually purchased something on your website. The reason these ads do so well is because they are incredibly warm leads. People have already seen your store. You've broken the ice. You just need them to come back and buy. And you can tailor specific ads to those people. For example, for everyone that left something in their basket but didn't check out, you could make an ad that says something like, did you leave this in your basket? Come back now and get free shipping. These ads work amazingly as you're enticing people to just take that final step and become a customer. As well as retargeting ads, we will want to set up email campaigns, cart abandonment emails, weekly emails promoting your products, emails promoting sales, and emails promoting new designs. After all, we've gone down the Shopify route so we could build a brand and actually own the customer data. Why go down this path and put in all of this hard work if we're not going to take full advantage of it? We will grow a huge email list over time, an email list of buyers and potential buyers. Don't let that email list sit dormant. Email them. Get those extra sales. You've then got Google Ads. Google Ads is a great platform as people are searching Google for things to buy in the first place. So it's just about positioning yourself so they click on you. And just like Facebook, you can also set up retargeting ads on Google for past visitors of your website. And this is just a great ad to get warm leads back to your store. Another huge element to scaling is going international. So at the start and up until this point, you've been selling to the US market, I hope. But once you're ready, and again, I wouldn't say you're ready if you haven't done all the previous tasks and only if you're actually making a few $1,000s a month or whatever currency you're in. But when you're finally ready, you will want to start selling around the world, or at least in other major countries, such as Canada, the United Kingdom, Germany, Australia, and many others. With this, it'll bring a new wave of ads, new wave of targeting, and a new wave of sales and customers with all these other countries. You'll probably find that the US still massively outweighs all of those other countries from a sales perspective, but every little helps, right? If we can bring in an extra 10% or 20% of sales because we've targeted international, that's great. Now, international selling can come with more complications, especially on the fulfillment side, which is why I say don't worry about it until you are fully ready. Ads are performing well, retargeting ads are good, emails are working, Google ads are set up, the whole 9 yards. You don't want to worry about international until you've done everything else. And then, of course, we can start growing our organic social media. We could also sell the business. We can add new product lines. There's so much more we can do with this business. There's really no end to how far we can take this business, which is why I love building a brand with Print on Demand. There's just so much opportunity here. Now, all of this will be addressed in immense detail in our paid community. I haven't got into the crazy specifics in this video on purpose because honestly, I don't want people to jump the gun or get distracted or get confused. Put those blinders up. My sole aim for you for this video was to show you how to pick a niche, how to create your 100 designs, how to create your brand and set up your store, and then set up your ads and test out those designs. That is what my aim was for this video. With all of that, you could get to quite a few $1,000s a month. And that's all you need at the beginning. If you want support through all of that, I highly recommend joining the paid community. There's really nothing out there like it. We have further training going over everything I discussed in this video in even greater detail. I know, it sounds incredible, right? And on top of that, we do multiple live calls every single week. We have beginner live calls, ad live calls, every stage live calls every single week. And we have experts and coaches on hand to help you wherever you get stuck. There are also personalized feedback videos for your specific questions. If you want some design critiques or some ad feedback or a mock-up review, or you want someone to validate your niche, you can post it in the feedback section and get a dedicated video made for your request, for you. You won't find this anywhere else. It's pretty incredible, and it kind of adds a whole level of one-to-one support to this community. Now, on top of all of that, the most valuable element by far is the community. Over 300 people all helping each other grow and reach new heights in their business. To me, that's what I love the most. This can be a very, very lonely business, and figuring out everything on your own, even after watching this video, can be a painful process. But having a supporting community to ask questions to get advice, to get some extra motivation, maybe to give advice, even to find some friends in this business, honestly, it's a total game changer. There is a link down below that will take you to the paid community. All the links mentioned in this video are in the paid community as well, but all the links and the resources mentioned in this specific free YouTube video will also be available in the free community. The idea here is to give some free content to you. So anything I've told you in this video, any links, obviously they'll be available as well. Now, the link to the free community is also down below, along with other various links that I've talked about throughout this video. Thank you for getting this far. I really, really hope you've enjoyed it. I hope you found value in this video, and I honestly cannot wait to see you inside the community soon. Good luck with your business. Just remember, always remember, you have got this. You can do this. Anyone can do this. Just put in the effort, put in the work, and do the work. Trust me, you can do this. I fully believe in you. We all believe in you. So just go for it.